So normally when we open up our broadcasts, we're coming to you from a desk. Some are pretty boring. Here, ending weekend of September, we are live in Chicago, my hometown. We are seeing some live action as we go along. We've got board Walt Disney, board Harrison Ford, where he claimed he did not kill his wife here in Chicago. Some of those players on that board are killing each other. And of course, we've got some other players we're going along with here. This is what a live con looks like. This is going to be a different broadcast than what you've seen from us in the past. We are going to get live. We're going to get live analysis, live showings, and live reactions as the winner claims their title, the Alpha Weasel here in Chicago. We are ready to go live as we are right now.
One minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Good evening. Kevin, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm on mute. I just said that as we were in the prep room. Live coverage at its best. I said we are live here from the Chicago Windy City Weasels 2023 coverage of Weasel Moot. Joined, of course, as you now see, by Michalis Cambrides and Nicholas Ahuge. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. I think also where you're hearing the stream, it's repeating in the background here, so you might need to mute that.
Oh, that is good to know. Let's see. I will turn that down. Let's see what we got.
You have headphones?
I do have headphones. Well, we'll go to that. We're learning as we go today. You guys will have to keep giving me feedback on there, and we'll keep comments here. Chat in the comments. No sound. That was Zammy from a minute ago. All right, we're getting to the sound. I think we'll go with headset, and then this will just be our nice shiny decor. All right, so Chicago Weasel Moot. We are in our 17th edition here. Famous champions, world champions have won and competed. Here we go. So we got Wardy's giving us the thumbs up. That's good too. We're gonna have 10 boards over the course of the weekend. 4 in our first round. 3 in our second, and 3 going on live, as you see in the background. So you're going to hear some screaming. You're going to hear what the stabs as they happen, and you're going to hopefully feel what it's like to be at Diplomacy Con. You can see DBN's David Hood, who will be walking around with Brandon Fogel, tournament director. I'm pointing Sabia Huja right here. We'll get some drop-ins behind me. Players are probably going to walk up and give me bunny ears as we go along through it. So guys, we're probably in, let's call it the late third quarter of the Diplomacy season. We've got a couple of face-to-face cons left before the end of the year, and a big virtual con that kind of closes up the Diplomacy season. We've got some really good players here. I am needing to share. Sorry about the delay on that. Let's see. Share screen. Window. There we go. Here's who you see playing this weekend. Top 10 by DBNI. A couple of really good players, a lot of players we've seen from virtual coverage throughout the year. Mick Hollis, what is it like, when you see the only 3 winners of the Summer Classic sharing the top of the board there?
Yeah, I mean, Saren has had a bit of a break from diplomacy and came back with a boom last month playing Summer Classic and immediately winning again. Be interesting to see if she can defend her title as Alpha Weasel as well. Yeah, Katie, Brandon, of course, who just can't stop winning at the moment, apart from maybe one game. And aside from that, yeah, just the other people who you sort of getting used to seeing. Dave Miletsky, haven't seen him playing a lot of games, so I'm interested to see how he plays tonight.
Yep. And Nikolai, you could see names such as Brandon and Zach, Dave Miletsky, people who we've seen in the face-to-face hobby for kind of longer than the virtual scene that we know right now. Who's going to be the one to dethrone the defending Alpha Weasel?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think Brandon is an organizer, so I don't think he's competing for the victory.
Brandon
so
is
maybe...
the only one not competing this weekend is
okay. Oh, is he? Or?
Brandon is competing.
Yeah.
Oh, Brandon is competing. Okay. So
Yep.
I don't know. Then he's immediately one of the favorites, I guess. Then Zach Moore, the president of the NADF, I think he needs to prove something as a player and not only as a president. So maybe it's his weekend.
There it is, and he is Zach Moore is also a former, although he would not say former, but a former Weasel Moot champion as well. These standings may not be up to date, but I know the DB or the VDL gets implemented usually later in the season. I think the website might be updating it more, but I'm not sure how the website mixes with Brandon's settings. But as you see here, this is a list of some of the players here. And if the quality, I know on the rest of the list from a couple of locals who don't play as much online and travel, we've seen some pretty good games throughout the weekend. So we're looking to get your take on it. Before we do, though, as we mentioned,
I am in the top 10.
No, you're not.
This is ridiculous.
You're not
I'm
top 10
fixing I'm fixing the slander. I put me up there.
And there's a coding problem that has your name blocked on the standings. This is what we're gonna get. This is what we're gonna get throughout the day. Before we get to, we were lucky. We've had some live coverage. We've got interviews with players. We've got back channel with Ed Sullivan, although I think we're now renaming it negotiations with Ed Sullivan because one of his rounds didn't go that well. And so to keep him interested and occupied during the round, he went into reporter mode instead of player mode because the game didn't go as he expected, or maybe it did go as he expected. But first here, let's hear from one of our DBN personalities to start off the weekend.
Hello, everyone. This is David Hood reporting to you from the tournament floor of the 2023 Weasel Moot tournament in Chicago here on the last weekend of September 2023. We'll be happy to show you the coverage here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. As I report to you now, we are right in the middle of round 1 on the Saturday morning games. We've already seen some great moves, some not so great moves from people that I know pretty well. So we'll be glad to show you that here on the stream here on DBN.
All right. David, as you see here, played on board 1 in round 1. So he was able to capture some footage as the day went along, but had to focus and put on his diplomacy hat. And as you can see in this group of players, we don't normally start out with board 1 being a group of death, but David Hood, obviously longtime known personality. Keith has been playing really well. I've not been in tune with the standings as much, but I know he at Armada. We'll have to go.
He did pretty well at Armada, and he's also Superstition from Nexus and does pretty well in the extended deadline scene.
Yes, excellent. Obviously, we know DBN's Karthakoneth and DBN Diplomat of the Year, Brandon Fogel. Hey, give him thumbs down. In Germany, Matthew Krill, who's been, I think, on every top board that we've ever broadcast where there's been a top board. Many of you might not know the name Matt Sundstrom, but you might not know the personality Matt Sundstrom, but you certainly know the name because of the Sundstrom opening. Matt has been an original player for all 17 seasons we've had here in Chicago diplomacy, and is, I believe did his dissertation on diplomacy from his graduate program in study. So he is a fantastic player. He's won our Weasel of the Year, I think 3 years in a row at one point. Don't think he's got a Weasel Moot title to his name. He's won some other local tournaments that we've had, but he's a fantastic player. Looking to see his results this weekend. And Robert Chase, another local who we'll get to see and meet here today. Just as a little background, obviously I am live. I had a conflict yesterday and I could not play, and I don't know a whole lot that's happened this weekend. So what I'm going to see on the boards is going to be as live as what you guys are seeing here. So I'm looking forward to this first board. I'm also trying to figure out how best to manage it. Usually I have a couple more screens here to get everything moving around. So please forgive me with a little bit of this. I'm not going to do any reveal here. Let's go. Timer. Show timer. 2 minutes. Reveal. We'll do a first reveal, and we'll see where we go. Guys, let's do it in VDL style. We'll go pretty quick to the reads. Let's do it year by year. McCallus, let's go 1901 with you, and Nicola, fill in anything you find awesome that you see on the board.
All right, so we have spring 1901 of the first game of Weasel Moot. Turkey does not make the Sunstrom opening to Armenia. They do the more traditional sliding both armies across. Italy opens to Trieste. It could be a loan, especially combined with Vienna to Budapest, which you don't often see these days. No bounce in Galicia or Trieste from Austria, perhaps a sign of an early AIR. In the west, we have a bounce in Burgundy and France moving towards Iberia, so pretty nice for England, who has a guarantee on Belgium.
I would think that Matt maybe talked Robert out of doing the Sunstrom. You don't want to get Sunstrommed against you, I guess, if you create the order. So shoot, I gotta get rid of that. Sorry, one little button here without reveal. There we go. All right. McCallus, let's do the fall here as well for you.
So England has a guarantee on Belgium, but does not take it. Instead, elects to bounce Brad Vogel out of Holland. Keith Worstel is poking the bear. Let's see how well that goes for him. Matt Sundstrom, as was pointed out in the comments, did open to Finland as Russia. Not particularly common to do that instead of Bosnia, but he is not bounced out of Sweden, so it doesn't actually matter. Good decision by Brandon, given the English moves, though. And in the east, it's looking very, very AR-Irish with, Trieste clearly being loaned. Mackerel moves straight into the Aegean Sea, and Russia moves straight down into Romania with everybody supporting them. The one thing you would say is that Black Sea is DMZ'd, so we'll see whether Russia stays on that board with the air.
Nicola, so we're heading. I don't think this will show the builds. We don't care if we show the builds. Initial take on 1901. You think Brandon becomes the target because he's a local here? The one thing I will fill in for McCallus is Matt and Brandon have played more games against each other probably over the course of history than I know. We play a lot more now with online play, but old face-to-face wounds do not heal quickly or easily. So maybe the open to Finland is because they know each other and they can get away with a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I believe that Kartik must have tried to convince England that Brandon was the target, and but then once Germany and England are fighting, lots of options are open to France. So we'll see what Kartik has in mind, because he builds in Brest. So I mean, he had two, but a fleet in Brest is useful against England usually.
How many times did you say you would have put yourself in a position where, I had to build the fleet in Brest and then turn north?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He could have done the bounce in Burgundy with the army that was in Gascony and put Marseille to Spain if he really wanted a fleet down there.
Yep.
Oh, I just had to. Never heard that on a board before. All right, Nicola, take us through spring 1902.
So in the east, so it seems that Turkey is a target. Aegean does their job. They cut Con, which means that Bulgaria goes to Austria, and David Hood is moving all his armies in the right direction. So I think he is doing fantastically well. But Russia has invaded Galicia, so that's a bit less good news for David in Austria. So we'll see what happens. So, I think Russia maybe has already decided that after Turkey is dead, they need another target. And Russia is being very aggressive because they also got Norway in the north. So Russia is really playing very aggressively. For the rest, England manages to convoy to Belgium, but a year after what they should have done. Moving to Ska, so I think for them the target is still Brandon. And Brandon is, I think, playing good defensive moves, covering Ruhr, bouncing in Burgundy once more. And we'll see. I think now he's put himself in a position where he can tell Kartik, you're not going to get centers from me, so why don't you change your target?
Yeah, I would imagine that Brandon and Matt have made some sort of pretty strong deal here. That's why Matt's happy to move out of Sweden, go to Norway.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like a solid GR relationship. In the comments, we have Nicolas Lemuel. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Asking why Austria would allow Italy into Trieste in 1901. So, to answer that, it's the traditional way of an Austria-Italy alliance attacking Turkey would be Italy convoy into Tunis and then moving the fleets east in the second year, which is quite slow, and a Turkey that builds fleets can defend from that fairly easily. So this essentially gets you much more momentum, but you're passing by Tunis in the process. So to get the second fleet on the board that Italy requires, you have to give them Trieste instead.
On the odds, how often is when this is done? I see sometimes they order to Aegean where it gets bounced, and obviously here Matthew Krill's in about less than 50% making it to Aegean. The order to Aegean is usually ordered. Sometimes they'll stab, but the success of being in Aegean this early on is good for the air, I assume.
Well, when it first started becoming a common thing a few years ago, Turkeys stopped doing the bounce in the Black Sea. They often just slid anchor straight to Constantinople, so they could do exactly what you said of being able to bounce Aegean to counter that. But Robert Chase, who I do not believe plays much online, perhaps wasn't aware of this meta, which has been more common lately, and he did not. He did the traditional Turkish opening, and this is exactly why that Turkish opening can be quite weak, because Italy got straight into the Aegean, and Turkey built a second fleet, but isn't in the Black Sea. And the Turkish position is pretty rough here because two fleets makes it very difficult for them to defend their centers as well. So pretty good news for Mackerel all round.
All right, well, let's see. Does it work out well for Mackerel, Nicola?
So he decides that maybe seeing that Austria is weak against Russia, he can afford to stab David, and so he decides that he'd rather take Greece and move his armies against Austria while Russia is taking Budapest. And so, I think complete change of things in the east, while Russia is helping Turkey to get back into Bulgaria, and I think David Hood has been the new target, and is now only will be at 2 centers at the end of the year, which is not very good. But it's not clear what's happening because it looks like Russia and Turkey are friends, so it's not. When you're Italy and you're attacking Austria, that's not what you want. You don't want Russia-Turkey alliance to go against Austria, because it's not so easy to get many centers after Trieste and Greece, and now he's going to have to defend against a strong Russian-Turkey alliance. So in the West, so Brandon is taking the North Sea, which is pretty good, but England is taking Sweden, which is, I think, a kind of a very nice try, and Kartik is just keeping his options open, forcing himself into Burgundy, and he tried to go into Belgium just in case. Now he has a very solid position. Everybody else is fighting in Scandinavia, and I guess he'll be able to take advantage of the position because everybody needs his help, and everybody is in defensive mode, and he can choose exactly what he wants to do. And I think, yeah, Kartik is in very good position in the West right now.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give some credit to Brandon here, much as I hate doing it too often. But for a one-fleet Germany that was bounced out of Holland in 1901 to end 1902 in the North Sea is quite the diplomatic coup. Yeah, he's definitely outfoxed Keith on that front. And yeah, as you say, Karthik, I'm a little interested that he didn't go straight into the Med with Italy doing these sort of moves. Matt has obviously negotiated pretty well to make sure that even though he's still not taken Tunis, France hasn't walked there and taken it instead.
There, you're getting your. Let's make sure I got my mic on. Yeah, getting your second fleet for Brandon, which I think we saw in the comments. So now it's a typical Germany after 1901. It's 1902, but whatever. Maybe they stopped for an Italian beef beforehand. Took his time. A rebuild, or no, not a rebuild. A build of a third Turkish fleet. I don't know if he likes the Russian fleet there. Everything else pretty standard. So.
Yeah, Nicola, what do you think about that fleet anchor build? Because that is confusing.
Yeah, I guess he would say he had to because that's the only place he could build. But I don't really like it because it's fairly slow to do anything in the Med against Italy. If that's the goal, and Russia should not be too happy about it. And I guess an army would not have been so bad because they will need armies to fight Italy if it's an RT. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird build, and I don't like it. I understand the third fleet can be useful, but if you cannot build it in Smyrna, I think it's kind of a waste right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's setting up to force the Black Sea, and so you think, oh, okay, so he's pro-Italy, but Italy. Obviously, I am known for loving ITs. A free fleet Turkey is not what I IT with. That's not a long-term stable partnership. So
yeah. So I think it's both diplomatically, it's not very good for if you want to work with Russia or if you want to work with Italy. And an army would have been useful if you want to get some other centers in the Balkans. So I think it's unless you just decided I want to force Black Sea, move to Armenia and attack Russia full force, but it doesn't look like this was the plan. So I don't know. We'll see.
Well, the noise you hear. Oh, go ahead.
I'll say if that was the plan, then you could have just taken Bulgaria east coast rather than south coast when you took Bulgaria in full. So that would be a way to keep two on Black Sea.
Maybe the Russian build is not Warsaw if you go to Bulgaria east coast. I don't know.
I was going to say, as you hear in the background, when games end, as we're on the final weekend, everyone's saying their goodbyes. The big cheer, though, is apparently the Bears are winning, which does not happen all that often. So Chicago is a happier town, at least for the moment. Let's see how happy these players are going into spring 1903. McCallus, what do we see?
All right, so Turkey is going anti-Russian. They force Black Sea. They go to Armenia. If Bulgaria was an army right now, this would actually be quite a good position, but it's not. So this is still not terrible news for Matt Sundstrom, who doesn't actually have any threat on Romania, at least, which leaves it free to do a bit more defensive work. Elsewhere in the east, you have Italy putting everything down into the take stuff from Austria, and Austria looks like they're prioritizing fighting against Russia rather than Italy. Fair enough. You can only fight against one in that position, so you just have to choose who you're more mad at. And I guess in this case, David was more angry at Matt. In the West, Karthik makes some interesting moves where he looks like he's going full EF, charging into Ruhr and piffing it, which is a really good tactical result for the EF. But at the same time, sliding into English Channel, I guess because Germany was in North Sea, Karthik goes, well, someone's got to move there so that Germany can't retreat to the English Channel. And well, you've got to force North Sea, so it has to be me that goes there, and Keith has to agree to it. And this is just not a very balanced alliance between the two of them.
Yeah, that's Kartik being forced to do things he wouldn't want to do, but
And
then
then
he has to do them.
and then he was forced to take Belgium, right?
Yeah, I would say this is probably not an EF any longer. And to Keith's credit, I guess he saw it coming. He convoys out. Pretty clever move to save that army from being destroyed. Does get into Norway. Yeah, that's a very solid set of moves from Keith. Probably even knowing that Carthage was coming for him, because he slides to Wales, which means that Carthage doesn't have the walk into Liverpool. So you would say that although Carthage has got Belgium, does get a build out of it, the stab that he probably wanted hasn't been as successful as it could have been. So there's still work for him to do there. But again, it's a diplomatic win for Brandon Fogel, who now, after being a force center Germany without Holland at the end of 01, now has both France and Russia working with him. Pretty good news for him all round. The East, Italy puts Austria back into Vienna, and Austria keeps Budapest. So David is not disbanding, despite Italy walking into Serbia. And it looks like Turkey's attack on Russia has petered out after one turn, and now they're back on the attack Italy train. Tend to find that constantly switching between who you want to work with rarely ends too well for you. So this is going to be a bit of a gamble to see if Russia and Italy don't just decide to cut Turkey out here.
Yeah, but I mean, it may have been negotiated because now the Turkish units are much more organized and they can all work together. So I think maybe he told Russia, now that I'm in the Black Sea, I'm not afraid to go against Italy with all my units, and his fleets are in position. So it might be that Russia and Turkey are now they have the position to work together. While I think last year after the build, it was not the case. And once more, I think Matt is doing very well because he's building too, but he's I don't know who is his friend on this. So if he managed to get a friend, but I don't see. I mean, his only friend could be Turkey, and Turkey has not made moves that are friendly towards Italy. So because he just put Austria back into Vienna, so he's clearly not friend with Russia. So I think Matt has a very good position, but it's not clear if he has any friends. So.
I think Matt's pulling two, not building two, isn't he? Because he's lost Norway and Vienna.
Yep.
Matt Krill. I met Matt Krill. Matt Krill
right.
has a very good.
Matt,
sorry,
yes.
there are two Matts. So.
Yeah. Okay.
So
yeah,
Matt
that makes more
Krill
sense.
has a very good position in.
Yeah, we'll say Krill and Sundstrom.
Yeah, Krill has a good position, but I don't know if he has friends. Well, I think Turkey and Russia now maybe they will be forced to work together. I mean, we'll see.
I mean, they still can't work together that effectively though, because Bulgaria is still a fleet. There's just no threat on Serbia. So if Matt can keep David as a janissary, as appears to be happening at the moment, yeah, maybe that'll help him maintain this Italian position. He has at least got Carthage moving whole hog the other direction, and Carthage attacks England and builds Army Paris. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this build.
Yeah, that's a really strange build to me.
You'd put down another fleet, Rest?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Where's that army going?
To Picardy.
Yeah. I mean, you already had an army there to convoy, but fair enough if you can make all the guesses correctly.
Yep.
I believe this is your year, Nicola.
Yep. Okay. So in the east, it seemed that Turkey and Russia are working together because Romania cut Serbia so that Turkey could get Greece. And now there is an army in Bulgaria at last. So I think the Turkish position is improving. And Russia has taken Vienna, who refused to retreat, I guess, because they could go to Tyrolia. And they're losing Budapest too. So I would think that, David Hood has decided that he had better things to do than keeping 2 units doing very little. In the West, so I think Keith has decided that he wanted to defend against Kartik, so he's convoying back a unit, but he's also moving to Barents, which is kind of, I think he's trying to get still some options to have a game, but I think the bounce in Norway and the convoy to Wales. I think he tactically was maybe outguessed this turn, and I think now Kartik has a very strong position against England. But there are Italian fleets coming after him, so Matt Krill doesn't want Kartik to get too strong and then nobody can catch him, so he's going to put pressure on him. But with Turkey attacking him in the south, I mean, I think it's a very interesting game because both Kartik and Krill have very good position with 7 centers, but they will be under pressure by other players that still want to have a chance in this game. So very interesting. And then Brandon, by some miracle, is at 5 centers, and now his position is improving. Nobody's attacking him. He's improving his position. He'll fairly clearly will get some centers in Scandinavia once England has to remove units to defend against France. And by another miracle, he's gonna get some of the best position on the board. So I'm surprised he's not world champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really bold call by Matt Krill to go after Karthik here when he had a he's probably against an RT, and he appears to be against an RT. Maybe he's got something in mind worked out with Russia, and there is going to be a switch now, because otherwise this is just Matt Krill taking on the world, and it can be fun to take on the world, but it doesn't always work so well.
Yeah, this reminds me of old school. Italy would go west early, so it's fun to watch. I can't wait to see how it goes. One note, as you saw DBN Sandbox's comment in the chat, we take draw votes when you're in a face-to-face tournament. You use either pieces, armies or fleets or whatever it is, or cards, deck of cards. You throw them into a box. Sometimes this time it's a PBR box, which is a staple of Chicago beer. So if you see PBR in the background, that's where it's coming from. Fall 1904, Nicola. It's not even going for the centers, all the way into the Mid-Atlantic. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, so Matt Krill has decided that he was going to play balance of power against Kartik, and maybe he has negotiated with like Turkey and Russia. If you don't allow me to balance of power, France is going to win the game too easily. But it seems that he's the only one who wants to do that, because Russia and Turkey just are continuing attacking him with everything they've got. And yeah, I think he's been doing the good work, and some other people are going to take advantage of him trying to weaken Kartik. So I don't know. We'll see. And Kartik is taking Liverpool, so he's going to build another unit. So he may even be able to defend against Italy, even if Italy was not attacked on the other side of the board. So I think if I'm Matt Krill right now, I'm really mad at Russia and Turkey, and I would just decide that I'm going to defend against you, and I'm going to let France do what they have to do, because I mean, it's not his role to make sure Kartik doesn't top the board if the rest of the board is not doing their part. And then, Brandon Fogel is taking Sweden, so he's slowly but surely improving his position. And once more, I mean, England is almost dead. France is under pressure. Russia is under tremendous pressure, and Germany is growing. So fantastic position for Brandon, and I really like the way he plays it, and I think now it's kind of an easy game for Germany.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible position for Brandon. He gets to choose basically whether he goes after Russia or after France here, and in either case, he's going to have a friendly Turkey to help him because the East is just a mess and they can't seem to get on the same page. I know Russia and Turkey are sort of working together, but it's not been in a very efficient way of doing it, and that's why Matt Krill has been able to go west and not yet lose. But he very much needs an ally now, because if Brandon doesn't come to help him, then I don't see a way out of this for Matt Krill.
I don't know how long this game goes, but this is about a halfway point when we start taking who's your pick. So, Nicola, I'll give you the first since you are a world champ. So, world champs pick first. Who do you like to top this board?
I think it's very hard to say. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if Matt Krill continues to try to pose problems to Kartik, I think Brandon might top that board, but Turkey is also in fantastic position. So I don't know, either Turkey or Germany. That would be my picks. I would pick Brandon because he's such a strong player. And while I don't really know Robert Chase, but I think Turkey has also a very, very, very good position, because if Italy gets a bit distracted and has to lose something, then the centers could fall one after the next. And Russia is not in a very strong position, so I think Turkey could also at some point stab Russia. So, I mean, if I was Turkey, I would really, really like my position, but I think I'll pick Germany just because Brandon is playing Germany, and I've learned to never to bet against Brandon. So.
Me too. Carlos?
Yeah, I was going to pick Brandon, but in the interests of doing something different, I do like the Turkish position, but I think Russia and Italy should work together. I know that so far they haven't, but they really should be. I don't see this alliance working well for Matt in the long run, Matt Sundstrom in the long run, if he sticks with Turkey. So I'm going to give my secondary choice to Matt Krill, because I think that if there's a wintergreen, as there probably should be, then he could still come out on top of this.
All right, and no votes for Karthik. That says it all. Let's go to spring 1905, and we'll let the moves speak for themselves. Michalis, this is back to you.
All right, so Matt Krill here. This, I think, is a tactical error. You're in mid-Atlantic Ocean. You don't move to Portugal. If you're kicked out of mid-Atlantic Ocean, you get to retreat there. So I think you stay in mid-Atlantic Ocean, do whatever you can on Spain this turn, and if you're kicked out and get a forward retreat, great. And if you don't, then you get into Spain instead. This was sort of the only way that he could guarantee not getting Portugal or Spain. So that's a pretty big reversal for him on that front. Brandon, meanwhile, gets Russian support into Norway, so it's still all coming up Brandon Fogel. Even that unit that was in Silesia that was mildly irritating is moving the other way, although I guess there are now two next to Munich. In the east, the RT continues, and it is all good news for Turkey, who's the one getting into Serbia. Italy and Russia still can't work anything out. Turkey gets into the Ionian Sea as well. Great year for Turkey, great year for Germany. Pretty tough year for Italy, or turn rather.
Following it into the fall, things are starting to shift in the east.
But Matt Krill is not down and out. Having lost Ionian Sea and Serbia to Turkey in spring, he has somehow pulled a diplomatic coup out here to get Turkey to turn around and attack Russia. That's some work. It's very, very difficult to get a Turkey to turn around when they're that far out of the box. But yeah, great turn for Italy. Even though he does lose Budapest, he finally actually has a friend on this board, and Karfik's too busy defending to actually follow up behind Matt either. So this could be a huge change. It's obviously terrible news for Matt Sundstrom, who does at least get into Budapest and Norway, as he's now flipped on Brandon. So it's not all coming up Brandon Fogel anymore. Which is, Russia really needs this build, so it's pretty good timing that they do get +2, -1. They can actually defend from this late forming IT. In the West, it's pretty chaotic everywhere. Carfit pulls his army down to Wales, which sounds like a really nice move, except he's now just got to go back to Liverpool to defend it anyway. So Keith's doing a pretty good job with very few units to maintain as much relevance as possible.
All right, Nicola, and with the builds, what's the pull? Norwegian and a build in Sev Army Inc. Nicola, if you're in that position, are you building Army Inc.?
I mean, he's just kind of had made a deal with Italy, so I guess he believes that the Italian fleets are not coming his way. So, and he has kind of committed to attack Russia. So I think Army Inc. is the natural build. We'll see, because it seems that this game is very fluid, with people changing alliance every turn. So we can still see changes in the game. I think maybe the scoring systems would gives a lot of points to, topping the board alone leads to this kind of play. With the scoring system would share top are valued a lot. Maybe we would have seen much more stable alliances. So that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, all 5 of them are pretty viable, and as you say, the scoring system sort of encourages this kind of behavior.
And so, yeah, we see the move. So it seems that Matt Krill has decided to continue to work with Turkey, and they're attacking Russia pretty efficiently. So Turkey gets into Sebastopol and Armenia. I think Russia manages to get into Romania, but Italy is in Budapest and will be able to cover Venice, I guess, or Trieste. And on the other side of the board, Brandon is moving to North Sea, so potentially he can take Norway, and he can maybe take some English centers. So I think Brandon is back in business, and Karting has done a pretty good job defending his centers with no real friends. So I think France is a very strong country, and I think if he manages to get one more center, and his position is going to be kind of very good, and maybe he has chances to top the board toward the end. But yeah, it's a very exciting game, because like 4 or 5 countries can still top that board. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of Kofik. If he can get through this year, he's in an incredible position. But if he can't, Brandon has the ability to force Belgium right now, and Brandon could decide this is his moment. Take Norway, take Belgium, make sure that England and France bounce in Edinburgh and nothing happens to London. Use England as a janissary. You've got the Russian armies have finally gone completely away from you. Yeah, Brandon could decide that this is his go turn. Italy, I think we should also point out that Naples to Apulia move that was very, very prescient in predicting the threat on Venice. And even though it looks like just a tiny move that has almost no effect, leaving the Ionian Sea to go to both Adriatic and Apulia is how Italy can defend Venice and Trieste right now. And so tactically, that was a very, very astute move and well played by Mackerel there.
So we love DBN because it provides insight from other players about our games. We take feedback from it. We learn as we go along. So as you guys are talking about it, Brandon and Keith are literally right there smiling, knowing that you're talking about what's going to happen in the next turn.
Hey, guys.
And we're going to see what's going to happen in the next turn. Brandon was smiling. So my guess is he didn't do what you said. Oh, he did do what you said.
Yeah. So yeah, Brandon is taking Norway and Belgium, and I don't know. Did London cut English Channel, because English Channel could support Belgium in defense to avoid this disaster?
Looks like London supported Germany to the English Channel.
Okay, so I think maybe Kartik should have seen this coming, but other than that, he's defending pretty well. He's moving to Piedmont to make this board even a bigger mess. On the rest of the board, Russia is retaking Budapest and piffing Budapest. So I think that's very bad news for Matt Krill, I think. And Turkey manages to retake Romania. So I think, yeah, Turkey is in a very good position. I think Matt Creel, yeah, I think despite his very good moves to be able to defend as much as he could Venice and Trieste, he lost the guessing game there. I don't know if it was an easy way to do better. And yeah, Brandon, I think, yeah, this is Brandon's big turn. I mean, he's getting at +2 and he has nobody around him. England should be his friend. Kartik will have to disband something somewhere, and we'll see. Because maybe now Matt Creel will leave. Will have to leave Kartik alone, and if Kartik can live his life without Italians attacking him, I think maybe he can get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, like I pointed out the moves Brandon could make because they're the moves I would have made. This was probably the last turn you'd be able to have Karthik vulnerable to this sort of move. If he got through this year and got one more center, as you'd said,
Yeah.
there was never going to be an opportunity as good as this again. So I fully understand why Brandon took it at this point. A little surprised he didn't go for Burgundy as well. The move to Tyrolia instead is, I guess he was worried Russia might slide into Munich, but yeah, I'd probably have gone for Burgundy there. And as for Macro, like he could make peace with Karthik at this point, but if Macro's playing to top this board, can you make peace with Karthik? Like, surely those centers that Karthik has are the only centers that Matt could actually theoretically take to top this board now.
But can he top his board now? I think he should just realize that it's over and.
These are untimed games. It's never over.
Yeah, the only time I'll point out one thing as we get going is the only time limit is you run up into round 2, which started, I believe, approximately 9 hours after. So that gets you to about 1914, I think, about it. But you play through lunch, you play through whatever rest time you might need or want to, have before round 2. So it is time unlimited, but there's round 2 you run up against.
Yeah.
So here's our adjustments. Brandon goes Fleet Army. Matt Sunstrom loses Tyrolia. And Karthik, the one you were wondering about, pulls Army Piedmont. That's the big one.
I mean, that was his only sort of superfluous unit. Everything else was you can't pull it. So that one had to be the pull for Karthik.
Yep. I'm curious going in. So where is the main, if you're sitting in this spot right now as Brandon, what's the diplomatic relationship you are trying to disrupt going into your spring 1907 negotiations? McCallus, let's get your quick take.
So Brandon's made his move on Karthik, and that means, he's going to follow through on that, and he's probably going to win from that. Means he probably wants a healthy Italy. So I think Brandon's main priority is to have a friendly macro from this position. And his rival for the top isn't really Italy and it isn't Russia. So why not encourage them to work together against Turkey? Because Turkey is sort of the only other person on this board who could grow quite quickly. But as we've seen all game, that there's been times where that probably should have been what's happening and there hasn't been. So the relationship between the two Mats has clearly never been able to gel. And maybe Brandon would like that, but he's also quite happy for it to just stay chaotic in the East, because if it's chaos in the East and he's mopping up the West, he will win.
Yeah, what I was going to ask then is perfect follow-up is if you're Robert Chase here, who are you going to and spending the most time in this situation to get yourself to a board top?
I don't know. I think he has to keep talking with Russia and Italy, and try to see who. I mean, Russia could be mad at Turkey, but they also could be mad at Brandon, who just took Norway. So I don't know. So that's where we don't really know what the diplomatic situation. But I know Matt Sundstrom just removed army St. Petersburg, so I would think he's more mad at Turkey, or at least he wants to get some centers on that part of the board. I don't know. I think, but he may just for now just try to get Serbia and move his fleets in good position, and then see what's happening. And maybe try to promise Russia like something like Trieste or something, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think Russia-Turkey relationship is the key to the end of the game. And then Kartik, I mean, Kartik is a strong tactical player, and if he decides that he wants to pose problems to Brandon, he may find moves and to get his revenge. So we'll see what happens there.
All right, McCallus, you can see it now. RT was supposed to be the relationship, and wow, they paired up. Everyone is running away from Turkey.
Everyone's running away from Turkey, but this isn't really the again, this is not the effective RT that just wipes out the remains of Italy, because Russia's not moved on Italy. Russia, having pulled the 2 units that were next to Germany, perhaps they changed their mind in negotiations between Matt and Brandon broke down in spring, or perhaps this was Matt Sundstrom's plan all along to lull Brandon into thinking, all right, I've got Russia on board, I can commit everything the other way. And now Russia has come back in the opposite direction and has put the units against Germany. Great news for Karthik, who also gets a win with Italy seemingly, as you said, perhaps not playing for the top anymore, because these moves don't attack anyone. These are, I want to be friends with all of you. Moves away from Turkey, but also moves away from France, which is quite an achievement to manage to do. So he leaves the Ionian Sea and just parks a fleet in North Africa by itself. So that's perhaps the sign of a sort of board-wide reaction to Brandon's gone top. We all need to stop him, because all of a sudden it sort of looks like everybody except England is hostile to Brandon Fogel.
Mm-hmm.
All right, as we get into the fall, it's still all rolling. Robert Chase.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, if you can just walk into Moscow behind because you've convinced Russia you're not going that way, and you get to walk into Serbia as well, that's hard to turn down for Turkey. And what a year that is. Matt has instead committed all of his units against Karthik and Brandon at the same time. Guesses wrong on which one to deal with, and he moves in behind France as Turkey moves in behind him. Yeah, just a brilliant turn. Robert Chase clearly had both of his neighbours thinking that they had him completely on board, and he manages to walk in behind both of them because they didn't. Yeah, if this is going to be a race between Turkey and Germany, it's going to be a really close race because, yeah, both of them have strong potential to grow.
So I don't know Robert Chase, but I think maybe it's a case of some strong players underestimating a local player who seems to be pretty solid, and maybe he's playing like, oh, I don't really know what I need to do. I just want a result, and then he just gets the knives out exactly at the right time, and now he may even get Budapest, Warsaw, and yeah, very, very, very well played.
Yeah.
And the others are kind of fighting each other and trying to make sure that neither Kartik nor Brandon top that board. And yeah, maybe Turkey is going to top the board now.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think that Matt Sundstrom, being another local, would underestimate Robert like that. They're obviously both from Chicago, but yeah, well, for whatever reason, relations between Brandon and Matt broke down, and Robert was the big winner.
Mm-hmm.
As the volume turns up in the background, something must have happened on a board. We'll stream through these pretty quickly as the tides are turning a little bit, but Robert's still on his way. Nikolai, let's give a quick run through.
Yeah, so he's getting into Budapest while also moving another unit into Ukraine. So he's not going to lose, I guess, much this year, and he's getting to get one more center. While I think Germany might not get anything, and then Kartik, Matt Krill now is moving completely away from Kartik, so maybe he wants to try to get Turkey under control. But I think that's the kind of position where at some point Turkey is strong enough that even if almost everybody is against them, they can defend a core of 8-9 centers. And yeah, maybe Italy can try to do something about it, but it's not going to be a result for Matt Krill. It's going to be Matt Krill working for maybe Brandon getting the board top, and It seems to me that Matt Creel has spent his whole game trying to help the board keeping Kartik under control and pay the price for it. So maybe he's going to say, okay, it's time to go for a beer. I'm not here to do balance of power against Turkey, so that at 3 a.m, Brandon or Kartik can stab me for a board top. So I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like Russia has probably thrown St. Petersburg to Brandon as to punish Turkey for doing it last turn. And obviously, Brandon's also got the walk into Edinburgh, which you would imagine is agreed with England, given that England also got Liverpool guaranteed with Brandon's help. So, yeah, it looks like it's back to the position of Brandon has a friend on this board and Robert doesn't. But yeah, pushing back Turkey into the box from here would take many, many, many hours, and I don't see a reason for anyone on this board that isn't Brandon to commit that many hours into the middle of the night to do that. So Brandon's probably looking to get as much as he can as soon as possible and just win the race rather than push Turkey back from where they're at.
Yeah, or it may be that, everybody is going to say something like 10-10 and we call it a night or something like that.
Brandon is nodding along with a lot of what you're saying, except for that last statement.
In open tribute, yeah, that's not the Brandon I know.
No, but we'll see.
All right, Nikolai, give us fall 1908 here.
So Turkey is not taking anything else, but keeps Budapest. So they're going to go to 10 and be able to build. Well, Brandon is piffing the French army, but which means that he's getting away from Edinburgh. So he's not getting that center, and England will be able to build. Is that correct? I think so. He's going to get back to 3. And I think that's very good news for England. I'm not sure it's such good news for Brandon, because I think the English dots were maybe his target. So I don't know. I think Turkey is in good shape. I mean, Brandon is still in good position, but the England could decide, I'm at 3. I don't want to die, and I'm going to help Kartix to make sure that I'm not losing anything to Germany. So yeah, I mean, the game could last for a long time, but I mean, I think it depends what Kartik and Keith and Matt want to do. If they want to go and get a beer, then are going to tell the other two, okay, what do you want from there? And if somebody is a bit too greedy, and then they're going to say, okay, we are going to help the other because we want to go and get a beer. So we'll see what happens. I think now it's the diplomacy of the people who want to stop the game, and Germany and Turkey have to be careful that if they say they want to play again until 2 a.m. to get a result, the other 3 might just decide that that's not what they want.
I mean, Matt Sundstrom's obviously going down to just 2 units here, pulls another army off the board. Matt Krill only has 1 army on the board. Karthik only has 2 armies on the board. There's just a complete vacuum of armies on this board with fleets sort of everywhere for all sides. And that gives both Turkey and Germany more room to keep growing, because Brandon can now push straight into the French dots. Karthik has a horrible time defending those from here. But at the same time, Robert can just keep pushing through the Balkans, because there's just no mechanism for stopping that with this few armies to oppose him.
Yep.
All right, McCallus, 1909. Who's going to win this race?
So Robert does keep pushing through the Balkans, gets into Trieste, which was not guaranteed if Russia had cut Budapest, but it looks like Italy has once again decided that actually I may want to defend from Turkey, but I don't want to help Russia do so. So that relationship has just never happened between Brandon and Matt. Between Matt and Matt. They've just never at any point in this game been able to work together. And even now, when they're both dying to Turkey, they still can't work together as Italy walks into Vienna. Brandon has seen this vacuum of armies and has pushed a couple armies down to help, which that's good on his part. But losing Warsaw to Matt Sundstrom taking some dubious value guesses is not so good. In the West, Brandon still has England pushing forward, uses that English fleet build to force the English Channel, and gets himself into now. So in an untimed game, they've still got the ability to push all the way through France. But the question is can he push through France quickly enough? Does Karthik's made the correct guess this turn?
Mhm.
Karthik can make the correct guess again in autumn, and Turkey could be going +1, +2. Who knows? They could theoretically, if things go right for them, Turkey could go +3 this turn, and from that point, a 13-9 advantage would be very difficult for Brandon to turn back. Yes, he could play till 5 a.m. to do so, but will anybody let him? That's a different question.
Well, let's see. It looks like +2.
Yep, so he does. Robert does keep Trieste and Warsaw. Does not make a correct guess to get an Italian dot, but he goes one better. He forces a pith of the Italian fleet that's in Apulia and gets himself into Ionian behind, which means Venice is now a lock for Turkey next turn. Russia is out of the game, so those two hostile units, the only two real hostile armies that were anywhere annoying for Turkey, are now off of the board, and Moscow can be free to come and do whatever because St. Petersburg is a fleet and is only going to be a fleet for the foreseeable future. Brandon does walk into London. You would imagine that that's agreed, but if it's not, he's got big problems with that English retreat to North Sea. Yeah, this is hard to argue why this game shouldn't end in a Turkish top now, because Brandon's now got to convince everybody on this board to play for hours upon hours to reverse this Turkish position.
Well, let's get some feedback. Brandon, was that walk-in from north to London there? Was that agreed? Yes. That was agreed. All right.
Okay.
According to Brandon.
Yeah, according to Brandon, it was agreed.
Keith didn't realize it was agreed, but it was agreed.
Yep. There you go. But in lockstep, Nicola, what do we see? We've got 12-10 at this point. Where's Brandon's growth coming from if he's going to overtake the 12? Because I don't see Turkey losing centers at this point, right?
I mean, he has to take all French centers, and Kartik has done a good job defending, and so I mean, if it was really a time and limited game and everybody is ready to play for hours, I think this can happen. But even then, I mean, I think Turkey is going to, take Vienna, take Venice, and after that, they might take the rest of Italy. So I think Turkey, I mean, even if they keep playing for a long time, Turkey should win this fight, I think. So it could be like 17-17 at the end or something like that. But other than that, I think Turkey, I don't see Turkey losing if he doesn't make big mistakes.
I mean, I personally don't see a reason why the game shouldn't draw right now, because as you say, it's such a good Turkish position. There we go. Yeah, that just was the right way to do it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Brandon if it ended here because it seemed like it, and yes. So yeah, great game, Robert Chase. It was a good race.
It was a very, very good game. I mean, from everybody, I think. Kartik played well. Matt Creel played really well, because I think if Matt Creel doesn't move west, I think the Kartik run the way with the game. And we have seen that in very often people say, oh, it's the French meta, France has won, but often it's because nobody has reacted. Here Matt Creel reacted exactly at the right time, so that and then Brandon also reacted right at the right time to get Belgium. Otherwise, you get France to win games if people don't react exactly at the right time to pose them problems. And then Turkey, they played like Turkey plays. They're on the corner. They let everybody do what they do, and then they keep growing. And then at some point, they stab one, they stab the other, and then there are 12 centers, and they win.
Yeah, I mean, Robert, that term where he got the walk into Moscow and the walk into Serbia, that was a diplomatic coup, and it won him the game, and you can't say no to that. I think the real deciding factor of this game that let Turkey get that big was just that Russia and Italy could never get on the same page, and because they never managed to sort their relationship out, Turkey was the one who took advantage every single time.
Yep, it was a great game.
So apparently each Matt asked Robert to stab the other Matt. So it was Oh, that's what Robert said? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's how he justified it. Nice. Well done. Hey, you know what? You can get away with it and Boom, that's a win. So anyway, as you'll notice throughout the day, the names of the games are named after famous folks from Chicago.
I have one comment about this game I want to make, which is that our winner, Robert, got back into the game of diplomacy. He told me because he watched it on DBN.
Yeah.
Hey,
Another plug. Loving it. Jennifer Hudson, all the players here got their roots in Chicago. Jennifer Hudson, I believe American Idol was the breakout. Color Purple, and what else do I remember Jennifer Hudson from? I'm on the
Wikipedia.
Yeah. Dreamgirls. That's from David. Yep.
Not a lot of Hell, right? Also.
American Idol, right?
American Idol is where. Yeah. That's what I remember. Yeah. All right. So anyway, on to the next one. We're gonna skip. Yep, Karthik's here.
Hey.
They were just telling you how bad you did in that game.
I blame everything on Brandon.
We're good at doing that. So we're skipped. So Robin Williams, we love Robin Williams. Still some of my favorite movies. 8th Place, Illinois is Brian Pravel. Is that his? That is not his real location, but he is typically known for finishing in 8th place. So good for him. Craig Mayer, Big Sky Country. Zach Moore, former Alpha Weasel, calls himself the mayor of Chicago. When he named himself that, we had a former mayor. Now we have a new mayor. So the new mayor is not Zach Moore anymore. Ed Sullivan, who you've seen many times. Karthik played 2 boards. There were 2 players who played 2 boards in round 1. So you'll see Karthik again here. Ibercondrel, who you've seen in the background as well. Just had a great tournament in Denver about 2-3 months ago. And Katie Gray. So we'll see Katie is one of the top DBNI folks starting here. So this one we're going to kind of speed through at a faster pace. I'm not saying it's a less fun game, but we'll skip through this one a little speedily.
Am I correct in thinking this means Karthik was playing 2 boards at once?
Yeah. Am I on mute? Maybe a minute. Yeah. Karthik. Yeah. Karthik's 2 boards at once on this one. And I forgot who else played. Maletsky played 2 boards. So you haven't seen either of Maletsky's boards yet, but you will see double of David coming up in the next half hour here. So
well, extra fair play to Karthik for last game then, because doing that solidly while playing 2 at once is quite difficult.
Yep, for sure. All right, I wish I'm going to figure out how to default to reveal without reveal. All right, Nicola, on this one, let's say pick the 1 or 2 orders that stand out the most, and this one we'll flip every season as opposed to every year. Nicola, I'll give you the springs.
So pretty standard moves. I think Zach Moore supporting himself into Burgundy. I think he shows that he doesn't fully trust Ed Sullivan for good reasons, I guess. Then Craig Mayer moving Vienna to Trieste. It's not a move we see very often. Maybe he doesn't trust Kartik Konat that much, I guess for good reasons also. And then, so we see Eber moving to Ukraine, which is so it seems that he has a good agreement with Craig. So I think these would be the moves that that comes to mind, because they are not super common. Otherwise, Katie is playing. We mentioned last game that moving both armies to Bulgaria and Constantinople could make you weak against Lepanto. So I think she knows about that, and she skips Smyrna in position. So that's just to comment on this Lepanto and Turkey defensive moves in 1901.
Yeah, Moscow holds an interesting one. You've obviously negotiated the DMZ on Galicia, but not going up to St. Petersburg to do that. I'd be a bit worried if I'm Craig right now, because generally when you have a DMZ in Galicia, Austria wants to see that Russian army going north.
I agree.
We will see here. I'm curious how the stars of DBN Countdown, which a new episode should be out soon with another tournament result in the Leviathan position. We'll see how those 2 guys get together on the board as opposed to off the board.
So in the fall, so we see, Austria, Russia cooperation going as well as they could with Russia putting the fleet in Romania. So I think Craig should be happy about that. And Craig, manages to get Greece, which is good. What is a bit more surprising is Kartik, instead of convoying to Tunisia, moves his units back up. So that Craig should not like that as much. In the West, Zach takes Belgium, gets back into Burgundy, Portugal, so he's really doing very well. And Ed manages to get Holland, and he guesses right, and he supports himself into Holland. So that's pretty well played on his part. Maybe somebody told him that this convoy was happening, or maybe he guessed it. But anyway, that was very well played. And then the Moscow unit is going to Livonia, which is also quite uncommon. I think I never heard the pitch being made. If you don't give me Sweden, I'll build in Warsaw, and then with Livonia and Warsaw, I can cause a lot of trouble to you. So maybe that's part of the idea. But in any case, I think it's the fleet in Romania. I think defines a bit the East.
I mean, I look at that. The fact it's a fleet in Romania, but also Turkey pulls the fleet out, and Moscow goes to Livonia. This all smells very ratty to me. If you're planning to say piff the Russian fleet next turn, Russia puts the fleet in St. Petersburg right now. This is how you could do a pretty fast starting rat, because this is exactly what I did in VDL earlier this month, or last month now. But yeah, that's a very sort of ratty opening.
I will have our research team wonder if the weasel and the rat are in the same family here. So we will dig into that as we move on here. We'll get through the builds. 2 fleets near each other, E and F, because again, I couldn't trust those guys. Army Warsaw. So even though he did get Fleet Sweden, Army Warsaw came down.
Yeah, these are very ratty builds as well in the East.
Yeah, and we know that Ed Sullivan usually likes to play Germany allying with France. So maybe also the East decide that before England is under too much pressure, we need to be able to put pressure on Germany. So that may be the idea here.
Yep.
All right, McCallus, let's see what we got. Spring 1902.
Well, Russia might have thought that it was a rat, but the other two in the East definitely did not think that it was a rat. This is just a pretty solid AT. Katie does not get into Black Sea, so Eber, maybe that was the deal Eber said. You could probably dislodge Romania as long as we bounce in black, and then he'd pull it off the board if all the other units didn't do what just happened. So yeah, this is just a solid AT, with Italy interestingly going to Piedmont. So Karthik, not too scared of Austria at this stage of the game. More scared of Zach Moore, who appears to be saying that every unit against Ed Sullivan, even Fleet Brest, which is an achievement for France to send Fleet Brest against Germany in spring of 02, but they've managed to find a way to do it. So credit to Zach for coming up with something there.
I don't like saying, just as much as you don't like saying credit to Brandon, I don't like saying credit to Zach. Although we patched it up in our broadcasters brawl in March. Maybe I should root for the mayor.
Don't worry, Kevin. That was deeply sarcastic. Fleet Picardy is a terrible place.
I love it. Sorry, I once the wound is open, you gotta pour the salt in. So anyway, McCallus here. Give us fall 1902. I don't know what Norwegian Sea is doing, but it looks like, saying hi.
I guess that's a joke order. Perhaps it was a misorder and they didn't have a way to enter it into the sandbox. But yeah, this is just AT charging into Sevastopol. Eber. If I was Eber, I think you tap Romania here. That's just the much better way to do this and keep hold of one. So not ideal for him tactically. Craig at least has some problems coming with Germany coming into Bohemia, which can't be good news for Craig, but at least he's got rum and he's got a solid Turkish ally. Yeah, both Austria and Turkey go up one. Good news for them in the East. And in the West, Zach, having moved all of those armies and done weird things with all his units, appears to be turning around and going after Brian now, which is exactly what you'd expect of Zach Moore, because, yeah, if there's one thing we'll expect to see in this game, is Zach Moore attacking every neighbor at different points, and possibly all at the same time.
Yeah, it looks like an FG versus an AT. And the thing is, I think both Russia and Italy are going to side with the FG because they have been attacked by Katie and Craig, while FG only have to worry about Brian. So if they manage to kill Brian, it's going to be 4-on-2. So I would put my money on the FG, irrespective on who is playing what.
Yeah, I mean, the FG have the better diplomatic position, as you say, but you do have to remember that the FG have Zach Moore.
That's true.
All right. Well, FGF is building a fleet. G's kind of hanging out. And my guess is Norwegian was supposed to support Yorkshire to Norway. You might have said that. I noise got a little loud, but Brian Pravel pulls off Barents. Nicola, let's get you in the spring here.
So Zach Moore tries to convoy to Wales, but I think Brian sees it coming and self-bounces there. But he still managed to go to Irish Sea, and I think his position is improving. Ed Sullivan is, moving his armies east, and I think, you can see that he's cooperating with Russia now. So maybe, as I said, Russia will try to help either Germany or France to do something. So more surprising are that Kartik managed to get into Trieste, which is a bit unexpected. So I don't know exactly what happened, why Craig moved to Albania. I don't know if it's kind of an agreement with Kartik or if it's just something he should not have done, which I think it is. But maybe Kartik convinced them that, if they continue playing like this, it's going to be FG running the board, and they need him to stop and put pressure on Zach Moore. I don't know. That's a surprising move.
It has to be a deal, because Turkey hasn't pulled their fleets out either. Like, they had the ability to go after Ionian Sea, they've pulled back. But like you, I don't know why you would make that deal. That looks like a really good deal for Karthik and a really bad deal for Craig. And for Katie as well. Like, I just don't see a reason why you take the foot off the gas here. Karthik's not going to send every unit against France and let you walk in behind. That's Karthik's not that dumb. So this seems like Karthik just making a win diplomatically. 80 shouldn't have made that deal. For the for Eber, second turn in a row when he probably should have done something slightly different to defend. Like, Ukraine goes back to Moscow so that it can't be piffed. Now Moscow is guaranteed to go to the AT because he's taken that that defensive move the wrong way.
Yeah, I agree. In the fall, what do we see? We see Ed Sullivan getting into Edinburgh. He helped Russia into Norwegian, and he got rewarded by getting Edinburgh, and then he got himself a second reward on the side by taking Sweden. So it's win-win for Ed Sullivan, a bit less win-win for the rest of the board. On the rest, as you said, the AT managed to go into Moscow, which is a big win for them, and I guess Kartik pretends that he's playing nice, but with only one unit, he could take only one center, so there was no reasons to move Trieste away, and then tell everybody that this was a lie. So I think fantastic turn for Germany. France has not been winning guessing games for now, but their position is pretty good. And then Italy is kind of back in the game, but we don't really know where he stands. He's a bit in the middle of both big alliances, and now I think he can decide what he wants to do. But I think his only way to get back in the game is to stab Austria and get a deal with Katie Gray to to share Austrian dots. And if you have only one plan, usually that's the thing you end up doing, even if it's not great. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I still look at this and don't understand why the AT haven't gone after Karthik here. Like, even if Karthik did go west with 2 fleets and an army, he wouldn't get anything from Zach because Austria has pushed into Bohemia and has got to fight Ed because Ed is hostile to them, and that's perfectly reasonable. But it means that Ed's not going to stab Zach and go with them at this point of the game because Ed doesn't have the maneuverability to do that. It's not like, as we saw last game when Brandon was in a similar position, he got a couple of dots and then was able to stab France. That was because he had a friendly, solid Russia and an east that was all in chaos. He didn't have any units coming and putting pressure on Munich, and now there are units putting pressure on Munich, and the maneuverability diplomatically isn't really there for Ed. So I don't understand why AT aren't just taking the Italian dots, because FG are getting the upper hand completely at this stage of the game.
Karthik can be quite convincing. That's the problem. I mean, you should never trust Karthik. That's
it's a big diplomatic win for Karthik to do this, and he's got to build out of a position where he probably should have been going down. But yeah.
All right, I'm going to test. So we're getting close to the hour where the games may be forced to end. So I don't know when that's going to be. We haven't figured that out yet. We've got a system for it. It's great in its place. It's predetermined. But as the noise gets louder, I'm going to have a harder time hearing you. So I want to test the microphone settings.
We just have to be careful that the winner of the tournament doesn't come around to do a victory lap and kills all the suspense.
So we've got we've got backup cameras and set up for that too. So, and we've got Robert Chupa who's going to join us shortly. So the best part is you don't have to hear me blather on. You guys, all three of you with wonderful accents, will get to discuss the tournament together. So that'll help too. But anyway, back to this game. Winter 03, our favorite prime weasel here, Brian Pravel, losing another one, and all things Ed Sullivan on the builds. I think that's his third straight year with a fleet build.
Yeah, he had the excuse to do that because of England being in North Sea, but tactically it's much nicer for him to do that. As in FG at this stage, you probably wouldn't be able to get away with that normally, and now he had cover to do it.
Yep. Excellent. All right, McCallus, let's go 1904.
This is why AT should not have let Karthik build, because this was exactly what Karthik was going to do every single day. He just walks into the wide open Budapest. Crate sort of sees it coming and goes back to Vienna, but yeah, this is pretty bad for them, and it's great news for both FG in the West. Katie, at least it's not terrible for her. She moves up to Ukraine, goes to Sevastopol. This is probably the point in the game where Katie should be looking very closely at Moscow, at Romania, and going, sorry, Craig, you've made the mistake, and now I've got to punish you, because there's not much of a future for AT now that Karthik's in this sort of position. You probably need to switch sides. For the West, not an awful lot happens. Zach does get a walk into Liverpool though, so that's nice for Zach.
Yeah, I think indeed, Katie. I mean, because I think Craig can retake Budapest, and so it's not a disaster. But yeah, Katie should be able to take advantage of this. But maybe she's going to be too nice, and
yeah, I mean, like as you say, Craig can retake Budapest, but he's going to have all of his armies locking up his home centers. So even though he's getting stuff from like Warsaw or whatever, he's not going to be able to put any units down. The momentum's just completely gone for AT. I know they've stuck together here and they do get into Ionian Sea, but there's still not really an actual growth path. Now Zach comes into the Med, possibly with Karthik's acquiescence, possibly not. He's not really come down in full force. So yeah, I mean, this is just a brilliant year for Zach as well, who walked into Liverpool and now walked into London because ER have worked together to kick Ed out of Edinburgh. Zach gets to come into the Med and come there as a saviour for Karthik. Great year for Zach Moore all round.
Yeah, and it seems that Russia has worked with England, he has worked with Turkey to get back Moscow. I guess it's agreed with Craig, who couldn't build, so he didn't need this extra unit.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly who has been in charge of this all this negotiation, but it's pretty well done. And I think Katie is the one who's kind of winning the most here, because now she has lots of friends, and maybe out of the East, she's the only one who can top that board, and they may decide to give it to her at some point. But Stack has such a good position. I mean, this is a kind of position where I don't know how France doesn't top this board unless something wrong.
Exactly. I think Katie had to stab Austria there, get a couple of dots, and go into a race mode between her and Zach, and force Ed's hand on choosing a victor, because I don't think Ed's the sort of person who's going to throw dots directly to Zach, but Katie's now behind. She's 3 dots behind Zach, and I struggle to see a point in this game where she will ever be on parity with Zach. As you say, it will take... I mean, it is Zach, and misplays of epic proportions can happen, but it would be huge for Zach to somehow not top from here.
Yeah, I think she should have taken Moscow instead of Russia getting Moscow, and then she builds another unit, and then maybe she has enough units to be in the race. But here, even if she wanted, I don't think she can take that much. So.
Yeah, and now that Craig's defending, that she's never going to be able to walk into many of Craig's dots other than Rum, and she could have walked into Rum last turn anyway.
But Craig runs away, gives her some space. Let's see how 1905.
I mean, yeah, this is still all coming up Zach more. Karthik doesn't care that he's in the med. Zach comes further down into the med. Zach is helping Karthik defend around Venice. Looks like that was supporting Trieste up to Tyrolia. And in the meantime, Zach is walking up to Clyde, going next to Edinburgh. Ed is moving all of his armies in the other direction. Yes, there is a fleet in North Sea, which is potentially problematic, but you wouldn't imagine it would be problematic for long. I think this is still all great.
Yeah, I think Karthik played it pretty well, but he had to convince Katie to stab Craig last turn, and it didn't happen. And I think right after that, the game is kind of over. It's gonna be FG. Just running the board, and
I mean, there is a way that the East could throw the top to Ed, but that's sort of the only option that doesn't end in a Zach top.
Or if he makes kind of a couple of weak moves and Ed manages to grab a couple of centers. I mean, if it was not open tribute, I would see this game finishing in a 10-10. But given it's open tribute, one of them is going to get the win, and I think the Zach is in position to get the win more than Ed. But
yeah, I mean, the fact that Zach got Ed support into Edinburgh, despite already being ahead of Ed on centres, is a huge diplomatic win for Zach. And as you say, he has Karthik as a full-on Janissary, and Ed doesn't have a Janissary anywhere. So between the two of them, it's hard to argue against Zach. I know Ed's got St. Petersburg. Theoretically, there's ways he can take Warsaw or Moscow before the end of this game, but other than that, what else is he ever going to take?
See where we're at. Builds, wave to build for Zach. So things are coming up that good.
Yeah.
Ed walking out of North Sea. Yeah, this is fait accompli.
Yeah, and Katie is playing too nice. I mean, if she wanted to have a shot, she should talk to Ed, talk to Karthik, and if they share the Austrian centers, maybe they can do something. But maybe it's the kind of things where, if you want to get Zach out of the board top, you have to play 2 more hours, and there are other things to do. I don't know.
If Katie is going to do the stab, she isn't going to do it in spring. Like, you wouldn't do it this turn. It would be right now. You walk into, say, Budapest, Romania, and Greece, but she hasn't done it, and the chance has gone, I think.
Yeah.
Now France is in Tuscany and Ionian Sea. I know Ed has taken Warsaw, so technically it's 9-9, but it's not actually 9-9. Zach is sitting on
No.
so many centers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although
some moves from Ed. So is he trying to a little something?
I mean, he had to do something if he was the top
Yeah.
forward. The problem is he's losing Warsaw in the process. Yes, he can force Edinburgh or Belgium. There's a lot of guesses like Zach. Those waves that seem really clever. Probably, I like waving, and I probably wouldn't have waved there both years. I would have put
And
something
France
else
got
down.
2 centers in Italy, so I think it's over now.
Yeah, even though Ed has come west, it's too little too late because Zach had Karthik as a Janissary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ed takes 1 dot from Zach, while Zach takes 3 from Karthik, and Ed loses Warsaw as well. This game is over. It should draw right now.
Yeah.
And it does. Deserved result. Should have been anything different other than if Katie takes a run at Craig there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was going to be the result as soon as Katie didn't stab Craig on that turn that Karthik went into Budapest. That would have been a very different game if it was then sort of Katie, Zach, and Ed all racing for a top. But because that didn't happen, Zach just had the better position, diplomatically and tactically.
Excellent. All right. That is board C. We skip board B because we'll do a little more in-depth. Board B ending this first round. Robin Williams, my favorite movie, Good Will Hunting, my wife's favorite movie, Mrs. Doubtfire. And if you've never seen the skit on golf, we got Ryder Cup weekend here this weekend, which I believe the Europeans were dominating badly.
Yeah, it was brave of you to bring up.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, you gotta. It's current. We're DBN. We're breaking news. So, if you've never seen Robin Williams' skit on golf, it is worth the time. You don't drink anything, any kind of liquids, because you will wet your pants. On that, we're going to go from comedian to comedian. We got the players here for Bernie Mac, another classic Chicago comedian. And for classic players, we've got 3 Chicagoans on this board. Cody Green, also Fort Wayne, not too far from here. Anya Moore, no location. Do we know where Anya's from?
That is, I believe, Zach's sister playing. I think her first ever game. So I'd imagine Minneapolis as well.
Didn't know same location. We always ask. So obviously everyone knows Morgante, the original. What's it called? The virtual VDC champion, play from Turkey. We love the Turkey wins there. Everyone's favorite YouTube chat commenter, Chris Kelly, who I have a beef with over a game here in Chicago recently. Dave Moletsky, Don Glass, long time Weasel. He and I have battled in many games, and I think I've lied to him in every single one of those. Chad Carson and Cody Green, from VDL fame. So this one's going to be a fun one.
Is there anyone in Chicago that you don't have a beef with, Kevin?
I don't have a beef with. They have beefs with me because I may have fibbed a time or 2 or 10. So, and speaking of beef, Italian beef, that is going to be next year's food of choice. Last year we had the Chicago style dog. This year we've got some pizza, which I'm going to go grab a slice as you guys are on there, or as some of the New Yorkers were calling it, casserole, which forget you. And then so next year will be a Italian beef. So I have lots of beef. Hopefully Italian, not diplomacy board. So, all right, last, let me get the reveal here. Without reveal, McCallus, spring for you, fall for Nicola.
All right. Well, we have a traditional Sunstrom opening with the not Weasel Cody. I believe this is his first ever face-to-face tournament. I saw him organising his trip here on Discord. So great to see him moving from virtual to face-to-face. Always nice to see new faces doing that. And he does. He goes straight into Armenia, straight up to Bulgaria, and is rewarded by Italy making the very old-fashioned move to Tyrolia and Venice, and Austria making the even... I'm not even sure that's old-fashioned. That's just unusual move of going straight to Adriatic Sea. I know this is Anya's first game, and someone's fed her some moves that are probably not ideal. in the West, it's all a lot more standard. Yeah, everyone makes pretty ordinary moves. Good to see Morgante playing again as well, because he's somebody else who has had a pretty long break from the game. We haven't seen around so much recently, so interesting to see how he does on his return.
Well, he's getting the English where English armies go to die. Although I think that changed in our last broadcast, so we'll see if Morgante has some magic there.
Okay, so that's the East is kind of very unusual, with Turkey taking Serbia, Italy taking Greece, and Austria, at least she managed to defend Trieste. But yeah, things are not going very well for Anya. Russia manages to get the fleet in Romania and get into Sweden, so I think it's a good turn for Russia. In the West, Morgante is doing very well. He manages to get fifth unit with a convoy to Belgium with the French support. So, so yeah, I mean the position in the Balkans is quite unusual, and that's going to unbalance a bit the game, I guess.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because it looks like all of them just went to take the dots that were in front of them. There doesn't actually look like any sort of clear alliance forming between any of the three that aren't Austria that perhaps there should have been. A lot of moves diplomatically. I know Cody here, he puts down Fleet Smyrna. It looks like he's on for an RT, but Russia's put the fleet into Rum rather than the army, so not ideal from that perspective. I guess Chad has a lot of decisions on where he goes next and who he works with now.
So for the best countries, I have
Let's see it, McCall. Who do you see?
That's how it's
So Italy tries to convoy to Albania across the Austrian fleet. That's ambitious. Doesn't work. If I was Austria and Italy tried to sell that move to me, I wouldn't believe them either. So I cannot blame Anya at all for going, no, I'll cover Trieste, thank you. Turkey does pull back out of Serbia to take Bulgaria, which is not ideal. And somehow this position has actually got a bit better for Austria. Romania stays as a fleet, so there's no pressure coming from Russia yet. I know they've brought an army down to Ukraine to go after Galicia probably, but at least this is 1 year where Anya's not in any difficulty. Cody just moves out. Don moves out. I don't know. It's sort of reverting to a more normal position for the East now after the crazy spring 1901. And the West, yeah, just again, pretty standard moves. Looks like a EG setting up to attack France, but I'm guessing Morgante, that's a misorder and should have been in English Channel because, yeah, I don't know why you'd be doing that. And that's actually quite a bad loss of position for him. Gives Chris Kelly time to get France into that strong defensive position that's so hard to break down.
Yeah, but I don't know how you misorder North to English Channel and go to London when you play face to face, because
well, it's sometimes you just think you think of what you're writing and you just
I don't know, because virtually it would be very easy to make that mistake.
Yeah.
You click the wrong spot, but anyway, yeah,
I've done it. I've ordered
loss of tempo for but
there we go.
At the end, it goes pretty well for him because he managed to get St. Petersburg out of it. So yeah, so the West, I mean, things are getting pretty slow, with Morgante taking the 6th center. So I think he's the one doing very, very well here. And then let's see. So Anya manages to keep her 3 centers and move the fleet to Adriatic, which is pretty good. And the rest, it seems that Turkey and Russia finally are working together, because there is a support of Khan to Bulgaria, and then Turkish fleet is moving out to Eastern. So I think, yeah, it looks like it's going to be Russia, Turkey, and they have a pretty good position. And in the West, it's not really clear what's happening yet. But Morgante with 6 centers is early leader.
Yeah, I mean, Miletsky moving Denmark to Helderland. I wonder if that was him seeing Morgante's deliberate or otherwise misorder on London and going, Summit's up here. I expect an attack, because that move doesn't make any sense in isolation. But Beletsky is a very, very good player. He definitely would have had a reason for going there, and I would imagine that reason was him distrusting Morgante after that spring mishap. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see Beletsky switch sides here and work with France now. All right, so sort of neither. It's no one in the West is committing to doing anything, which usually means a Western triple, but Germany's not moving east either. So maybe everyone is just keeping a bit of a watchful peace there, whilst Morgante tries to mop up the rest of Scandinavia. In the east, it's quite nice for Cody. Whatever deal he has going with Anya, where Anya doesn't walk into the wide open Serbia, he's obviously done quite well to get her to agree to that, and he continues on that path. It's all going horribly wrong for Don, who now has the French dropping into the Med, loses Greece, can't take Tunis to make up for it, can't defend Ionian Sea, and can't defend Naples from the Austrian fleet in Apulia. So this game has gone very wrong very quickly for him, and with Russia having to rush up north to defend from England, it's all coming up Cody in the east.
All right, Nicola to the fall. You don't see too many times where France takes Tunis before Italy even tries for it, but here's a chance.
No, so that's really a bit strange, but I think the Italy must have been unhappy with Turkey and Russia and said, okay, I'm going to give Tunis to France, because anyway, it's coming from me, so even if I take it, I'm not going to be able to defend it long term. And he manages to get into Vienna, which is a big success, but they are losing Venice. So I think Russia and Turkey are doing very well here by using Austria as like a junior partner, and this is very effective because these units are very, very useful. And Russia is getting back St. Petersburg also, even if they are losing Sweden. So I think RT is cooperating very well. It seems to me that Turkey is a big strategic winner there, because they are getting centers, and they are not the ones who are going to have to fight on the front. And then I think maybe the Balkan centers will be Turkish at the end of the game. So I think Turkey is doing very well. And then I think Germany and England are a bit. I don't know if they were not trusting each other or something, but they have not been working tremendously efficiently. There are lots of units holding in the middle of the board, like 6 armies are doing nothing for France, England, and Germany. And if you believe you're fighting a strong RT with Austria as a junior partner, you should be moving. You should not be keeping 6 units doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is an RT where there's a 6 center Russia, and 5 of them are on the northern front, fighting for 1 dot that they currently own up there. Turkey has like full control of the entire board if they can keep Austria on their side right now. I think Chris Kelly putting Marseille to Piedmont was a very bold move that could have gone horribly wrong for him here, but because he gets the build out of Tunis, it actually gives him some forward position and influence to do something about Turkey, whilst not leaving him horrendously open to EG attacking.
Mute. I'm talking here. Chris, of all the players we were talking about in spring 1901, you didn't have a sense of alliance. Chris, I know, is a very alliance-based player. So he and David, I didn't watch this game, but I can imagine them two getting along. And so the gamble, now it's getting loud, the gamble of maybe doing this is they got along, and David blessed it, or, didn't have to worry about the attack. So. All right, Winter 03, Fleet Marseille, so still EF laying off each other. I'm a big fan. Fleet Sparta, you see RT, like great alliances. I know you always got to protect but in players where there's games with a lot of locals, this is my experience over 15 years of tournaments, you sometimes see this type of play where you either really trust someone or you don't care, and you're like, you know what, let's just do this as best as we can. And maybe that's how Chad and Cody and Anya have gotten along from the beginning. So we'll see.
But it feels a bit like a Western triple, and usually Turkey, even if they are weak, are doing well at the end. But here they're not even weak. So Western triple against very strong Turkey. Turkey should just be super happy with what's happening now.
And Dave Miletsky participating in a Western triple is the greatest thing we've ever seen on DBN. So,
I mean, he's participating for now. I'm skeptical. Like, there's so many units just sat there doing nothing. I know one army has now come south from Dave. Chris has committed 4 down there, so Chris is heavily committed to this alliance. But Miletsky, I think, could very easily turn around, and if he has, as you say, Chris is an alliance player, there's pretty solid arguments for them just taking Belgium and dropping the hammer on England right now, because England's not really getting anywhere. And even if England did take St. Petersburg, so what? What does that do? The one unit that was really annoying Miletsky was that Russian fleet in Skagerrak. That's off the board, and that means that Miletsky can do what he wants, when he wants, where he wants. The East is just.
I think the bounce in Naples in the spring of 4. I don't know if Austria and Turkey made some mistakes or didn't agree or didn't. It's a big loss of tempo. I don't know what happened there, but so far they have been all playing very, very, very well, and I think this is this could give the game to the West if when everything is said and done. If Turkey was in Naples in Ionian, or even the other way around, I think that would have been a tremendous advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if the plan was to stab Austria and like Serbia wasn't agreed upon, then you'd probably just go to Apulia and Ionian behind Austria, because Austria getting into Naples is fine. You don't care.
Time's called.
There's a bit of noise here.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Well, here, so I've got, sorry, hang on. I'm going to, since we're going to have some noise here, I'm going to go on mute and off camera. We are lucky to have Robert joining us in. Welcome, Robert.
Hello, good evening, guys.
So you've missed the fun. We're live here in the room. As you may have just heard, time has been called. So all boards are in the middle of adjudicating or will be ending. So in order to avoid spoilers, I'm going to go off screen. Robert, I'm going to have you be the MC for this one, and we'll kind of communicate behind the scenes. So I will move you up here. We'll do that. I'm going to go off, and I will be chatting with you guys, and then we got analysts, and we'll flip you guys around as we go along. But enjoy. I'm going to go on mute, and I'll keep the background photo on, so maybe you guys can see the scuttlebutt as this tournament ends. So, all right, let's continue.
All right. So I have no clue what's happening in this game. Tell me in 2 sentences what's been going on so far.
Everything in the East is coming up Cody, and everything in the West is coming up stalemate.
Okay. Good summary. So it's a stalemated Western triple. Is that right?
The last turn, Miletsky got Belgium away from Morgante, so I don't know if it's still
okay
stalemate or if
that was picked off the board, right?
So, yeah, I mean, like I said that they might do that in spring. I think there was a credible case regardless what happened, but also Morgante pulled the unit off the board, so maybe it was agreed.
Maybe, yeah.
So we see some builds: army in the West, Turkish fleet, Russian army. So I think 19-4 is the general place to play. Who do you like? So how about we do that, Nicola? Who do you favor on this board? Turkey. Michalis, any odd choices that you want to make apart from Turkey?
Sevastopol army doesn't suggest good things for Cody. I know he took Romania and it looked like it was by agreement because Russia was getting Budapest, but that build makes me actually sort of lean that maybe there's an RT war coming and it wasn't agreed. And if that's the case, I'm not sure who I'd pick between France and Germany. I may like Miletsky's position best just because I think diplomatically he has seemingly everyone sort of on side. I mean, Army Kiel suggests that Belgium was agreed. I can see Miletsky very easily mopping up behind while everybody else fights each other.
Okay. Brave pick to pick Germany in Western Triple. Let's see what the spring has in store for us, I'd say. Can we get some moves? I'm not sure if Kevin will give us moves. I cannot move this forward, unfortunately. I don't know if Kevin knows that. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin.
We have moved.
Do you do one season at a time, or how are you going?
Yeah, I've been
one
doing
season.
spring and Nicola's been doing autumn.
Okay, then go ahead, Michaelis. Tell us what you see.
So I see that Cody did indeed have a problem with that Sevastopol build as Russia drops down to Armenia. But at the same time, Budapest supports Cody forward into Trieste. I guess that just gets those armies further away from him, maybe. Or maybe there's some sort of weird swap going on. I don't know. Black Sea and Armenia is just a couple of weird moves with neither of them going full force into each other. Meanwhile, France just walks into Naples, and for the second game in a row, we've seen France just walking into all the Italian dots. And Miletsky is moving away from him as well, but still not committing against Russia. Miletsky's playing a very patient game, and I think this is actually going to work out quite well for one of France or Germany, but I still can't see which of them is going to come out on top.
Okay, Italy seemingly janissarying for the West. Has that been the case before?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Austria on their way out. Let's see what fall will bring us. Nicola.
So yeah, I think Michaelis was right. Russia wasn't happy, and this is going well for the Western Triple. They are getting lots of dots. So Morgante gets St. Petersburg, France got Naples, Chris got Naples, and Italy is retaking Trieste with Russian help. So yeah, Russia is really not happy. So my pick of Turkey, I think I kind of misread the diplomatic situation there. Maybe they can still work something out with Russia, saying, if I disband my Ankara fleet, will you stop there and we can work together? Otherwise, they're going. The West is going to run these boards. I don't know.
What are we making of England taking St. Pete with a fleet?
Yeah, I was just about to mention that's a clear diplomatic gesture to somebody. The fact that Finland and Norway are both there, it doesn't usually suggest good things for Germany, but Germany is, because they've never committed after Warsaw and they have all those units there, they're not at all vulnerable. It's still a very difficult stab for Morgante, so maybe now that Miletsky moves back to Holland, maybe the plan is still to go after Chris, lull him into a false sense of security. He's got Roman Naples. He's probably building another unit, but he's got a very difficult time justifying any unit that isn't Fleet Marseille in this position. Someone is going to have the hammer dropped on them soon.
But maybe it was also an agreement with Russia. Russia is saying, okay, take St. Petersburg, but with a fleet. Otherwise, I'm not going to keep attacking Turkey because everything I get in the south, you get in the north. So maybe that was the deal. I don't know.
Makes sense, yeah. Okay, let's see what we'll see. There's a fleet built by England. Army Paris by France. That is interesting. Doesn't seem like a unit that will help the triple much. Fleet Venice. That is fun. And yeah, Ionian is pulled. Goodbye to Anya Moore. Thanks for playing. So maybe the days of the triple are counted. What do you think?
I see why Chris has done this. It's the defensive build. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think Morgante is going to have a lot more trouble justifying Fleet Edinburgh in a Western triple. That's not a build that either Germany or France can like unless they know that Morgante is about to drop the hammer on the other, or they think they know Morgante is about to drop the hammer on the other.
Quite possible that that's the case. Let's see if he does that. Or okay, well, he walks into Sweden. Michaelis, what else do we see? It looks pretty arranged, doesn't it?
I mean, it's completely arranged. I question why it's arranged. Miletsky has moved on Chris, so maybe it was Miletsky thought that Morgante was going to come down into Channel, and Morgante had said, right, well, I need Sweden to put a fleet in Liverpool, but I'll come down and help you attack France. So maybe that was the agreement, and Morgante just didn't follow through and decided to stick with France. Chris, this was very brave to not pull any fleets back, having got those Italian dots already. I would have been strongly tempted to have a fleet in Western Med here, but he's not been punished. Morgante didn't go to Channel, and now he gets to come in and take position. And with Turkey and Russia still fighting each other and Italy throwing everything to the east, Chris Kelly is walking into whatever he wants behind. He's probably got Venice this turn. He's definitely got room to go after Greece in 1907, which is not something France gets to do very often. This is great news for Chris Kelly.
Okay. And in the fall, we see more RT conflict. Nicola, what else comes?
Yeah, there is, but maybe they've come to an agreement now because you see Russia supporting, Turkey supporting Romania, and so maybe they came to an agreement that they don't want to lose more to the rest of the board. And we see Morgante moving against France. So maybe that was, the price of. Chris is. I would have that turn. Now that I have Ionian, I would have put a unit back, a fleet back, because bad things can happen. Right now, what we need to understand is how the players want to end these games. Do they want to play 2 more hours or not? I think this is a social tournament. It's not a DeepCon or WDC, and from what I heard, there were lots of social events organized with lots of food and drinking, and so I think most players would want to take advantage of this. So I think this is a point of the game where they are starting discussing how do we end this, and it seems Morgante doesn't want to end it here, but the others have started to think about how to agree to an end game soon. So we'll see.
And there's another English fleet by Morgante. Italy builds again. That's a fun position to build twice in a row when you only have one home center left, but you can build in it twice in a row. So interesting. Italy sort of researching a little bit. Tell us, Nicola, I suppose you have played quite a bit, or at least a few times, with Dave Miletsky. From what I heard, he's a very diplomatic player. How do you think would he approach this end game? I don't know if we can call it an end game yet.
I think his competitive days are a bit behind him, so he's playing more like socially to have fun, and so I think he's gonna try to get an end game organized where he doesn't have to play until 2 a.m, and maybe also he doesn't like to be stabbed or lied to. So if Morgante did something that was not agreed upon, he may try to punish him. But he has very good understanding of what's going on. So I think he may be the key player in what's going to happen in the end game.
Yeah, aside from it's now fact that Nicola thinks that Miletsky is old and past it.
No, I'm not saying. I think if he wants to win, he has still everything he needs to. I think he doesn't come to tournaments for now trying to win and putting all the. Yeah. But if he wants to win, he's one of the most dangerous player on the board. But from what I heard from him and what I saw him do in the last 3-4 years, he's not as competitive as he used to be, and he's here to have fun more than to top boards. But he's completely capable of topping boards when he wants to.
Yeah, he did the same sort of thing at Dixie earlier this year. I played with him in the final game, and he didn't really attack anyone. He didn't have to. He walked into a couple dots here and there and just sat and let other people fight for the top. And he may well play the same way here. Morgante is committed against France, and Miletsky hasn't committed with him. The fact that this is all happening, and if Miletsky does carry on doing nothing, it does open the door again for Cody, and he's back out of the box. He's back into Ionian Sea, as we see now. If he fight and can't get the upper hand for one of them, it's definitely possible for Turkey to still top this board. The question is how long the game goes on and whether that's allowed to happen by Russia and Italy.
Yeah, we see the fall moves here. England pushing forward around the horn, setting up. Yeah, really, and in the east, quite a bit of nothing really, apart from Ionian, right?
Yeah, But this is it. If Miletsky won't commit against France, Morgante has a lot of problems getting centres at all quickly. If Miletsky is just going to sit there and do what he did at Dixie and just do nothing, essentially, this is going to be a long game for Morgante to get a board top and hope that nothing changes in the east and lets Turkey go at the same pace.
And Ukraine moved to Moscow, so now, I mean, technically, he cannot defend both Sweden and St. Petersburg. So if the rest of the board tell Morgante, okay, we want to have beer, I don't think he can say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably. And
they want beer.
Oracle Nicolas Sarugay. Yeah. Okay. So actually, that's a great diplomatic win by Chris Kelly. I don't know how much was his work, but being able to convince the whole board to draw while you're the lone topper as France, when you have English fleets and English Channel, Mao, and Western Med, that is quite something.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Miletsky playing how Nicola and I had said Miletsky plays a lot recently. Is he wasn't trying for the board top. He was there. I know he filled in the game he wasn't intended to play in the first place, and he didn't want to commit. And as I said, if Morgante had the position to eventually get probably centres from Chris, assuming that Chris had to defend his Italian dots as well, but it would have taken forever. And maybe that move to Moscow was a sign that the East weren't going to tolerate that, and now it was a case of draw Morgante. Everyone says you have to.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if his position is nice, but if nobody will help him, what can he do? France is so defensible. We say that over and over again, and we see it here again. If France is vulnerable, it's certainly not in their home center region unless England and Germany come for them together.
Yeah, I mean, like, if France doesn't have to worry about Burgundy, Marseille, whatever in the slightest, Morgante's only option is to bring probably all of those units around. Norwegian has to go to north. You have to convoy an army to Gascony at some point. Getting there by guesswork. This is a horrible position to do quickly.
Yep. And as you pointed out, I mean, if Germany and Russia want to draw here, they can just say, if you vote this down, we know you will go for Sweden and St. Pete at the same time and figure out how you will crack France with having to pull one at the end of this year.
Yep.
All right. So we have board 1B, it seems like. John Cusack, do we know what the topic is of those board names? I'm sorry, I'm asking all the stupid questions that have been answered already.
The people from Chicago.
People from Chicago, okay. I'm of course, my knowledge about people from Chicago is very vast and big, and I mean, so of course I know who that is, but everybody knows already, so I don't need to tell anybody. But I can tell you about the players in this game. In Austria, we see Ian Rudnick from Boston. England, DBN's own Adam Silverman. In France, we see Johnny Gillam. It seems Dave Miletsky was playing two boards at once in Germany. Then we have Paul Pignati in Italy. Russia is Stephen Hogue, longtime virtual and also face-to-face player lately for the past few years. And Saren Kwok, latest champ of the last virtual tournament, the Summer Classic, in Turkey. So that is quite a board. Nicola, any particular matchups or something like?
I think she's also the reigning Weasel Moot champion. Is that right?
Yep.
So yeah,
true.
She has big targets on her back, and she's Turkey, so might be. And she had also quite an adventure with Ian Rudnick on the top board of the last Summer Classic. So maybe there is some history there. And in the West, in the West we have some big names. So Dave Miletsky, when he's asked to play a game, he's playing two instead. So that's
if you give them a finger, they will take the hand, right? You're willing to play one, play two.
He's playing Germany in both games, so he may even be confusing who he's talking
to.
Yeah. And
that's actually challenging.
England and France, Adam and Johnny are like two very, very strong players. So we'll see what happens. So once again, we see France supporting himself to Burgundy, so very defensive moves. England is playing very standard. Germany is playing standard. And So I think Italian moves are quite, moving both to Apulia and Naples. It's kind of very, very strange. I mean, usually it's not going to make such a big difference because I think they are going to convoy one to Tunis and the other one is going to stay there for. It's very friendly to Austria. And then, we see Turkey doing the defensive move by keeping Smyrna in place.
Italy wants to convoy both of them. You're completely wrong, Nicola. You will convoy one to Tunis and one to Greece, both via Ionian. Don't you know anything about this game? Stupid Nicola. Jesus.
You did miss last game Italy trying to convoy Venice to Albania via an Austrian fleet in Adriatic in 02.
Oh, that sounds great.
Austria didn't go with it.
So what is Austria and the other ones going with in this term? Michalis, now faults are yours for this one because we have to switch it up compared to the last one.
Yep. So this time we see Stephen Hogue putting the fleet in Romania, which has been very common. We've seen that quite a few times so far in this tournament. This seems to be the sort of move of the day. Doesn't look like Turkey was expecting that to happen. So given the Bulgaria support the army down, this is either some clever theatre by Seren saying, no, there's no rat, or this is, this is an AR setting up to attack Seren, quite possibly, with Italy on board. We'll see if that bad blood between Ian and Seren from the top board is there, or if Ian is forgive and forget kind of guy. Meanwhile, in the West, Johnny Gillam is a one-build France in 1901 for reasons I don't entirely understand. Yes, he's in Ruhr and Burgundy, but okay. England bounces Holland, so it's a terrible year for Dave Miletsky as well. This West has just come up Adam Silverman. Pretty much.
Yeah. It's interesting to decide that neither of the two will take Belgium if they work together. But I guess Adam didn't want to see a France with supposedly 3 builds. Now they only have 1, and Johnny didn't want to see a 2-build England. Builds, we see a fleet by Germany and England. Interesting. I mean, if Germany's on the back foot, some people would opt to put an army into Berlin there because, if EF is coming for you, Fleet Berlin doesn't do you that much good. What would you have preferred there, Nicola? Would you have built the army?
I've been in that position before. I always build a fleet.
Yeah, just to have flexibility.
You need
and
Denmark to cover Heligoland, and the other one you can put in Baltic for position. And if Russia wants to kill you, then 3-on-1, you're going to die anyway. While with a second fleet, maybe you can make yourself useful. But the CF is going to be hard to stop.
Okay, spring moves. Yeah, that is your territory, Nicola. Let's go.
Yeah, so it seems that Russia doesn't want to help, so that's going to be a disaster for Germany. But I mean, what can you do if everybody attacks you and you're Germany? You're going to die, and then you can focus on the other game or something else. Now the convoy to Belgium is working. France is in Munich, Ruhr, Burgundy. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the game starts wrong when you're Germany, and then there isn't much you can do. But if I was Russia, I mean, I don't see exact. I mean, unless that's something that's agreed with Maletsky, but I doubt it. But yeah, I don't know. If I'm Russia and I see an EF, I think it's really, really dangerous to not, to attack Germany unless you have no other plans. In the East, so it seemed that Austria doesn't really. I mean, he's working with everybody. So he's working with Italy against Turkey. He's working with Turkey against Russia. So it's not exactly clear who is working with whom, but it seems Ian is doing that. He's attacking a bit everybody, and once his position has improved, he can renegotiate and get even better deals. And it seems that it's working for him. So we'll see how it goes. For Seren, I think at least she's weakened a bit Russia, and there seems to be a war between Russia and Austria. So at least it shouldn't be 3-on-1. And if you're Turkey and it's not 3-on-1, you have a chance, even if Italy is coming.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
Oh,
it's a
sorry.
pretty big tactical win for Seren to get that Russian fleet that was in Romania off the board, because now she can flip and work with Russia quite easily, whereas while that was there, it was really difficult for RT to work together because Russia just couldn't offer anything useful. And I also want to call out Italy going to Piedmont. I think that was a really clever move when you see a fast growing EF. You forced Johnny, as you see right now, Johnny has to cover Marseille. It means Fleet Marseille isn't being built. And yes, Paul has an Austrian problem, so it's not all good news for Paul, but he has at least not got a French problem anytime soon. France has to put the fleet into Portugal. France doesn't have the ability to threaten him for a year. So that one little move that looks inconsequential actually has drastically improved his position on one front. It hasn't worked so well on the other front, where Seren, it's sort of diplomatically pulled off a masterstroke, gets to piff the Italian fleet, which does get to be rebuilt. So that's quite clever again by Paul. And Ian walked back out of Romania to attack Austria, which is brave. I'm not too sure I'd have done that if I was him. It looks like Ian's playing for a rat, and this is a very scary rat with Russia supporting themselves back into Rum. The West, meanwhile, as Nicola said, there's a reason why Russia probably shouldn't attack Germany as part of an EF, and this is why they do keep hold of Sweden, but they lose Denmark to a piff. France, what a year this has been for France and for Adam, but France gets Kiel and Munich in 1902. I can't remember the last time I saw that happen this quickly.
And Portugal.
Yeah, this is incredible turn for Johnny, and a pretty good turn for Adam as well, who also gets Holland, gets to build 2, and has really strong position to keep pushing forward as well.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the East is kind of reacting. Maybe Seren is telling the rest of the board, if we don't stop the EF, they're going to crush us. But it looks a bit like it's going to be 2 countries in the West sharing at least 17 centers, and 3 or 4 countries in the East sharing 17 centers. So I don't see how the West doesn't win this battle.
Yeah,
Someone comes along.
as long as they don't squabble now, it's very much EDF's hands to see that one of them should top from here.
Yeah. So we see an army and a fleet for each of the EF. Fleet South Coast for Russia, so they still want to be anti-German, it seems. Not the most anti-EF build, probably. Fleet for Italy, another army in Moscow. And let's see what's happening in the spring turn. Johnny can't even build all of them. So, Nicola, what do we see? The EF marches on, right?
Yeah, the EF marches on. So Berlin is falling, Denmark is falling. I mean, it's just incredible, and yeah, the armies are moving west. It seems that Ian and Seren have decided that Russia was not really useful anymore, and that they needed to share their dots so that they would get maybe better position, because anyway they were going to lose Sweden, St. Petersburg, and we're not going to. Well, maybe the diplomacy broke down with Stephen Hogue, and he didn't want to commit fully to go to the line. I don't know, but yeah, it seems that Stephen Hogue is going to disappear pretty quickly, and this is going to give some dots to Austria and Turkey, maybe Italy, because it seems that they are back to being friendly with Italy, so that they can set up a line somewhere. But as I said, even if it's 3 against 2, it's going to be at least 17, maybe 19 centers for the EF, and the other 3 are going to be at 6 or 7. So someone from the EF is going to win this game, and maybe it's the first one who kind of successfully stabs or successfully gets in a position where he has a big advantage on the other.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I believe it was last game or maybe the game before, we saw an AT that didn't take the momentum when they had the chance. They held off of Karthik, and when Karthik was playing Italy, and held back. And for the second game in a row, like, you're attacking Russia now. Why weren't you doing this last turn? If you did this last turn, your position is so much better. If you're going to race an alliance on the other side of the board, you can't afford to not take the dots on your quadrant. The East, by default, the East has one more player than the West does, so you're always losing by default. And if you give up the momentum as well, the West will resolve quicker, and the West has resolved quicker. This game is not looking good for anyone in the East. I would say that for Stephen, I don't think he's actually completely out of this yet, because I see a lot of reasons for Italy to work with him here, having already been lied to by an AT. I think Italy siding with them is a very short-term outcome that probably doesn't work for him. So that there is perhaps reason for Italy to try and work with Russia.
But whatever happened in the East, it's good for the West, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about Italy working with Russia, Michalis.
Yeah, it's Italy walks into Trieste and Albania as they probably should. Like, I wouldn't trust the AT after what they did. They're sort of in a lose-lose scenario though. You're Italy. You've got a strong alliance on one side and a strong alliance coming down on the other. This game doesn't go well for Italy regardless. But you may as well take down Austria for not working with you against Turkey, because if the AI had killed Turkey quickly, there was a defense against this. They didn't, and now there isn't. France comes into the mid with all force. France gets Berlin in 03 and into Silesia. England's into Kiel with a fleet, which is actually really useful for forcing Baltic Sea. Russia, even though they now finally seem to be trying to work possibly with Germany, it doesn't matter. They've lost Sweden to that last remaining German unit. And the AT don't get into Sevastopol because they couldn't guarantee it, because they're a year behind where they should be on their schedule. This is just all EF still.
Yeah, it seems like Ian didn't really pick his direction. He had this great position in the beginning, and then he sort of went after each of his neighbors and didn't really do any of those properly, pulled back again. And then, yeah, it's kind of not gotten him very far. And now he's in a bad position. Not totally out of it, but really not a nice position.
I mean, the EF position in 1903 is just incredible.
It's insane.
I mean, it's insane. And
yep. Fleet build, army. I mean, Fleet Brest is a little bit, keeping England in check, but that is perfectly reasonable, I'd say. I mean, he would be very, very open to an English step if he had built Fleet Marseille. So that's, I think, perfectly fine with Adam. And yeah, Italy builds a fleet, so they're probably saying, okay, yeah, sure, I needed that dot, but now I'm defending. Let's see if they keep fighting Austria. It doesn't seem to be very fruitful. But yeah, they're trying to pull back, right? They're convoying back already, so maybe they're trying to make a deal here.
I mean, what I would say is, yes, Fleet Brest is there and maybe EF fight, but if I'm EF, this is 1904. We're in a position that should be 1907, really. So I look at this. I'm already across the stalemate line, basically at Silesia. I'm into the Med. If I'm either of EF, I don't want to stab, because this is a game that, being untimed, can be soloed. And if you've crossed the stalemate line early on, while the other side of the board is still in complete chaos, that is how you solo. So if I'm either of England or France, I'm just pushing forward as fast as I can, as much as I can, and let's see how far I can take this. Because even if you don't solo, this is how, like, 16, 17 center board tops. EF, if they fight each other, yes, one can get the jump on the other, but it's usually just for a couple centers when there's been a solid EF. Neither of them gets a devastating stab to top the board if they're played remotely, like, competently. Someone has to screw up pretty badly for one to get a devastating stab after an EF that's crushed Germany. So you look at that, stab each other, you're looking at a 10, 11 center board top. You're not looking at a potentially tournament winning 16, 17, 18 center board top.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, if it was a very prestigious tournament where a solo gives you a world championship or a DeepCon title, maybe that's. But if you can ensure yourself a solo board top with 12 or 13 centers, and the game is not going to last until 3 a.m, I don't know. I might take it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I don't think
I think at the
France
speed
has
that this is,
such an easy stab, but if I was Adam, I would once I have St. Petersburg and Sweden, I would be looking at a stab. Maybe I'm not sure I would do it, but if it's there, I mean, the worst case scenario is you top the board with 12 or 13, and if something goes wrong, and if the East keeps fighting, you can even get more. I don't know. I think
you want to get
I mean
enough.
your pitch was really good, and I think if you want a solo, the kind of start of the game where these kind of things can happen, but
yeah, and they keep moving forward, right,
wow.
Michalis?
Yeah, I mean, being in Baltic, this is what I expected Kiel to do. Just go straight to Livonia, just go straight to the line. And what I would say is the problem with going for the sort of 10-11 centre top, having stabbed your ally here, is that Turkey can beat you if Turkey wins the East doing that. If you're on 14-15, Turkey's not beating you.
Yeah.
But I believe this is your turn.
Nicola, when will you win Weasel Moot? Give us a prediction. You were good with predictions earlier.
I've never played Weasel Moot, I think so.
That's the reason why I never won it. I mean,
I've played in Chicago when it was the World Championship. I don't know if it was called Weasel Moot at the same time. For sure, I haven't won it. So, but yeah, maybe one day. I mean, now that I hear that there is a pizza at lunch, I might be
tempted. The famous French cuisine, pizza. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What do we have in Fall of 4? Did we talk about all of this? We have AT going for Russia, EF pulling forward. So it seems AIT is trying to set up the line now. But it will be difficult. I mean, Galicia is under fire already. Let's see if they can manage it in time. If we look at the winter position, let's see where we are at and wait for the builds to play our little game of who do you like. I guess the two of you can think already if you like England or France better. I think we can move forward into winter, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean these moves are just EF moving and AIT moving. Like there's not a lot to really comment on here. The Kiel to Livonia convoy is the big move that didn't necessarily. Well, it didn't have to happen, and it has, and it just shows that they're both fully on board this. Take as much as possible.
Probably Ionian retreating to Eastern Med is the most interesting thing in terms of strategy and alliance. Like that doesn't seem like Italy being totally fine with Turkey taking Ionian. So maybe actually it's rather AT than AIT, which makes it even harder to stop EF, right?
Well, Italy has a disband, and if Italy is on board with the stop EF, that is the unit that's coming off anyway. If that unit does not come off the board, then AT have a huge problem.
Oh yeah, guess what? So Tunis is being pulled. That clearly is saying, Paul is saying, Ian, Sharon, you have stabbed me one too many times. That was not agreed. Screw you. I'm gonna mess with your game rather than defending against France. Austria builds an army. We have England at 8, France at 7. Michalis, who would you want to be? Which power at this board? Who would you take to that 18 centers you've been talking about?
So I was here preparing a big speech about how England always has the better stab in an EF, and France is the one who has to commit and fight harder against Italy. Blah 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 blah. And now I've seen those disbands, and all of a sudden it's a lot more interesting, because if Italy is actually on board with France or cares less about France and is going to go after AT, then the door really, really opens up for France. We've already seen how Zach topped a board tonight because Italy just fought AT and ended up letting France walk into all their dots. It could strike twice. England has 2 dots easily at their disposal, and after that has a slog to get more without French help or without a stab. France potentially has more growth, so I'm going to lean towards Johnny right now.
Yeah, if I'm England, I would be very, very, very scared, because if France is getting a couple of Italian dots, then he's in position to solo even without doing much. So if I was England, I would try to take Sweden and St. Petersburg next year, and then I would try to think about, how can I make sure that France is kept under control. So if I'm Adam, I'm thinking, okay, maybe I need to stab, not because I want a big result, but because I don't want the game to go too long with France having such a big strategic advantage on me, because if it continues and France gets the 3 Italian dots, it may be dangerous for England.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't done it, but I would have been in Adam's position, really strongly tempted to go to Channel now. Just a case of, as we said with Brandon in that first game tonight, if you don't stab now, are you going to get another opportunity? And if France is walking into all of these dots, is England ever going to have a good stab on France again? I mean, France, not only are they walking into Tunis, they're walking into Warsaw in 1905. This is craziness. And Wardy in the comments says, if that is what happens, then haven't AT brought it on themselves? Yes, they did this because they didn't follow through on that Russia attack early on. They never, this AT never secured the East, and now they have an angry Russia and an angry Italy working against them, whilst EF just charge across the board. And
but I think France wants to keep the EF going for as long as they can.
Absolutely.
Well, I think maybe Adam needs to think about is there a way to change the dynamic of the game? Because if France is allowed to take 2 Italian centers, rebuild, and is not stabbable anymore, I mean, at some point, I mean, they have everything they need to solo. So,
but if Adam is looking to solo, I mean, he's gone for the staff. He's done it now. Fair play.
Yeah, right.
Looking to solo, this isn't actually the way to do it. So this game is probably not going to solo now.
So, Mikhail, tell us, if for newer players watching, why is soloing as England from this position with stabbing now not super likely or kind of hard to do? What's the point there?
So it's just a game of count dots. So England, they already have 8. They're in Sweden, St. Petersburg. They have 10. Berlin is 11. Brest, Paris, 12, 13. What else are you getting? Portugal, Spain, if things go well, that's 15. England, to get 18, is looking at Warsaw, Moscow. They're looking at Marseille, which is just not going to happen from this position unless the East just abdicates all responsibility for this game. The only way England can really get to 18 dots is by someone throwing it to them now. Whereas if the EF had stuck together, had pushed through Warsaw and Moscow, I mean, that's when EF start going to Budapest. They start going to Romania, Sevastopol, to crazy positions, which we've seen in VDL. We've seen EFs that have just charged across the board and done that. And then both of them have the ability to solo. But from here, Adam is playing for a board top, but not a solo.
Yeah.
And Johnny losing Warsaw, it means he's actually not building this year. But because he's pulled it off the board, he gets to rebuild and isn't completely open.
Yeah, that's kind of key. But still, he's in a vulnerable position. Adam will build 3, goes up 3 up to 11. So yeah. Russia is back into Warsaw.
I think, Johnny maybe was aware that this was a possibility, but he said, okay, if Adam doesn't stab, maybe I have a shot at the solo, and that's maybe what he took. And sometimes in this kind of tournaments, if you want to win tournaments, you need to take risks. And here, Adam had these moves, but if he doesn't, and he plays one more season with Johnny has maybe a shot at a solo, and I think that's maybe the risk he took. And
Adam has gone for the board top now, but Johnny, because he gets that rebuild, he also actually has a huge diplomatic advantage right now, because AT can't attack Johnny. If AT want anything other than a massive English board top, they have to essentially give Johnny all of those Italian dots. Because otherwise, the only result is Adam topping by miles. So even though Johnny's been stabbed and Adam's got the upper hand right now, if there's a board-wide reaction to we want something other than a solid English top, then this is actually still doable for Johnny, just because everyone's going to have to give him dots to let him build to defend from England. And that this is still, even though EF have now stabbed each other, this is still terrible for AT. There's still not a path to an AT board top unless some absolutely insane shenanigans happen. Their alliance has never caught up. They've taken Sevastopol now. Woo! They should have done that 4 years ago. Yeah.
In 1901, right?
Wow, 1902. But yes, they're still behind the curve.
Yeah.
Ooh, Brest. What a nice move to figure out that this is what Adam would do. He may be a little bit too greedy on his convoys, gets a little stuck in his advance there. France moving back, not going for Italian dots just now, even though Austria might put them into one. And yeah, I mean, pretty much what you predicted, right? AT will go north and try to get Warsaw and Moscow. Let's see if they will attempt to take Italian dots.
I mean,
yep.
Just there, I mean, Adam lost the guessing game on Picardy, but for example, if he had outguessed and convoyed to Brest, I think then the position
that
would have collapsed. So I think, even if we were saying, it's just for a board top, I think if he had outguessed and taken Brest there, it's not clear why the position was so easy to defend. But it seemed that the rest of the board has reacted to try to make sure that this doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, we might even see a draw sometime soon, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, if you're not going to react and give France everything to combat England, then the game may as well draw. They have put France into Naples, but France has built Fleet Marseille. I know that they kind of need to bring fleets around, but actually, it's 3-on-3 at Mao at the moment. There's an English army in Burgundy, which is a huge problem.
I think this is rather Johnny maybe trying to sell Adam, hey, you're not gonna have an easy time breaking me. How about we get back together? I'm not sure if that will work. I mean, if he moves into the Med again, that's very dangerous. But no, he's not really doing that, right? Michalis.
Austria is going off to Turkey, so things have changed in that regard.
Wow.
Ian has decided that, and to be fair, I can't actually blame him for it. Like, if you're not attacking France, what else are you going to do? I don't really see how this doesn't lead to Adam topping, but maybe Austria can get the advantage. Like, if England supports him into Moscow here, and then he takes Romania. Maybe this works out okay for Ian.
Yeah, they figured it out. I mean, either it was a fake in the beginning, or they've moved back, and Saren has convinced him that this won't work. So Turkey takes a dot, Austria takes a dot.
The problem
is Adam takes Munich.
Yeah,
that's nice.
This game should draw now.
I think so too.
But I think Johnny might be also starting to get a bit annoyed with the AT and you're taking centers from me and.
He's lost Munich because Austria tried to stab Turkey, and he's lost Naples because Turkey has just taken it.
It's
this
notable.
Is a situation where if you're Johnny, where you start telling AT like either this game draws or I will throw the rest to England.
Yeah, which is sometimes the best time to secretly vote down as England. But I mean, notable that France retreated to Bohemia rather than rebuilding a defensive army in Marseille or Paris. That's kind of interesting.
They don't get to rebuild because they've lost 2 anyway. So
okay, my bad. Yeah, sorry, I thought they were even. Yeah, okay, no, then that's not that notable. Unless they keep it, which they actually do. So maybe he's saying actually to Adam in England, AT will just get everything. But I'm not sure if Adam cares, because how they're going to catch him just by taking Rome and Tunis.
I mean, there is a path where AT can outnumber Adam if Johnny throws them Tunis and Rome and Spain and Marseille and all of that, and Adam is stuck at, let's say, 14 centres from Brest and Paris. But that's unless one of AT threw all of their dots to the other, why would Adam care? That's dots that are split between the pair of them, while he has all of them himself.
And that's the draw. So congratulations to Adam Silverman. Just a very nice and clean game as England. I mean, nothing spectacular, no push for a solo, as we said, but just like a wonderful EF, got Steven as Russia on side to help him and Johnny carve up the West. And then, as we said, probably the right stab at the right time. Maybe not in terms of, having the shot at the solo, but Johnny would have been very, very dangerous. And yeah, maybe AT a little bit too optimistic in the East. I know that Sharon often negotiates from a position of much, much confidence, which is, I think, one of her biggest strengths. But sometimes maybe she also is overestimating her ability to get somebody else to fight. And, maybe that's kind of
maybe the fact that they played an important game like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they had some kind of history. They couldn't trust each other early in the game when they should have, and they lost a bit of tempo. And sometimes, I've rarely seen the West resolve so quickly with EF being in Silesia and taking all the German centers by the end of 1903. It's not always easy to resolve your side of the board so quickly. It's just a bit of bad luck when the West moves so fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I'd say for Adam, this is round 1. If this is round 2, the solo push is a lot more tempting, but round 1 soloing doesn't win you the tournament. If the rest of the players go, oh, they've soloed, we've got to kill them immediately in your other games, there's still a path to losing. Whereas a decent result in round 1 and a solo in round 2, you basically say, right, either you've got a solo in the timed round that's round 3, or I've won the tournament. And so it's different mental calculations about whether to stick with the alliance and play for that, play for the 18 or for the huge across the stalemate line play. And so Adam's decided, I'll take a solid board top, and you can't blame him from a tournament perspective either. If this was round 2, I think the solo would have been a lot more tempting. That's certainly how I went into DixieCon, is get a good result in round 1 and a huge result in round 2, and that's a way to win a tournament that's 3 rounds, whereas the huge result in round 1 is a way to paint a huge target on your back.
But it was still good enough to put him in the lead of the tournament with Robert Chase, so not bad.
Yeah, so the West cleaning up as quickly as it did maybe 2 boards for David Miletsky help push that. You can always use that as a strategy. Hey, he's playing 2 boards and distracted. Let's take advantage and do it. So worked out well. I had Johnny next to me as we were discussing, and he kept pointing at the screen as he was listening to you guys go, yes, yes, no, But he enjoyed it. He goes, I don't remember that. That was like 20 hours of diplomacy ago. So a good recap. Thanks, guys. So here's where we are. Round 1. 4 tops, 4 lone tops, as you were talking about with Open Tribute, the push for that open top. And Adam and Robert, and Zach all within 1 center of each other on there, 10 points. So a good start. And you guys, I know, Robert, you just joined us not too long ago. Michalis, Nikolai, you want to take one of you guys this time, one of you in the next one?
Sure.
All right, we'll drop Michalis for here, and we will get to round 2. So that was John Cusack. Yes, all of these are Chicago knowledge, high fidelity, and a very, very big Chicago Cubs fan, of which I am. And I'm sad that they absolutely collapsed on their way to the playoffs this year. Now they will watch at home, just like I will. All right. Round 2, Pete Wentz. So round 2 started last night, Saturday night, 6 p.m. So those longer games, I think we had one in 1910 that lasted pretty long. So one kind of butted up pretty close to it. A couple of the other ones ended early. So we'll have to remember. Maybe I'll go back and look to see who would be pushing it without too much of a break. But this board has Chicago written all over the East. Ed Sullivan is a Weasel, not in location, but certainly in heart. In Austria, Anya Neuer playing in England. Stephen Hogue, who I met in person for the first time, which was awesome. In France, Johnny Gillum in Germany, and then a trio of actual Weasels, both in heart and location. Chris Kelly, Brian Pravel, Matt Sundstrom, who have surely played a couple dozen in-person games against each other in the matter of 3 months. We used to play monthly in-person games at bars on Wednesday nights, and those 3 guys lived at the bar for a good 4 or 5 years before the pandemic shut us down. So this one, I can't wait to see how it goes.
All right, everybody.
Oop. I'm gonna go on mute for a second here.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Johnny was in that EF we just saw, and Stephen Hogue was the Russia that helped EF in the beginning and then got cut out. So maybe a little bit of bad blood with Stephen reminding him, look, what did it bring you? You know, you just cut me out instead of jumping on England and then you got stabbed. So let's see if they will work together or there is some...
Sometimes you can say, oh, it didn't work out, but this time let's try to make it work out.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of being a good diplomacy player, to work out how to work with somebody you have had a difficult time with or who you stabbed maybe in the last game you played together. We see Anya Moore jumping into the channel right away with a bounce in Piedmont between France and Italy. That's interesting. And of course, Matt Sundstrom has to give us the Sundstrom opening, right? This opening with going to Armenia is named after him. So I'm sure Brian was kind of expecting it, maybe. I mean, it was hard to believe that he wouldn't do that at his home tournament. Apart from that,
Anya is Zach's sisters, right?
I don't know. Is that so? Yeah.
Maybe she got some pointers from Zach that you should always open to the English channel or something like that. So I don't know.
Possible. So yeah, let's see. I mean, kind of good news for Johnny because he probably can pick whether he wants to work with Steven or Anya with his opening. Let's see what he wants to do. Seems like a good start for so far. And it seems like he's got a pretty strong preference going into Burgundy. That is a statement. And
are you taking the fall or should I?
I think I sort of took the spring, so I'll leave the fall to you.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, we see Anya convoying to Belgium, moving to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So that's very, very strong opening and leaving Norway completely empty. So Brian should be pretty happy about it. So the Sundstrom opening works by Armenia moving into Sebastopol. So I don't know. I don't think it was agreed upon. And we see also Chris Kelly taking Trieste and following back into Venice. So I guess it's Sullivan. I don't know. He's also going to Aegean. So I don't know. It's a very, very, very strange things happening in the East with lots of dots going to people they shouldn't belong to. So what happens? It's not clear at all. I mean, it seems that there is some AI type moves, but the Apulia to Venice is not really an AI move. And Russia is in the Black Sea, but Armenia is in Sebastopol. So I don't know. Interesting. I think 1902 is going to be fun.
I think so too.
Again, anytime Weasels are near each other, there's no strategy, there's no sabermetrics or whatever we're trying to do here. It is just Weasel on Weasel violence.
Wow, army built by England. That is a choice from this position.
And two army by France and two army by Germany. That's kind of
it's forbidden to build fleets in the West, apparently.
That's awesome.
Man.
All right, let's see where they go. And look at that, Edinburgh gets moving on the first time. Robert, what do we see?
Well, we see sort of triple-ish moves. Good on Stephen Hogue to parlay that English opening into England going around him into Western Med. He doesn't really move forward, and Germany doesn't leave Burgundy, but I think given what the position was before, that is kind of nice for him. Germany also goes into Baltic, so maybe they were hoping to get Sweden, but Russia bounced them out of Denmark. In the East, AI is sort of the thing that's happening. Austria takes Bulgaria. Russia and Turkey are still quarreling, and that's really, apart from France and England coming into the Med, this is really a nice position for AI when R&T are fighting. That's good in the East. But I feel the West will sort of rain on that parade a little bit, so I sense more chaos in the East to come.
Let's see if it actually does. Yes.
Yes, so let's see. So I don't know. It seems that England and Germany are kind of back together because they are destroying a French army.
I think it's for
Uh,
building a fleet for
But
France.
it could be that they are just disbanding a unit, but I don't know. Do you really want a German army in Picardy when you're supposed to do a Western triple? I don't know.
Maybe better than Burgundy. I don't know.
It could go both ways. Then Ed Sullivan is retaking Trieste. So Chris Kelly seems to be telling us that it was agreed upon, but he's taking Serbia in exchange. So that's a little bit weird. So kind of strange moves. I don't really know why you would do it like this. And yeah, Brian is moving his units back north because he's feeling that he needs some defense against England and Germany. So I don't know if it's very chaotic everywhere or if players are trying to throw some strange moves to make the other side of the board being completely unaware of what's going on. But it seems to be working because I have no idea what's going on right now.
I enjoy tournament games like this. Every once in a while, you just see one that makes absolutely no sense, and it turns out to be one of the most fun games you'll end up playing. And you're like, "Why did we do it that way?" Well, Fleet Liverpool, not exactly what I was expecting to see, but it is what we are seeing, and you guys were right with Fleet Marseille. So, on the spring, Robert, this is the second order of the tournament that Brian has sent something off the map.
Yes, I mean, that happens. Maybe he wants to support something to Mars or something, be the new Elon Musk of diplomacy. But it doesn't work, Brian, it doesn't work. Meanwhile, in the East, AI is sort of marching on. FG tries to take Venice, doesn't work. AI takes Romania, so they're making progress. You have to wonder if they are in danger of doing a similar thing as AT did in the last game we saw, that they sort of keep fighting on as a 2A alliance in the East while the West is resolving with sort of a triple. I mean, Germany's moving back to Burgundy, but they just have to get out. It was necessary. I'm sorry, Stephen. I'll be gone in no time. In about 5 years' time, I'll have left Burgundy. No issue. It's all good. And, Anya said, okay, sorry, no, I'm not going into Irish. I'm going to Clyde and then to Norwegian, because that's the quickest way to build a fleet as England and get it into the Norwegian Sea, build it in Liverpool.
So in the fall, we see that Chris and Ed seem to be working together, maybe with Matt Sundstrom. They have basically decided they wanted to cut Brian so that they get some dots so that they can fight the Western triple. And at least it's, going to be 3-on-3. And so if everybody gets their centers, it's going to be... somebody has a chance to top even from the East. But you see France and Germany moving to Tuscany and Piedmont. So I think these are very, very good moves. But at the same time, you see England going to Picardy and Germany trying to sneak into Burgundy. So it's not super clear. And then there is a convoy to Prussia while Germany is taking Sweden. I mean,
that's agreed.
Yeah, it's agreed, but it's kind of a bit.
It's weird. I agree.
I think Johnny is kind of very convincing to make cute moves, but he's the one getting a dot out of it. So
it's
I don't
amazing.
know. I think, lots of things can happen, but it seems to me that England and Germany might be attacking France. But maybe not. And so
I love the Germans into Piedmont.
Yeah, it looks a bit too cute to me that now they are letting the East back into the race, and it's not clear who would win this race anymore. So.
Possible, but it's very fun to convince France, hey, we need to go to Piedmont and Tuscany because we want to attack Venice, right? Oh yeah, I'm also sitting next to Marseille while we are stabbing you, but that's just a side note.
That was fun to watch. All right, so nothing terribly interesting this time for builds. Let's see what they do.
All right, Robert, Spring 04.
Yeah, there's a walk into Marseille, even though, I mean, yeah, it will be a bit of guesswork for France to. No, probably it's hard to keep Marseille and Spain. But at the same time, Germany moving into Belgium. So all of a sudden, Germany seems to be stabbing England because England supported them into Paris. Keeps being chaotic, this game. Is Sweden a misorder? Did he want to walk into Norway? I mean, it seems more like a digital misorder. Riding Skagerrak instead of Norway is not that close, but maybe. Would have been very nice if he had walked into Norway now. I don't know. And in the East, more good stuff for AI. Italy can fight France out. Yes, okay, they're sitting in Rome for now. I don't believe that will stay like that for long. And now, I mean, AIT didn't last for long. Austria gets put into Sevastopol. Now with Russian help, I really believe it's at the core of it is AI, and they just make temporary deals with Russia and or Turkey. I think Ed and Chris are the ones who are on the same page here.
Yeah, but Ed also takes Serbia, so it's a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see. I could very well see that being arranged. Doesn't seem like Chris cares too much.
I mean, Ed is getting two dots while Italy
Oh, yeah.
is losing one, so I don't see what Chris got from this deal.
True. I mean, and we know that Ed Sullivan is good at making those type of deals, painting himself as an alliance player as long as his alliance partner gives him good stuff and like the bigger piece of the pie. But yeah. But it's a full turn. It's yours, Nicholas.
A full turn. Oh, let's go back to full. So Johnny gets out of Belgium and is losing Marseille, while Anya is getting Portugal. And yeah, as we said, Ed is keeping Serbia and Sebastopol, so it gets +2. So Ed, I mean, if he still has friends on the board, his position is getting super good. But if he has stopped Chris Kelly and Matt Sundstrom and Brian, who is not super happy about what happened earlier in the game, he may be the target of some Weasel on Texans violence. So we'll see what happens now.
Yeah. 2 armies. Armies. Nothing too surprising. And now there's the stab. I don't believe it was a stab before, but now Austria stabs Romania. They lose Sevastopol at the same time, so I'm not quite sure if I totally love that. But okay, the question is, will they get a friend out of Russia and Turkey? I mean, Italy is not too much of a problem against Austria, but if Russia and Turkey get together and fight them, which I could see, Austria is in the position you just said that could be a possibility that they don't have any friends at all. And in the West, we see England just walking into Brest. France try to make some sort of a deal because they're going to Lyon, so maybe they're pitching a Janissary deal or something. Portugal just holds for now. Let's see how that goes. It seems to be more EG and maybe with a French Janissary, or they're just carving them up, and that's all. Who knows?
There were a couple of games where, and this is just a thing of face-to-face tournaments, as we're having players enter these orders into Backstabber. Sometimes not every order gets in, so Ionian holding and not tapping Greece could have been some misorder that just wasn't entered in there. Oh, that order didn't matter, so I didn't include it in the adjudication. So it might have been something, or isn't physically possible to do in Backstabber. So we don't know if he chose not to do it or didn't do it. So. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See the tactics on it. Sadly, he did not do it.
So in the fall, so England is taking Spain with French help.
Yes.
And so my impression is that, maybe France is unhappy with Germany and is trying to throw the game to England. And Ed Sullivan is getting Romania and not losing anything. So he's losing Sebastopol, so he's going to stay at 7. So we'll see. So I think we will have what, Ed at 7, Johnny at 7, and
Anya at 8. Oh, sorry, 7 as well.
And 7 also as well. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting position. I don't know. I mean, I think once again it's going to be how the small powers are going to want to negotiate an end to this game, and whether bad things are, or if bad things are going to happen. And also, I think now everybody on the board must be aware that Johnny may want to stab Anya with less experience, and they might all give her a good set of moves to make sure that this doesn't happen. So that's going to be interesting, because this is the kind of position where if everybody writes order on their own, maybe Johnny is going to write better orders than England. But that the beautiful thing in diplomacy, that you can help a less experienced player and give them a good set of moves, and if they trust that you're giving them good orders, they are going to follow in. And then Johnny is not fighting against a less experienced player. He's going to be fighting against Ed Sullivan, Matt Sundstrom, Chris Kelly, and Brian Preble, and that's less easy.
Yeah.
So
That's actually a good piece of advice for new players. Talk to players who might have an interest in you doing well on the other side of the board, who are more experienced about what they would do in your position. I mean, you don't need to do everything they say, but it can be very helpful, especially in tactical battles, when you say, okay, I've not played that many games. I will not have the optimal tactics. Nobody will in the first games they are playing. So I would encourage new players to actively do that at times when you don't really know what you're doing, because your alliance partner can often tell you things that are better for them than yourself, and you might not know if you have not much experience.
But Johnny is a nice alliance player, so he keeps working with England, and
yeah, and maybe somebody in the East said, it's very normal in this position for England to walk into North Sea. Nothing Johnny should be upset about. It's actually the standard move here. It's common to do that. Who knows?
Defensive, just defensive.
It's yeah, of course. No. Actually, England is in a nice position. They still go to NAF, so that's why I think, who knows? Maybe Anya doesn't even see that as a super aggressive move, but probably she's aware that this is very aggressive against Germany. Russia pushes not against Ed anymore, but actually west into Silesia. Interesting. Apart from that, much stasis in the east. Austria and Russia going to the line together, actually, with Austria going to Tyrolia and going to Ionian. Let's see how it resolves in the east, now that there's potentially fighting in the west. But no, not yet. No real fighting in the west. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems that so Ed must have told Matt Sundstrom that he would help Russia defend Sebastopol. So I think Matt is just going back to Con to defend. And not much is happening. I mean, it seems that Germany and England keep working together. They both got one center. And I think the only worrying thing is the fact that WestMed made it to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is, I think, bad news for England. So, but other than that, yeah, EG keeps working together. France is out, so they won't have to worry anymore about any kind of. So I think, yeah, I mean, EG are in a very, very good position, and yeah, it seems to me that the East has not resolved at all. I mean, Turkey is still alive, Italy is still alive, Russia is still alive, and I don't really see. If they try to kill each other, then EG is going to take even more advantage of this situation. So we'll see how it goes.
Question is there a drop round, or are 3 scores being counted?
Three scores.
So that's actually significant because if there's no drop round, Johnny might be happy with sort of chugging along, getting another decent result. I mean, the scoring system doesn't favor it, but when you have 3 rounds counting, sometimes it's not too bad just to get solid scores in the first 2 rounds, rather than, if there was a drop round, he might be more incentivized into going for a big result. You're saying, like, yeah, my first one was so. It's nice to get into the top 10, but not nice for winning the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Spring 07, Robert.
Yep. Yeah, Italy dives into Portugal. Will probably not stay there. EG keep working together. They get into Warsaw. Russia moves north, trying to defend. Yeah, nothing really happening in the east. They Austria is now working with Germany to get Germany into Piedmont, but nobody's really making progress in the east. It seems like they are almost sitting like the rabbit in front of the snake, and they're waiting for ED to come over. Maybe they thought that one of them would stab now, and they were just waiting for the west to start fighting. I don't know, but
I don't know. I mean, I see that Tyrolia supported Marseille.
Yeah.
Piedmont, so I think maybe Ed Sullivan wants to get some more centers out of Italy. So
yeah.
I think Italian moves were pretty good because he's covering Naples in the fall, and he can maybe defend Venice. So maybe he's going to tell Ed Sullivan, I mean, you're not getting anything from me. If somebody gets into Venice, it's going to be Germany or something like that.
Well, it's a guessing game, right? Because Austria's also an Ionian, but
But
still, I agree. They are good moves. Clearly, Chris sort of sniffed it out that he needs to fall back with his armies a little bit. So I agree, good moves.
Second game in a row, I think, where Mid-Atlantic dove into Portugal like this. I know McCall is in the background shaking his head, saying, "Just get retreated there. Just get retreated there."
Yeah, and it just gets killed. And actually, Ed gets Venice. Good on him.
Okay. So there must be some kind of deal because he supports Anya into Tunis also, and he gets into Warsaw. So I think he's getting to 8 also. And,
Nicola, can you please tell me we're not looking at an 11-11-11 in the making under Open Tribute?
I would be surprised, but I think
I hope not.
Ed has worked his magic, and instead of being outside looking for an EG running the score, now he's part of the conversation, and maybe he put himself in the middle, saying, "I'm going to guarantee that nobody gets stabbed, and let's get a good score for the 3 of us," or something like that. It's better than finishing the game at 6 while he's at 9-8 or 9-9.
Yeah, if anyone's going to do an 11-11-11 in Open Tribute, it is Ed Sullivan.
9-9-9. So I mean, they could vote the draw right now, and
I would not be totally surprised. Yeah. People. I mean, they can do what they want. It's a solid score. As I said before, for Johnny, that's maybe not even all that bad. The thing is, I always think Open Tribute incentivizes lone topping that much that even just like getting together and playing rock, paper, scissors to find out who gets 10 and the other 2 take 9 is better in this situation because, you don't lose much by 10-9-9 if you are 9 compared to a 9-9-9 under Open Tribute, but the one with 10 gains a lot. But okay, I mean, it's the way Ed wants to play. He says, okay, I want to build up some
I mean, they had a new player in England, part of the alliance. Maybe they didn't want to, to stab Anya at the end and be the, on DBN being told that they are murdering Zach's sister in front of everyone. They are nice people. Ed Sullivan and Johnny are nice people. They prove it once more.
Yeah, maybe their mission is also just to humiliate Zach by making sure that his sister will finish higher than himself. But from what I've seen, Zach did well in round 1, even though I didn't see the game, so that might be difficult. But let's see.
All right. Well, let's bring McCallus back on. It's getting noisy for me, so I will go on mute for a bit because people are enjoying chatting about the tournament, about what else is going on. So,
all right.
Yeah, Nicola, let's get you a break here for a game, and we'll see you back in a bit. All right.
All right. Welcome back, Michaelis.
Hello
Good
again.
to see you again. Yeah.
Here, so a little more Pete Wentz, guitarist for Fallout Boy, local band, American radio. Let's see. Now we're gonna go to Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade, great
I
basketball.
even know that one.
Yep.
First person I know.
There you
Basketball player, right?
Yes, went to Marquette, made it to the Final Four. He was really a kind of an unknown player until that great run in the Final Four, and then went on to win multiple NBA championships. He won pre-LeBron, so we don't say just part of the big three. Finals MVP a couple times, and played for the Bulls. He came here near retirement, and then finished up with Miami, I think. So. All right. Speaking of the players in this game, I'm going on mute because it is getting loud.
All right.
Do you want to do the players?
Sure, and you can think about what do you think about them and what's interesting. Chet Carson in Austria. Then we have got Katie Gray in England. Keith Worstel, he's also known as Stitches online, doing lots of great work on the Diplomats channel. France. Then we have got Karthik Coneth, another DBNI, as well as Katie Gray personality in Germany. Saren Kwok in Italy. Don Glass in Russia, and Ian Rudnick in Turkey. So what is striking in this lineup, Michaelis?
Well, we have Katie and Karthik next to each other again. We already saw that in round one when Katie attempted to work with Karthik and Karthik tanked her alliance. So we'll see whether there's lasting bad blood from that. I mean, yeah, Karthik did what Karthik did. And yeah, and then in the East, we have Sarah.
Oh, hello, Karthik.
Again.
Sorry, Karthik's there doing Karthik things, I suppose. Greetings go out to Chicago. Sorry for interrupting you.
That's right. And yeah, in the East, we just have Sarah and Ian together again, and we'll see whether they can work together again.
Yep. Once again, that matchup. All right, let's see some moves. Want to take the spring, Michaelis? I should stop interrupting people. I'm sorry, I'm being really bad with that today.
So we have in the East pretty standard openings from everyone. Again, Turkey not moving to Colm with the Second Army. Other than that, all as you'd expect, except for a bounce in Tyrolia, the one sort of standout move. Karthik and Saren have worked together well in the past, so it wouldn't shock me if that was arranged between the two of them. The rest of the moves in the West also pretty standard, not really anything notable to comment on here.
All right, let's see some fall moves. England helps Keith to get 3 builds, so maybe Katie is quite salty because of that first game, you know. That's a strong statement to say, like, I really don't want to work with Germany. 3 builds of France and one English. That's kind of interesting. In the East, we see Saren diving into Trieste, following it up, not going to Aegean. That's not pro-Austrian from all I can tell. And yeah, Turkey, Russia getting into a position that they could do an RT if they wanted it. Might be a good time to do that when Austria and Italy are fighting. But I mean, of course, either of them could also work with Italy long term.
If Saren was playing for an IET here, and those are pretty pro-Turkish moves for Italy to make, you don't expect Turkey to be bringing Ankara to Constantinople.
Yeah,
probably
that's true.
Smyrna. So that's... Perhaps Saren was playing for the IT and Ian isn't going for the IT.
Yep.
Also quite notable that despite the Black Sea DMZ, we don't see Russia putting the fleet into Rum, as had been pretty common so far through this tournament. So it definitely strong potential for this to be an RT and Saren to be struggling now that she's also attacked Austria.
Yep. Double fleet build. That might be a mea culpa towards Austria. I don't know.
Yeah, I think once the Turkish fleet came out there, you pretty much had to do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are quite RT builds. Turkey builds fleet Smyrna, Russia builds fleet St. Petersburg, and that's a very interesting double fleet from France there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially that because England was so helpful to you. England is building in London, so maybe there's not that much EF friendship as I thought in the fall. Or there is, and we... Oh no, not another Western triple. Please, guys, give me a break. Yeah, I think you are taking the spring, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is very Western Tripoli, possibly as a response to the Juggernaut, but also the Juggernaut isn't that scary to the West. Like, this isn't the 1980s. People know how to defend from a Juggernaut. It's got one of those names that make you think, oh no, I should be afraid. And actually, all E and G have to do is reasonably well cooperate, and a Juggernaut isn't going to do anything to scare them. So the only time a Juggernaut is scary is if Germany and Italy start going west as well, and then you might have issues. But yeah, this definitely looks like a pretty much full-on Western triple. Karthik perhaps hedging his bets a bit. He goes for a move to Tiroli that was very unlikely to succeed, and doesn't pull Berlin to Silesia and go after Russia in that direction. So that's probably wise. As Germany in a Western triple, especially early on, you're the one who's got the risk of being sapped. So don't leave the stab on. He's kept units back to defend reasonably well. Meanwhile, in the east, Austria does take Bulgaria because Turkey is focused on taking Aegean. So, yeah, I mean, Turkey usually does quite well out of a Western triple, and Ian has no particularly pressing fear of death with Seren already having to go west. So, Ian can be patient for a little while and then see what comes his way.
Yep. So in fall, yes, the Western Triple march is on. Germany takes Sweden, England takes Norway back with an army now. They get into position. Now, actually, the move into Tyrolia succeeds. Italy sniffs the convoy into Tuscany out, so France is making no progress whatsoever. They also don't get into Western Med. They could have instead potentially gone into North Africa, but that would have posed the problem of an open mid-Atlantic Ocean. So yeah, not the most active turn for France. And in the east, Turkey regains Bulgaria. However, they take it with the fleet going to the east coast. And that is interesting. I think it's maybe a misorder because it seems a bit interesting with the other fleet in Aegean. But who knows? Maybe this is turning into an AIT or something with Austria taking Galicia and Italy going west. I could see that actually being the case.
That's quite a common thing as well, because the problem with a Western triple is that the player that dies quickest is Russia. Russia against a Western triple is pretty much cactus, and it's very easy for those in the east to quickly go, all right, well, if Turkey supports themselves to ball south coast here, they're a big threat to AI, and AI can't defend effectively against France. So that might scare them into turning back and dealing with Ian. So I can see exactly why he goes to Bulgaria, because what's Russia going to do about it? Like, Russia doesn't have the units to actually attack Ian, and they've just got to hope and pray that Ian doesn't come after them.
Yeah, and on the writing face-to-face orders, East Coast and South Coast are not as easy to mix up.
Fair.
Oh shoot! I clicked on the wrong portion of it. It's
very true.
Yeah. I mean, I will say I've used that on purpose in writing. Where, oh shoot, I wrote the wrong one. But less of an accident, more direct. So.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that Austria pulled the fleet off the board makes me think it was quite arranged between at least those two.
Yeah, maybe it was arranged, but Army Khan doesn't speak the language of Ian really wanting to go anti-Russian here.
I don't know. I think it does. Like, that's if you're in an IT, you're building armies, and this is sort of an IT with a friendly Austria.
Yeah, but don't you think you need to take Black Sea with support?
I mean, presumably he wants to do it by negotiation. I mean, he's got time to just put his fleet up into Con. Yeah, he didn't have to break in this turn. Building a third fleet scares AI, and you want AI fighting Italy. So
fair point. I mean, yeah, if it works like that, more power to you. Great stuff on Ian's part. I mean, obviously, once you are in Black Sea and Russia only has one fleet, having two armies is way better for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, I think this is pretty much as expected. AIT have decided that Russia's going to die and they need to get their share. So all of them are going anti-Russia whilst fighting against France with some good misguesses between both sides on what to do around Spain and Western Med and all of that. So nothing actually changes over there. The Western Triple advances into St. Petersburg with an army, and that's essentially it. Germany has got into Bohemia, though, and that's potentially an issue. The problem with the quick attack on Russia to get them out before the Western Triple gets all their stuff is you actually have to get them quickly, and Austria hasn't got the Russian dots very quickly here, so they're not in a great position to simultaneously defend from Germany and take the Russian stuff, which is just even more good news for Ian, because he doesn't care if Austria goes down a bit.
Yeah. So, interesting. I mean, Austria gets Romania, but they lose Vienna and Budapest. That is devastating for Chet Carson. And that could be very significant for the West. I mean, having that foothold in Vienna can really crush the line. It will be very, very difficult to keep the West out of the East from this point forward if the Western Triple sticks. Sevastopol falls to Turkey. And England walks into Moscow, so another foothold across the stalemate line. There's no total trust in the West. I mean, Belgium and Holland just hold. North Sea is still occupied. It seems like Mao somehow tried to convoy to North Africa, but the move was not entered. So France doesn't make any progress, but ENG do. And so, yeah, we'll see, but it doesn't look that great for the East so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with going after Russia before Russia's dead. Like, if you wait until the Western Triple's taken St. Petersburg and then you walk into Rum and Sev, whatever, Russia can't react. But they've gone early enough that Russia was able to react, and Russia, quite reasonably, has decided, well, screw you guys, I'm going to help the other side. And
Yep.
Germany gets into Vienna in 1903 as a result of this, and Russia's in Budapest, which is huge problem for the East when you've got a hostile Russia working with a Western Triple, and that Russia isn't dead. I think the move to not take St. Petersburg as well as Moscow is also a really clever diplomatic and tactical play by the West. They've made sure that Russia keeps more units on the map. So those Russian armies that are currently doing God's work for them by tapping the Lycia, getting into Budapest, etc., all of them are staying there. None of them are coming off of this board. Sevastopol, who cares? That's not ever going to do anything useful. With Bothnia is there as a superfluous unit that you can pull off. I would imagine they pull it off right now. So yeah, you've still got all three Russian armies doing really helpful things. You didn't need to take St. Petersburg this year, and they didn't. So kudos to that.
Yeah. So, and one note about Don Glass. Don, again, being a weasel, we are very vindictive when things like this happen to us. So it is no surprise that Don acts with vigor against the East well before death. Maybe even coordinated leaving St. Pete open, saying, "I will keep all my armies down there." And then the keeping of Budapest, even better to have three forward armies there. So good for Don.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, you are spring.
All right, yeah. So Germany, because they have these friendly Russians and because the East is falling apart, gets straight into Trieste in spring of 04. I can't remember the last time I saw Germany in Vienna and Trieste this early in a game. But Karthik, this is one way Germany doesn't lose out in a Western Triple, is if you get all the builds first, and Karthik's currently in a good position. He's sort of got one more turn to not lose Holland, and if he can negotiate not losing Holland right now, Karthik's not really the one who's going to be stabbable. It's almost like Keith would be. He loses some position with Leon being piffed. Yes, he gets his fleet out of Spain, so it's all much of a nothing. But Keith's not going anywhere in this Western Triple. Nobody is actually attacking Seren, but Austria is now the one who's also completely dead. They've had two armies piffed, and yeah, so they have four centers defended by one unit right now. Probably not a great time to be Chad. Ian basically has to say, well, I've got to walk into these because otherwise Germany and Russia are going to walk into them. And Seren has to begrudgingly tolerate Ian walking into all these dots as Turkey. But Italy generally doesn't want this sort of Turkey growing well behind their lines either. So even though Seren's not actually lost any centers to this Western Triple, she's been completely surrounded by it, and her position is pretty awful as a result. Meanwhile, the England gets another convoy up to St. Petersburg, and Russia has continued doing all of God's work for them. So this is great news for England and for Germany and for Turkey, but not such good news for France or Italy.
So, what do we see? France goes into North Africa, and they correctly guess that they need to support hold Marseille, which means they can't build there, so they have to rebuild a fleet in Brest, which could set up potential for a stab. Apart from that, England walks out of St. Pete, but walks into Marseille, so even better for them. They take both of those dots. They have St. Pete available to them whenever they want it, but for now, they will keep a second Russian army on the board. Turkey still works together with Austria, and actually, nice thing for. Oh no, sorry, Austria only has one army, so yeah, it's not even all that good for them that Serbia stays Austrian. I thought for a second that's nice for Austria when you defend it that way, but no, that's bad for the East because now they will play down one. They will play. Austria will be playing short because they can't rebuild. Yeah. Still great stuff for the Western Triple, even though France might not be too happy with not making any progress. So we'll see what they will do.
Yeah, I mean, Ionian Sea and Tyrrhenian Sea, I get that that's an arranged bounce in Tunis and that it was the way to defend it this turn, and that if you didn't do this, if Turkey had taken Greece from Ionian instead, then probably what happens is that Tunis is definitely lost. But I mean, Tunis isn't really likely to be held long term if France stays with the Western Triple anyway. And the real pressing problem right now is the 3 hostile German armies, 2 that will still be there hostile Russian armies, and 2 hostile English armies that are all about to come pouring into the Balkans. I, if I was Turkey, would be looking at, right, I just need to take Greece. I just need to secure this position. And sorry, Seren, you're probably dead. Pull back to the homeland and abandon Tunis.
Yeah, Turkey's game is a diplomatic one here as well. I mean, there's no way of stopping that Western Triple tactically. You have to get somebody to stab in the West, and then you're actually in a very nice position as Turkey. If you don't get anybody to stab sometime soon, this will be a tough game for Turkey eventually as well. Maybe they can stay on the center count similar to what they have right now, but they will not top if they don't get a stab in the West sometime soon.
Yeah, like you're getting towards the point where they have to start thinking about that. England, they're sitting on St. Pete whenever they want, but other than that, what more are they getting? It's hard to see particularly quick gains. Yes, you could go for Sevastopol, but Black Sea is there to defend that, and Armenia will probably be there as well. So you're really hoping for a lot of German and Russian help to get into the Balkans if you're England. France, I don't think that you can stab England here. I think that the fact England's sitting on St. Pete whenever they want means that stabbing England's just not going to help you. And the opportunity for France to stab Germany is basically gone. So Keith's probably a little bit nervous that he's the one that they're going to decide is the odd one out, because there's definitely a credible argument that EG should just go after France right now. And yeah, you've got Seren in the way doing stuff, and yes, Seren would probably turn around if that happened, but she's not really going to threaten the German centers in the Balkans. And as long as you have a friendly Russian helping you in the Balkans, those Balkan centers are really, really easy to hold with just a couple of German armies, and the rest go into France.
Yep.
No, bounces.
It's your turn again, Michalis.
It is. So France supports Germany into Piedmont, which is brave. I mean, I guess that there was no other way to take it without opening something up to Seren, but it's still a very, very brave move to do here. It's interesting Karthik didn't follow into Tyrolia, which he probably should have done if he's fully on board the Western Triple. He's got a few armies just sitting there holding that are scaring me even more if I'm Keith right now. Turkey does take Serbia this time. Austria supports them in, but that's actually completely reasonable because, as we say, Austria's got 1 unit and 2 centers. So putting Turkey into Serbia that's hopefully friendly is better for them than a definitely not friendly Germany or Russia getting into there. Both England and Germany essentially do nothing this turn, and that's scary for France.
Oh yeah, and a convoy to Tunis by Italy was interesting. Yeah, I guess there was a way of defending Tunis without moving out of Tyrrhenian or moving Turkey into that center. But now actually Germany could have, I think, guaranteed Venice. But we saw already in the fall that this is not happening. Okay, it was tapped from both sides. So no, I was wrong. There was no guarantee. But yeah, still, you made Venice very vulnerable. But then once again, you had to pick your poison as Italy because you cannot defend everything long term. So far, Saren is doing a very good job tactically, cutting her
and
losses.
also, having Tuscany open for retreat means that Lyon is unlikely to get piffed, so you can hang out there longer and hold France back for longer. So there are upsides to doing it this way. Germany walks out of Holland to give it to France. That's interesting. I'm not sure I particularly understand why, but it very clearly is arranged. And it's arranged between all of them because England's walked out of North Sea, although Germany has gone to Denmark. I guess they're going to set up a bounce in North Sea going forwards. Yeah, so that's. I mean, this is too early for an arranged draw, especially as England isn't part of it.
Yeah.
This is just a really strange decision to decide that France needs another army in Paris if you're
Right. I mean, maybe the deal was that they said, I need a fourth fleet to really break into the Med, which would have been at least an argument, but that army is hard to explain to Germany, really.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Karthik was smoking when he decided to walk out of Holland there.
So there's a convoy into St. Pete. Finally, it turns English. Let's see. Maybe she walks out and in fall again. Turkey gets into position. Germany says Piedmont was nice, but now I'm going to go back to Tyrolia. Potentially worried about Italy walking in. And Warsaw to Silesia is at least interesting. Not quite sure what to make of that. Maybe it's supposed to go down to Bohemia? Something? Who knows? That's curious.
Yeah, that's a really strange one. The only thing I can think is that there might be some sort of coordination going on between Katie and Ian here, and that Ian, having pulled some units away from Sevastopol, he wanted to see English armies that couldn't force Ukraine, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Katie's way of doing it, and maybe this is Ian setting up to stab for Greece, Naples, and just go all in and get his share right now.
Yeah, maybe the idea was to set up a potential stab on Germany, because she also went into North Sea at the same time. But then again, convoying into St. Pete rather than Norway, who knows? And as we saw in the fall, it's actually not happening, at least not this term.
Yeah. So here we have Turkey takes Ukraine, but it's not necessarily hostile to England because Sevastopol's now a fleet. England does pull back out of Silesia, so whatever that was, they decided that they didn't like it. Everything else sort of stays the same, but Ian has decided, yeah, maybe this was it. Like, she pulled back for a turn and it gave Ian room to stab Seren because Ian walks into Naples right now, and that will spell the end of Seren's resistance because there's no remotely tolerable disband on this board. So Ian gets Naples, he gets to keep the Ionian behind. I think it's quite smart of him to not take Austria off, because that Austrian army can be really useful for pinning back Germany, Russia if this doesn't work diplomatically. So yeah, I do understand why he's done that. And France, this was an interesting time to pull out of Western Med and NAF and to go for this set of moves. They do get free fleets on Lyon though, so this is the way they've decided. They don't like the stalemate. They're going to force Lyon. All right.
Yeah, and it's great for France that Turkey is stabbing Italy, of course. Now, finally, Keith has some perspective of potentially growing in the Med. That might also increase the chance of EG stabbing him, because they say, like, okay, he was not a danger before. Now, maybe France gets into this very dangerous position where they have centers in the Med and, they are very hard to stab. Let's see.
And there's discussions in the comments of why not take Greece as well. And the problem with taking Greece is that, yeah, you pull Albania off the map and you leave a hole in Bulgaria. And that actually makes your position quite difficult to defend if EGR had all moved on you that turn. What does taking Greece actually get you? You don't need to take Greece at this stage. As long as Austria is doing your bidding, pinning that hole in Albania, it's doing everything you need it to. And Austria is pretty unlikely to stab you because you just retreat into their own center. So,
yeah, and when we see the comments, they're about 20 seconds behind, so that you may have given that answer before Bubsy Builder had the chance to ask it. So here we are into Spring 07.
So England keeps pushing, gets into Ukraine. So clearly, whatever deal might have been there between the witches, England and Turkey, is not there anymore. Ian might have well expected that England wouldn't do that. Going into Galicia, going into Adriatic, he is clearly set up to take centers in the east, not necessarily off of Italy. I mean, he's moving out of Naples, but rather trying to get Budapest, maybe Vienna, Tyrolia, these type of centers. And the West is sort of united still. France goes into Ruhr, which could be dangerous, but yeah, Ruhr and Burgundy seems a bit fishy. We'll see. Germany can still cover from it. England going into London, same thing, might be fishy. Nothing that wouldn't be fixable in itself. So we're still waiting on a clear verdict whether we have a war in the West or whether they will keep pushing into the East and be fairly friendly with each other. Not totally friendly, but fairly friendly. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. If that's a French stab on Germany, it's an incredibly ineffective one because
Yeah.
it's very easy for Germany to defend Munich and cover Kiel as well.
Right.
But if they thought England was coming with them, then it obviously would have been much better if England had gone to North Sea and perhaps done something, dropped to Norway, whatever they did, done something to actually threaten Germany at the same time. St. Petersburg could have gone to Finland as well, for example, and then England had either Denmark or Sweden locked. So the fact that that hasn't happened will possibly worry Keith, because if it is a French stab on Germany and England hasn't gone for it, England will be moving to the English Channel precisely now. So when France can't guarantee Tunis either, that's a potentially scary situation. But it's also, this could be a lot of theatre, because so far we've seen a lot of moves that we've gone, why are they doing that? And then the next turn it's all been undone. And it wouldn't shock me if this is all some sort of let's do something to convince Turkey to keep working with us, and then the next turn the complete opposite happening.
Yeah, that's true. And well, I think it's your fall, right?
It is. So Germany was clearly not worried about Munich or Kiel in the slightest. So the French-German moves were definitely some kind of theatre, and the reward has been Turkish support for France into Tunis. So if it's theatre, it's been successful. I'm less convinced that England, English Channel, North Sea, and Norway is theatre. That just seems quite aggressive. But who knows? England has got Sevastopol as well, so they are building. Germany pushes into Galicia. The Russian resistance in this game is over, as Budapest now goes to Germany with Turkish support. So either this is an arranged draw and it's all about to end, or this is about to blow up big time.
Yeah, it's a unification of the German-speaking countries, with Karthik having taken all of the Austrian home centers. That was clearly his intention, making sure that we have the languages sorted out and, the people talk together in German there, I'm sure. He builds Army Kiel, and we see a fleet Brest, Army Eddie. So this could well be Germany and England against Belgium. Or we could just see, as you pointed out, a draw 8-8-8. Shame, Karthik. Shame. I don't know if he hears me, but I'm saying shame, Karthik. Yes.
So in my defense, I was held at gunpoint into this triple. I had no control over it. I was forced into it. I was told if I didn't agree to the triple, I would die. So I had to agree to it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Karthik isn't the one who can take any centers. Like, I can't blame Karthik for taking the draw at this point.
True.
His centers are all really hard to defend. Katie has centers she definitely could have taken in this game.
That is true, but Karthik is the one who we can blame directly, and that is much more fun.
I mean, it should also be pointed out that Keith's done a game-long Western triple, and the only thing he's taken from it is Holland, which is after a free build from France. You know what? Yeah, he got walked into Tunis in the final year, but that's not gone great for France. So you can see why he might be frustrated enough to not bother continuing with this game, because he essentially did 6 years of doing nothing in this game.
No, I like it for
I'm so glad I didn't have to comment on this abomination. So.
In my defense with the French situation, some of my tactical considerations were overlooked, and which allowed Lyon to get blown up. And
all right, time to mute everyone out here. So, all right, so good game. We got another three-way. This is the Ed Sullivan Open Tribute 888 type draw. So.
I mean, I don't believe any of Katie, Keith, or Carthy got particularly good scores in round one either. So this probably just rules all of them out of winning this tournament.
Okay, in my defense, once again, coming into the board.
On mute.
Oh, Karthik. I'm sorry, Karthik. We're being mean.
He didn't realize he's not on mute. So.
Okay.
All right.
I've got my automatic muting of Karthik in my head. I just tune out everything he says anyway.
Yeah.
Am I on mute?
You're on. No, you're glad.
Okay, so McCallus, I just want you to know that there was a period in the earlier during the round when some people were watching the broadcast at various tables, and your voice was ringing out clearly through the room, and Katie Gray very loudly said, "Can somebody please shut that off? I cannot hear his voice anymore."
Glad to be of service.
We all thank you.
Thank you, McCallus.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled programming here. All right, for the round 2, board C, you will see only one and a half weasels. We'll count Cody as a weasel here this weekend since he's within short driving. Although Paul Bignati has been a weasel for a long time too. So we've got those are our two. Everyone's favorite NADF president, Zach Moore, Matt Krill, Paul Bignati, Cody in Germany, Craig in Italy, Adam Silverman, a board topper. Actually, Zach and Adam, both board toppers on this board. And Morgante in Turkey. So we've got some scores, I think those were the scores heading into this round. So we've got 3 of you. Robert, you've been on the longest. Do you want to break or you want to take this and I can jump off for a little bit?
If you need a break, I'm happy to stay on for a little longer.
How long?
Whatever works for you.
Usually we do this behind the scenes, but how long can we keep you today?
Maximum about an hour, around like midnight my time, which is the next full hour I have to be going.
All right, perfect. Well, let's hear. I got an idea. Why don't we get you one more on, and then we'll let you get out of here real early because we'll finish up the rest here.
Okay, perfect. Let's do that then.
All right, you can be MC, and these guys can and be analysts here.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've got in Austria Zach Moore coming in as the number 3 placed player. In England, Matt Krill. In France, Paul Pignati. In Germany, Cody Green. In Italy, Craig Mayer. In Russia, Adam Silverman. And in Turkey, Morgante Pell. I would see that as a very interesting East in terms of players, not only character-wise, but also in terms of positionings. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, Zach and Adam is where your eye is immediately drawn to. Both of them are 2 of the players that got big scores in round 1. So who comes out on top on that? Or maybe they just work together and say, right, we'll work together this game, and then one of us is going to win this tournament.
Yep.
2 different points of view to do that.
So
I think maybe Austria is a bit a more fragile position. So, but...
fair. So Nicola, how about you take? Sorry, Michalis, you go.
Russia's position's a bit more shaky if we keep seeing more disgusting Western triples.
That's true.
So how about Nicola takes the springs and Michalis the folds? So go ahead, Nicola.
Okay, so in the spring, let me see. So there is a bounce in the Black Sea. So very, very standard move in Russia, Austria, Turkey. Italy is moving to Piedmont and Venice. So that's a little bit of an original play from Craig Mayer. That's fun to see. Maybe believe that England and Germany were going after France, but that's not the case. England is opening standard, Germany is opening standard, and France is opening defensive by supporting themselves to Burgundy. So not much happening in Spring 01, just this move to Piedmont, but given that nobody is going after France, it seems that it's a bit a lonely charge from Craig Mayer.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily swing into being anti-Austrian as well. Go up to Tyrolia, attack Trieste, that sort of thing.
Okay, let's see what the fall brings us. I mean, the rest is very standard, really. Michalis. Oh, now Michalis is the prophet.
I would call that anti-Austrian. I would say, yeah, Italy slides into Trieste. Doesn't go to Tyrolia as well.
Yeah,
but
that would have been better, I think. No,
this is pretty pro-IT moves from both Italy and Turkey, with Italy going to Tunis with the fleet and Turkey going up to Black and Armenia. This looks like a not instant but pretty solid IT relationship. We'll see whether Adam and Zach, maybe this is a gang up on the leaders move, or maybe they're going to have to work together now and see what happens for them. The West is all
it's a bit strange that Adam didn't go to Galicia and Vienna didn't order any move. So I don't know if it's a misorder or because if you know that Galicia is open, whether you cover Trieste or you know, I don't know. That's a bit of a weird move. I don't know.
Yeah, that must hurt.
Don't understand Vienna hold either. I mean, Trieste being arranged, that's sort of the only time that makes sense, but I don't understand why that would be arranged and why you would invite Craig Mayer into Trieste. I don't understand that one either.
Anybody else maybe, but
yeah, I mean, there's an army built by Italy and a fleet, but usually 2 fleets would be the only thing you would want to see as Austria if that was arranged. And you probably would have wanted to see Aegean rather than Tunis in the first place. Fleet built Constantinople North Coast fleet by Adam Silverman. And Cody Green sending some strong signals in the West, as well as Matthew Krill. I mean, if you're Paul Pignotti, you're not really fancying those builds. I mean, they're not great for you, for sure. Smells EG-ish, I would say, quite a bit.
I'll be surprised if this one turns into a Western triple.
True, but it's Cody Green playing, so everything is possible. I mean, he's a creative player for sure. So who knows? Let's see what they do. Yeah. Can somebody recite poetry or something while we're waiting for Kevin? Oh, no, thank you.
No one needs to hear that if I start singing.
So in the East, it seems that Zach and Adam have agreed to go after Morgante. Morgante tried to move his fleet out. Maybe he thought that the Black Sea support would be enough, but no. So he's losing Bulgaria. Craig Mayer decided that he wanted to go after France, and after his Spring 01 try, he's trying again. This time going to Piedmont and West, but hopefully now he has some English help and some German help. So it seems that now that France is in real trouble. Adam, I think, is taking some risk there, but it's probably gonna pay off by moving to Barents and St. Petersburg. So he's really moving north. Maybe he's going to lose Sweden, but he could take Norway in exchange. And it seems that he has some kind of deal with Morgante because Morgante is leaving Armenia. So it seems that he's built in Moscow and St. Petersburg were pretty good, and now moving north, he's taking risk, and it may be paying off. So good start by Adam. I think his move to Ukraine in Fall 01 it was very good defensively because it allows him to do a lot of things, and now Austria and Italy seem to be fighting, and Russia has helped. So it seems everything is going well for Adam everywhere. I mean, in the south, he has friends. In the north, he's going to get Norway, and maybe he's going to have a German friend. I mean, don't they know that he's leading the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, for Adam, like when you see an EG as Russia, it's generally, oh god, this isn't going to go well, and you probably die in the north. But he's moved in such a way that because England didn't bounce St. Petersburg here, Adam gets to stay as a player in the north, and he can sit there and hold centres and be annoying until something breaks in the west, which is a really good outcome for him. Air versus EG is probably slightly air favored. It's certainly, like right now it looks better for Cody than for Matthew in the west, but with the fact that it's probably going to be a German Sweden and a Russian Norway, that's not quite so good for Matt. But if an air comes in and attacks Munich and Berlin, it opens the door for Matt again later on.
So, Michaelis, you can just continue. It's full turn. I mean, I know that you like convoying into Greece from Apulia, don't you?
I mean, I do. I always love to see that sort of IT move. I don't think that this is an IT move. This looks more like a wintergreen killing everyone move. This turn hasn't gone great for Zach Moore, who loses Greece, loses Serbia, and loses Bulgaria, and has Russian armies next to him. He does get to rebuild, so woohoo. Great news for Craig and for Adam. And Morgante, I think, playing all sides against each other. He realised he couldn't get Bulgaria back himself, so he needed to split the air up, and he's done that. He gives himself some diplomatic options if Russia and Italy don't stick together. Meanwhile, the West, Germany attacking Belgium, that's a really interesting move. Wasn't expecting that, I have to say. Other than that, I mean, England's pulled out of Channel. Yeah, something's broken down in EG relations here. Either England's tried to work with France and turn it into a Western triple, and Germany didn't like that, or yeah, just something's gone completely kaput somewhere for this to result in Germany trying to take Belgium, maybe trying to jump on Matt when he's losing Norway, and Matt seeing it coming and not moving out as a result. So well done by Matt. If he saw this coming from Germany, this was a really good time to disengage from France, because he's going to have a disband anyway. Now he can disband Irish Sea and hope France doesn't walk up into Liverpool next year.
If you remember the spring moves, I think there was some disagreement between Germany and England, because Matt Krill had supported Germany into Sweden, and Germany decided to go to Baltic, which I think was, I mean, if they had agreed, because England could either do that to make sure that they were not losing Norway, or they had to bounce St. Petersburg. But so if Germany lied to them and basically put Adam in a position to take Norway, then if I'm Matt Krill, I take that like a stab, well-disguised stab that maybe, I don't know Cody Green, but maybe he thinks that Matt Krill would think, oh no, that's just a mistake. No, it's not a mistake. And maybe Matt Krill just realized, yeah, he tried to play me there, and I'm not going to be played.
I mean, the problem is that Cody's moves in spring were just better, because like St. Petersburg tapping Norway is the way that you don't take Sweden. So
yeah,
like, I understand why Germany would just force Baltic Sea, but yeah, as you say,
something went wrong there. I don't know. Maybe they had agreed on something and they played something else, or maybe I don't know. But yeah, good for Adam.
Yeah, brilliant news for Adam.
So, army builds for Austria and Russia and Germany. Nothing too surprising, I'd say. I mean, Army Warsaw tells at least a little bit of a story, because it's rather anti-German or Austrian than going against Turkey or going north. Fleet Italy makes sense, I would say, given that it is supposedly a wintergreen that wants to carve up Turkey at some point, even though there is some opening for Austria now to make a pitch to Russia of like saying, hey, let's go against Italy and Turkey together, right? I'm your junior partner.
Yeah, I mean, Morgante's made a very bold decision to pull Black Sea here. There was quite a solid case before that he could go to Adam and say, hey, you're not going to get anything from me, so let's just work together instead, and I'll put you into Greece, I'll put you into Serbia, etc., etc. But now he's got to go to Adam and say, hey, you could walk into Black Sea and take all my stuff, but instead I can put you in here. It's not quite as convincing an argument as it was. I think I would have pulled anchor if I was Morgante there. This is a difficult diplomatic position now. What I would say is that Germany built an army Munich. That's if it was an attack on England, you would have thought Fleet Kiel was coming. So yeah,
Yep.
or not.
Nicola, what are we seeing?
So it seems in the north, it's a Russian-Germany alliance with they managed to piff the Skagerrak fleet, which is great for Adam. And in the south, he managed to go to the Black Sea because Morgante decided to remove it, and this is great for Adam. The rest of the board, it seems that Italy doesn't really know what they want to do. They have seen that England is not attacking France anymore, so they are, and then they attacked France, they went back, they attacked France, they went. Now they are coming back. I think at some point you have to make a decision. But yeah, he's a bit unlucky that every time he goes, the rest of the board decides to do something else. And then Germany gets Belgium, which means that basically England is going to be dead or very weak for the rest of the game. And this is very good for Adam. So, I mean, Cody has good position, but, he made a big enemy out of England, and Russia is in very good position. So I don't know. I mean, it's 1903, and to some extent, I don't see how the game cannot go into Russia's direction, which is
Yeah, I mean, it's refreshing to see a Germany-Russia alliance. We haven't seen a lot of them in face-to-face or virtual face-to-face, but this is very reminiscent of the games when I used to play Extended Deadline of a Russia, Germany, Italy triple, where the three of you divide the other players and then pick them off. And in an Extended Deadline game, that's quite easy to actually sort of work together and organize. It's a triple that people don't see coming until too late. And you look at the German move to Bohemia, Italy, those fleets are almost certainly anti-Austria. The GR, they can take North Sea and Norwegian Sea guaranteed right now because there's no way for England to actually hold either of them if they both get attacked. Norway goes to Norwegian with support. St. Petersburg covers Norway, and then the two German fleets force North Sea because France can't even help defend from in the Channel. So the GR, if they stick together and don't start squabbling, has incredible position. The East, they've walked into Black Sea and they're in a position now to mop up everything that's left in Austria. France is sort of the only player outside of those three that has any sort of remotely viable position. And yeah, this is, and even the French position, it's only defensive, so they can just leave France there and kill everyone else and get to them later.
Yep, I totally agree. Let's see what's happening in the fall then. Michalis, it's still your territory in the fall. Is that supporting your hypothesis about this triple alliance?
I mean, yeah, that's all three of them attacking Austria. That's very clearly arranged between the three of them that this was the way to guarantee that Italy takes Trieste. There was no way to stop it with this set of moves because all supports were being cut. They decide not to take the risk on taking Norwegian and North Sea, so Germany has decided to wait a turn on forcing North, but as France hasn't moved to help England, it doesn't really matter. And this way it's better for Russia because they get the right fleet forward. So yeah, I mean, this is very much an RIG triple, and we'll see how long that can go because I've not actually seen this happen in a single virtual game that I remember or face to face. This is very much a extended deadline style of play that I'm not familiar with seeing. I'm excited to see where this one goes.
Yep, I totally agree. I really like how Adam has been playing this so far. This is a very nice Russian position, given that this all started with an EG, and we said like, hey, EG is often very bad. He was placed next to one of his direct rivals for the tournament lead and with the Zag. So all of these things were not like good starting points for him, and he has turned this into a very nice Russian position.
Really interesting call by Matt Krill there to pull Norwegian off and rebuild it as an army. It does make his position way more defensive. You can see why he'd do that, but the real problem is that he's still in Picardy, which is not good for defense.
Oh yeah. Apart from that, German army, yes, sure, that has to go towards France, probably, or actually drop down towards Tyrol or something. But I guess with France and also England, which is probably, working with France in some way, I would think That might be helpful in the west. Italian fleet, yeah, sure, makes lots of sense. Can go west, can go east. Nothing too surprising there apart from that army. So I think we can see the spring of 1904.
Okay, so what's happening? So it seems that the wintergreen keeps making progress. So Italy is moving to Aegean Sea, and nothing much is moving in the north. Adam is moving to North Atlantic Ocean, and Germany takes north. So it seems that yeah, the triple Germany, Italy, Russia is continues, and I mean, this is excellent for Adam. So once again, I think this is the kind of position where you have to start wondering where are they going together? Is this going to be another 888, 999, or is it going to be the type of things where someone will try to get more, or they're just going to say, "Oh, Adam, you're a nice guy. Why don't you take the board top and you are the Weasel Moot champion?" So we'll see what happens.
That's not what I'd expect from either Cody Green or Craig Mayer.
I hope, but you know, we have seen abominations before, so
Yeah, I mean, if this was the final round, you could start doing arrangements like that, but instead, this is still all coming up Adam. We see he's now up into Norwegian Sea, gets his army forward. Because Germany didn't take support into Vienna in spring, even though Italy had given it, Germany doesn't get a build here, which bad news for Cody, I think. If Bohemia just held in spring, it would have got into Vienna. So he's lost out, and his loss is Adam's gain, who gets Budapest instead and gets Constantinople because Morgante has decided, well, I'm going to die anyway, so I may as well try and unbalance it and punish Craig for this. So fair enough. If you're going to die anyway, the best you can manage is dying to one person instead of to whoever that wants your stuff. But yeah, Adam gets to build 2 more dots,
wow.
2 more units rather, and these tough builds actually. Like the Army Sevastopol is sort of the alliance build, and you can do that. But any other build is really difficult to square with either ally. So it'd be really interesting to see how Adam plays this, whether he waves or whether he decides, right, foot on the gas, I'm going to attack one of these 2, and the build.
Yeah,
It's difficult choice, but a good choice you have to make. I mean,
oh yeah,
I agree, and let's take that instead of like who do you like 1904 question. I think probably most of you or most of us would say Russia. How would you play Russia from this point? Let's take that question. What would you guys build, and what would be the countries you would look into attacking next? Would you stick with the RGI? Would you stab one of them? Where are you heading yourself as Russia here?
If it was me, I think I would stab Italy. I think that the fact that Germany and France are still fighting gives you less to fear in the West. The risk is, of course, that they decide not to fight and they both come and attack you. But I think that you have more control over Germany. Germany is still struggling to get their builds in the West. Germany has less room to turn on you, whereas Craig is going to be in a position where he next year is probably getting 3 builds the way it's looking. He probably gets Marseille, Spain, and Smyrna if you stick with him. And at that point, Craig can become quite scary to you. So I can definitely see why you might choose to just stick with Germany and go after Craig here, especially if Morgante is going to Janissary and keep the fleet on the board and do whatever he can to punish Craig.
Yeah, I think I would build another army to go south, because I think if your Balkan position starts to crumble, you can lose a lot. But I think then you can also try to start talking with Craig about where he wants to go, what he wants to do in this game, and is he playing for the tournament win, or is he happy to go have a drink quickly? So I think that's you put yourself in a position where you cannot be stabbed in the Balkans by Craig, and then you start talking about how to end this game in a way that's favorable to you. But yeah, I think Germany as more as could be the one that wants to continue playing and maybe sees a way to the board top. While if Italy is if Turkey will throw you, or you think you're going to get at least one other center and then another center in Austria, I think Russia can really have a position where it doesn't really have to be afraid of Italy, and then he can try to negotiate. I think it's, if you know the game is going to last for long, then your decisions are very complicated. But here, I think he needs to start thinking about, okay, what should I do to try to end this game as quick? He's in good position. He's in the lead. So if he can, if I can negotiate some kind of agreement to get him the top, and nobody is really fighting, he should try to do that.
It is only 1904, and this is the evening game. So this, if you're going to have any game run long, this would be the one. Adam, having already got a good board top in his first round, another good board top here gives him one hand on the trophy. So there's definitely reason for him to play out and try and max score if he can get away with it diplomatically.
I think in this tournament, I don't know exactly when it started and what time it is, but there is a time in around 10 p.m. where people want to just draw to go and socialize, and if the game goes on for like until midnight, then okay, the evening is wasted. So now we need to play, and I don't think Adam wants this game to last for 10 years and go to a he's in control, is in the lead. I think I would try to get a negotiated end game as soon as possible, but it may not work
right now. Yeah,
Germany may want to play on. Craig Mayer may want to play on, and
if Germany wanted to play on in spring, they might not necessarily still want to play on now that Austria is walking into Berlin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Nicolau, anything else in spring we see that is interesting?
I mean, 2 dots for. I know he's going to lose Spain in the fall, so that well defended by Paul. But I think Craig and Adam seems to be working together to share the last 2 Turkish centers, and I think Morgante is pretty happy to have these 2 centers disappear. Yeah, I don't know. I think, as you said, the move to Silesia by Austria is kind of devastating for Germany. I think without that, Germany would be in a decent position, but that could really cripple him.
Yeah.
So it looks like they both tried to convoy Norway to Edinburgh, so they didn't agree who was supporting the army in. Whether that was deliberate on Cody's part or accidental. If Adam wants to keep partnering with Cody does have a very credible case saying, hey, I'm losing Berlin. You've got to give me Edinburgh here. You've got to throw me a bone at this stage. And Adam, if he wants to keep partnering with Germany, will pretty much have to do that because, otherwise, as you say, Germany's position is shot. And
but it depends. If the agreement was that, because the Norway was supposed to go to Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So I think maybe Germany didn't do what they were supposed to do. So now Adam is going to say, okay, if you don't do it now, I mean, I have a bill from Ankara, and you don't, and I'm coming from you if you start lying to me, and so I think I think Germany is in trouble.
The flip side is that if Germany and Italy together decide that they don't want Russia to top, the fact that Adam didn't pull down to Romania, he kept that army slightly further away, means Budapest is pretty vulnerable right now for a three-way attack on it, and Craig could also do hilarious shenanigans to deny Ankara to Adam. So the stab is on right now if they together decide they don't want it to happen.
So,
Mikhail, let's take the ball.
So the stab is not on Craig's side. Craig doesn't do anything irrational or hostile towards Adam. Cody does negotiate that he should be the one to get Edinburgh, but this time it's Adam that conveniently forgets to do a certain order. And Liverpool. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just forgot I had to tap it. So Germany isn't building. They take Vienna but lose Berlin.
Mhm.
Craig is building from Smyrna, but because of France throwing everything into that defense and Cody not following up behind, Craig doesn't actually get anything else, and Adam gets a build again. So is all that's really happened is Adam just ticking slightly further up. He does have potential worry of Germany being in Sweden, but also that just means that Germany's more isolated in the West. So
Yeah, and now
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
could give you plausible deniability to build in St. Pete.
Yep.
mhm.
So in the winter, Adam at 10 builds in Moscow rather than St. Pete. Goodbye to Morgante. Zach Moore is now living in Berlin these days, and there's an Italian army, which is interesting. Like that is not the most pro-Russia and Germany friendly build, but it makes sense. I mean, sort of the can has
that
been
was
kicked down the
needed.
road.
That was
Yeah,
needed, I think,
the
because
can was
after
kicked down the
many
road,
years,
right? And something will, unless we see a draw sort of now, something will happen in the Balkans. But we
Oh,
do see a draw now.
yeah.
Congratulations, Adam Silverman. I mean, great game. As I said before, I think what you said, Nicola, might be very true, that he was actually very fine with taking the draw right here. Yes, sure, Russia could have had potential to grow bigger, but there is a valid case to be made that Italy and Germany will rather turn on them right now because they're in the lead. They're leading the tournament now, at least provisionally, with quite a big margin. I mean, we haven't seen Robert Chase's game yet, so if he gets a good score, he might be in a very similar situation or even ahead of Adam. But generally speaking, kudos to Adam Silverman. Great game. I really like that Russian performance there.
Yeah, that was a really
is-
strong performance. As coming in as the leader and putting in a performance like that, he's laid down a marker. Maybe Robert Chase can keep up with him. Maybe someone can get a huge result tomorrow. But Adam is in prime position to win this tournament right now, and
it's the catch me as you can strategy, right?
And that's what he did when he won DipCon in 2021. He topped both boards at Carnage and ran into round 3 with a pretty big lead. So Robert Chase did not play round 2 last night.
No.
He was tentative about being here the whole weekend. Ended up being able to get here for Saturday morning. Could not play Saturday night. So this is where the standings are as of the end of round 2. So you've got Adam. Zach with a weaker result after a nice board top. Ed pushes his way up there. Johnny, big score, but I mean, a 10 center board top gap, maybe, between the two. So Adam needs to be eliminated, and a lot needs to happen in order to push one of these chasers up to him. So let's hear from Adam after round 2. David had some time to chat with him, and then we'll get some kind of setup as we get into round 3.
Silverman, I'm here right after round 2 here. We played 2 rounds of the same day, and you have managed to top both boards. How do you feel about going into round 3 with those 2 board tops?
David, is there a big red X on my back? I'm not sure, but I think I saw one there.
Well, there certainly is now that everybody's watching us do an interview with you in the tournament. Exactly. I don't know why you agreed to this. But anyway, let's talk first about the game that just ended, your round 2 game. Tell us how you ended up topping that board.
So I was playing Russia in that game. I think the key was getting a great ally in the north. I knew there were a lot of powers in the south. I figured I could get something working, but managing to get Cody to work with me, he made a wonderful proposal to me early in the game. We stuck together. I think it was to his benefit. It was certainly to mine. And, I got enough things going on in the south that it worked out, and I feel very fortunate.
So Cody was playing Germany in the game to your Russia, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I think you don't see RG alliances that often, but they can be really potent as they were in this game.
And tell me about how the things went for you in the south.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a back and forth. Originally, Zach playing Austria, he was also at top his board this morning. I was actually going to try to work with Zach, and the situation just played itself out, so it made a lot more sense for Craig in Italy and I to take him out. And we did that, and we went for Turkey after that, and just the position was a little bit better for me, so Craig couldn't do anything about it. But So I feel fortunate that worked out. But it was a great game. I had some great allies. Everybody on the board played really well, so it was just a lot of fun.
Sounds like a great experience. All right, tell us about the round one game from this morning, which you also taught.
Yeah, very different situation. Johnny Gillam and I were, he was in France, I was in England. Johnny is such a good player, a great ally, great dude. We played a super aggressive opening against Germany. It was actually, I don't think I've ever done this opening before. You'll see it on the broadcast, so I won't talk about the specifics, but super aggressive. We played really aggressively through the first couple years of the game. And Johnny got a little bit overextended, and it pained me so much, and that's the truth. I know you probably don't believe that it pained me to stab him, but we were working so well together, but he was so overextended, and it felt like something that I could easily get away with doing. Playing England, I had a lot of fleets in the north and had cleared everybody else out, so I had nothing to do with those fleets. It was sort of something that I felt like I could do with impunity. To Johnny's credit, after I did it, he rallied the board against me. They locked me up, but it was sufficient for me to get a reasonable board top.
Certainly sounds like you got the better of Johnny Gillam, and some of us are kind of happy about that. Probably some of us are not happy about that. So it depends on who you are in the audience, whether you're in favor of doing that to Johnny Gillam or not. All right, you're going into round three here. What is the biggest thing you've got to worry about going into your round three board?
Well, I mean, it's probably pretty obvious. I suspect I'm going to be the tournament leader unless there's a solo during the round today. I guess somebody could get a huge result and maybe be ahead of me, but I'll be in probably first or second or something like that. People will know that, and so there's a tendency to go kill the tournament leader. So I feel like my position is good, but I need to get a result enough tomorrow. So I'll be fighting for that.
Yeah, there's no drop round in this tournament, so you can't go in there and get creamed in round three. But you've been in this situation before, haven't you? For example, in the DipCon from 2021, you were going into the last round.
Yeah, I had a shared board top and a board top going into that, and there's a lot. There's luck in the draw in terms of who you get around you. Are they people who are going to be willing to work with you, see the possibilities, or are they going to just jump on you? Which is okay. It would be reasonable for people to decide to do that. But hopefully I have a fun game, whether it goes well or not, and whatever happens, happens.
You heard it here first, folks. Adam Silverman agrees it is reasonable to jump on him in a game of diplomacy. Back to the studio.
Muted everyone. I don't know if I can unmute everyone. I'll try to unmute. There we go. All right, there we go. Did not know that David asked the question about DipCon, but it's certainly very reminiscent. So, guys, Robert, since you've been hosting, I'll give you a first crack. Adam going to win?
I think so. I mean, Adam is a great player. As I said, I was really impressed, especially with his round 2 game, and his lead is sizable. The thing with teaming up on the leader is very sensible, but having around 100 points lead, that is hard to crack, even if he just gets a small survival. As we saw in the chat, a 1 center survival can be around 30 points under the system. So even any type of survival will make it pretty hard for most players to catch him.
Yeah. Nicola, you've seen Adam in play and face-to-face many times. What's his strategy like going into a round 3 to avoid elimination?
I think, first he said what's going to be the decisive maybe element is the draw. If you see the Ed Sullivan and Johnny Gillam are like 100 points behind. If he's Austria and Johnny is Italy and Ed is Turkey, I wouldn't put a coin on Adam. Otherwise, yes, it's just telling someone, if you want to place and have a good result in the tournament, I'll be your junior partner. I just need 4 or 5 centers. I'll do exactly what you want. I'll work with you until the end. I'll give you what you need to top this board, and that's it. And but yeah, if he's surrounded by Zach Moore, Ed Sullivan, Johnny Gillam, or somebody like this, same way, if he's surrounded, he gets one of his, somebody who likes him very much and who is happy to see him win the tournament, then he could also have somebody who says, I'm not going to kill Adam and I'm happy to help him survive. And so I think, the draw is part of the tournament, and it's going to have a big impact. And the country also, I think there are countries where it's kind of easier to survive. He hasn't played France, he hasn't played Italy, and these are countries that give you a good chance to survive. If you get if you roll Austria or Turkey, I think it's going to be a bit harder.
Well, power selection for this tournament, we
It's
use
random, right?
Power selection for the tournament is using Chris Brand's software, and the priority was Sphere, like used to be done a lot back in the day, and so he will be either Germany, Italy, or Austria. So 2 of the 3 have high chances for I shouldn't say high chances, but
or maybe you know, he sent a little bribe to Chris Brand to get Italy, right?
I mean, he's done a pretty similar sort of strategy to what I did at DixieCon earlier this year. As he may not have realized he'd get such a big lead early on, and it's not quite the same because there's no drop round this time, but he has just said, right, come and get me, and he's going to go into this final round, and anybody who isn't maybe not on this page, anyone not on this page, but even some of the people on this page that don't think that they can win the tournament, he's just going to go, hey, work with me, and I will be your pliable ally, and I'll get you as high up the tournament as possible. And he doesn't have to care anything other than an elimination should win him this tournament, because nobody is likely to solo a game that ends this quickly.
Well, here is his round 3 draw. We're not going to do his game yet. We will save that for the finish to keep everyone.
So the bribe to Chris Brand worked, right?
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, he's got Ed Sullivan close to him, but it's not too bad. Italy's a nice country.
It's never ideal to be between Sarah and Ed. Those two work together, but like Eba and Karthik and Chad as well, all of them are prime examples of people who are not really in contention to win this tournament, but would like to place. They may want the DBNI points. They may want the just to place overall. Eba has not had a great score so far, and Chad's quite low down as well. So both of them are people that you can just go to and say, hey, I will do anything you want. You can top this board, and I will just come along, chud along, win the tournament, and we can have a 1-2 finish.
All right, so Robert, up to you. You want to stick around for one more, or are you going to call tonight?
I think I'm gonna head out, but thank you guys. Was great fun commentating with you, and I wish you a good night all.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your help.
Cheers, Robert.
Take care.
All right, we got Robert. We will have a special surprise coming to help us after this game. We will get to the Adams game later to see if he can finish it off. We're going to start with some more Weasel love here. We've got Don Glass in Austria, David Mletsky from Big Sombrero in England. That sounds like something you'd hear in like Montana or Idaho or something. Or Texas, Big Sombrero. France, Matthew Krill. Germany, Keith Worstel had a good round last time. Italy, Zach Moore. Russia, Johnny Gillum. And 8th place, Illinois from Hare. I guess that's his country. This is a board with some pretty good hair. Being here and seeing the wavy hair walking around, definitely. So Brian Preble is in Turkey for Bill Murray. Probably the most famous Chicagoan that we will see on this list. Like in his movie Groundhog Day, there are certain things in diplomacy that just keep happening over and over again. All right. To the map and to the reveal. Let's go. McCall, let's start it off. We'll give you spring and Nicola fall on this one.
All right, so the East, see another bounce in Galicia, bounce in Black Sea, everything pretty standard there. Zach does go up to Tyrolia, which gives him a bit of influence, but isn't necessarily hostile to anyone. Aside from that, it's pretty much as you'd expect over that side. And the West, this is a very gunboaty opening by England here. Putting the army down to Wales. I'm taking Norway. I'm not at all hostile to Russia. If someone's going to jump up to Channel, they're not going to do anything that scares me. That's the way to defend from a France that opens to the Channel without going to the Channel yourself. So Mletsky, as we saw in the games he played earlier, he doesn't seem to be playing for board tops. He's playing to fill out boards. He's probably going to be cautious, and this is the perfectly cautious way to play England.
Nicola, what's the benefit of Wales over a Yorkshire as opposed to? I mean, both can cover London. Is Wales more the diplomatic signal of I'm keeping this army on the island that you don't even have to worry about it?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't know. Maybe it's friendly to Russia because you say, okay, there's never going to be a convoy to Norway. But other than that, it may be also, Dave Maletsky does things his way, and that's the way he likes it. And most of the time, it's not going to make such a big difference. And also, maybe it's telling other people, I'm not going to convoy to Belgium, so you don't need to worry about that. Because sometimes people don't really like to have an English army in Belgium. I don't know, but
I mean, like the edge case is what it lets you do is, well, basically this is if France is in the channel, you can bounce London to keep yourself in North Sea and cover Wales. So you can block off any sort of convoy across without having to give up North Sea or risk giving up North Sea to do so. So that is the sort of edge case where it has use, and in gunboat, that's why you sometimes see it be done.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, what do we see in the fall? So we see so Greece is getting bounced by Turkey. So that's not something we see very often. And also we see that Italy has given a support to Serbia that makes Austria in trouble because they're not going to build. So it's kind of a very, very sneaky way to attack Austria without moving into any of their centers. But that's what Zach Moore just did. So that's kind of interesting. And you see Johnny Gillam, taking Romania, taking Galicia. I mean, I think, Zach Moore and Johnny are both in contention. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see them work together and say, okay, let's put ourselves in a position where one of us can win the tournament, and then we'll see where we are at the end of the tournament. And this looks like winter green in the making, where they're going to try to kill Austria quickly, and then hopefully, Brian can defend, but maybe then they're going to go after Brian and then decide at the end, if one of them top the boards, maybe one of them can win the tournament, and so either they'll negotiate it or they'll see who can stab the other at the end. So I think that's a very, very, very good tournament strategy to, instead of saying, oh, he's my, Adam Silverman is their enemy, is their target. They can work together.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first time we've seen a free build Germany in 01. That's not something you see too often. It's really interesting that Mackerel just held in Burgundy. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Keith does with this position. And Brian, meanwhile, is channeling his inner Andrew Goff by going to Syria there. See whether it works for him. I know that's a move that Andrew adores.
Let's hope it's not another Western triple where Keith said, "Oh, I'll do it only if I get 6," but it might be another Western
these builds
triple.
are quite Western triple-y.
Yeah, and then Zach and Johnny are not going to be happy.
And Zach and
but
Brian.
It's good for Adam. It's good for Adam.
Yeah, it's good news for Brian and good news for Adam. That's basically the only people it's good news for.
What hasn't there been good news for Adam this whole weekend? It seems like.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right, McCall, spring 1902. We're seeing triple E.
I mean, this is triple and triple. Like, this is an RIT just killing Austria as quickly as possible. That rarely works out too well for everyone in said RIT, but when Italy gets to retreat into Munich in spring of 02, because Keith, despite having 3 builds, managed to leave a hole open for it, that's a bit of an oversight and a bit of an issue. I mean, it won't be hard to kick him back out, but it's still not ideal, especially if France decides that actually, maybe I don't need Germany, maybe I won't Western triple from here. And there's still time to pull back if you're Mackerel and go another route. And now that Italy's in Munich, you could just, oh crap, I forgot I wasn't meant to support old Italy there. I thought you were in there, Germany. I'm so sorry. Elsewhere, yeah, this is yeah, they push into Serbia, they walk into Budapest, push everything down. Germany does have a guarantee on Warsaw because Johnny built the fleet going for a bit more aggression. That was a bold decision, but he needs a huge score, and he needs Adam not to get any sort of score. So you've got to take risks if you're Johnny. I can't fault him for building fleet St. Petersburg there. He may well pay the price now.
All right. The fall. Oh.
Yeah, so Russia is losing Sweden, Norway that they had, captured in the spring, and Warsaw, but they are getting no, they are keeping Budapest. That's it. So yeah, the Western Triple is on with the French helping Germany to retake Munich. Yeah, so it's going to be devastating Western Triple, and I think the tournament hopes for Zach and Johnny are kind of getting thinner by the minute. But Brian Pravel should be pretty happy with what's happening, I guess. So
yeah, I mean, Johnny didn't defend Sweden. He obviously made some sort of diplomatic play saying, "Hey, Germany, you can take it, but take it from Baltic. Come, we'll attack England together." That was brave, but again, like his position, it's sort of all or nothing. For the East, there's not a lot they can do. For the West, Matt Creel and Keith, knowing probably as they do the way Miletsky played in the first round, played at Dix. He plays in, as you said earlier, most tournaments these days where he's not going there to win. He's just there to fill out a board, have a good time, socialize. He doesn't matter so much about doesn't mind so much about the result. This makes a Western Triple all the more safe. If you're pretty confident that the England that's in a Western Triple has no interest in stabbing you, France and Germany can go, oh well, this Western Triple is excellent. Why would I not do this Western Triple and see which of us wins as a result? So from their perspective, you can see why they've gone along with it. But this was also the exact same logic we were using at Regatta, where Eddie Bassan had spent that entire tournament not trying to win, not doing anything. And it came to the final round of that of the Regatta, and I can't remember who it was, but someone just put all of their faith in Eddie that he would keep playing like that. And then at the end of that game, Eddie stabbed them and got a massive board top and ruined their chances of winning the tournament. So who knows? Maybe Miletsky will follow a similar path, and they will trust him too much at their own peril here.
Well, the Central Powers picking up the builds this turn, although Keith has to play too short.
Yeah, that's what happens when you let Italy into Munich in the spring.
Yeah,
don't do that.
All right, so playing too short. Let's see how it affects him. Not much.
Well, there is a stab.
So, yeah, it seems that there are stabs everywhere. So maybe
Germany
it's going to be a fun game at the end.
Yeah, so Germany walked into Moscow because it was guaranteed, because somehow. Why not? Spring night is free. I'll just walk into Moscow for free. They also moved to attack Matt Krill in France, who moves into Belgium, perhaps predicting that, or perhaps maybe there was actually some sort of agreement that Germany was supposed to give Belgium to France, and because Germany was coming down to Tyrolia, and yeah. Either way, Miletsky has also gone in on France, so it looks like Matt Krill has trusted Dave at his peril. It may well have been Matt who got stabbed by Eddie at Regatta. I'm not sure. He was one of the players in contention going into that final round, so maybe lightning has struck Matt Krill twice today. Yeah, the East, it still seems to be this interesting sort of RIT, except now even Austria is on board, perhaps. They're pushing Austria into Ionian Sea. So the Eastern Quadruple that's formed as a response to the Western Triple probably won't last very long now that the Western Triple's on its last legs. It'll be interesting to see who gets stabbed from this position. I definitely wouldn't want to be Zach Moore right this second.
I don't want to be Zach Moore at any second.
So let's see what's happening. So very bad turn for the German, who loses Moscow and Warsaw. Maletsky got St. Petersburg and now is getting Brest. And France is getting Tunis and Belgium and losing Brest, so it's not a bad turn for them. Zachmore is losing Greece and Tunis, so bad turn for Zachmore, and he was lucky not to lose Naples. So yeah, I think Johnny is putting kind of back into a defensive position, but Brian is kind of in a wonderful position, I think. And with Russian fleet in Smyrna, I don't really know what they're doing there, but yeah, it's kind of a very messy position. I think the winner is Maletsky because he has no enemy. He's building 2, and if he wants, I think he can really do a lot in this game. But the rest, I think it's very messy and chaotic. So we'll see what happens.
I would say I'd imagine Smyrna is an agreement. Turkey's drawn up to Sev to help Russia, and instead of a Sev-Con swap, we've seen the lesser-known variant of the Sev-Smyrna swap. Not sure that's going to catch on particularly widely, but it is a thing that they've done, and I don't imagine that that's hostile. I've seen this game before from Dave Bletsley. I've seen this exact game in my 3rd game at DixieCon when he was England, and he walked into Brest after stabbing a Western triple, but he didn't play to top that board. He just played to get his centers and be unstabbable, and he's doing that same thing. In that exact game, he didn't convoy to Brest despite it being on. He said to France, look, I'm going to take this stuff either way, but I'm not going to do it in a way that's hostile to you, and France tolerated it and stuck around to the end. Keith not going for Paris is... This could hurt. The difference between this game and the one I played at DixieCon is the one I played at DixieCon, Germany was gigantic and topped very, very comfortably. This game, it's going to be difficult for Germany to do that, given the change that's just happened on the East and the fact he's down 2, despite not having to pull any, because he didn't put any down last year.
Yeah. But it's Johnny's turn to have a build and have no place to build.
So the one thing that you underestimate, Michalis, is that this Sev Smyrna swap was done by someone who has the mic frequently on DBN. So we've got some influence. We may push it. Brian, for that, does get to build Army Con. So someone's coming back in the room. Everyone bailed out, so we might hear some background noise. And Zach take what he gets and loses 2 armies here. So, nope. RT still working together. Michalis, what do we see here?
Austria is janissarying for Turkey still and goes into Venice. Italy is still prioritizing defending from France, despite the fact that Austria is walking into stuff behind them. That's fair enough. Zach has decided that he's more annoyed at the Western Triple and that they ruined his chances of winning this tournament, so can't really fault him for doing that. Really good tactical move by RT there to piff Ukraine. That deserves some calling out. The Ukraine army was a real pain in the backside, quite literally and figuratively. So getting that off of the board, even though it risked Warsaw being walked into, the fact that you've managed to stay in Silesia while doing it is even more of a win. But yeah, getting rid of that German army from behind their lines just gives them a much more solid position, and they can, if they choose to stick together here and do a very strange looking RT, they can definitely actually get on the front foot now going forwards.
Yeah. All right, and then we get into the fall, Nicola, where France is recovering and moving nicely.
Yeah, and it seems that I would say that it was an agreement to piff the German fleet that had moved to North Sea. So I think it means that maybe the Western Triple is going to be back together. But the question is, will it be enough to stop the Turkish monster from topping this board? So I think now it's a bit... it seems to me that the East has decided that they wanted to punish the Western Triple and maybe give the win to Brian. But maybe, knowing Johnny, maybe thinks, okay, if I stick around and Brian overextends, there might be a time in the game where I can get something back, and he has a build in the pocket, so maybe that could be forgotten by Brian, and then you put another army when it's not expected, and you can get back in the game. But right now, I think it's Brian's games to lose, but it's easy to see yourself too beautiful and forget that Johnny is playing for the tournament win, and that if he sees an opening, he will take it.
Yeah, I mean the Western Triple, like they've done this thing where Miletsky gets to decide that no one's stabbing me at any point in this game. Again, familiar with what happened at DixieCon in the third round when he did that there. But neither France nor Germany is in a great position to top here. Potentially Italy can throw dots to Matt Krill, which might change that equation around. The fact that Zach guessed correctly over Trieste or Vienna gives him more opportunity to decide to throw dots should he choose to throw dots. If he was dropping down to 2 here, his ability to throw dots would be far slimmer. So he's still got some say left on where this board goes from this position.
Yeah, unlucky for Don there. I think he would have enjoyed building. It would have been his first build of the game, even still only being at 3. All right. Johnny, for his efforts, gets to put down the one from last time.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm Brian, I don't know. I would have liked to take another dot there, because now he's in Johnny's. I mean, he has centers he can take, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So I see that now he's trying to see that maybe it's my turn to get something, but
I would imagine this is still a deal. I mean, obviously Turkey goes into Budapest. I imagine that it's going to be Russia goes into Vienna here. They're in a really tangled up position, but I also think that from Brian's perspective, he doesn't need to stab yet, and he probably is. His main risk to not topping this board is either a load of dots being thrown to the west to stop Brian topping, or stabbing too soon and there being a board-wide alliance against him.
No, I didn't want him to stab, but I think he needs to be asking what he deserves to make sure that there are no possibilities for him to get for the win to get away. Because if you're too nice, I think that's the kind of that's the only thing that can lose him the game, is if he's too nice, and then at some point the build he didn't get is missing from his defense. But right now, if he gets Bud, then I think everything is in business. And
yeah, I mean, this is Russia gets Vienna.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, this is your turn.
Yeah, but you see, Russia gets Vienna, is moving to Romania, and then Budapest is moving to Trieste. So it's very, very good turn for Russia. It's a good turn for Turkey, but not a fantastic turn. And maybe you're giving ideas to Russia that he can top this board and win the tournament. I think Turkey was in a position where he could still work with Russia without giving Russia too much hope. That I think now the hope is there, and I don't see why Johnny is not going to go 100%. And to do that, he has to stab Turkey before the end of the game. And this is a time-limited game, so I don't know. I think Brian should have been a bit more like putting the foot on the ground and saying, "No, I want more. I need more." And
I think Brian had a very credible case for sitting in Budapest and taking Trieste from Serbia here, and just building 2 and going, right, I am in control.
Yeah, I think he has relinquished a bit of control to Johnny here, and I don't know.
Yep.
Let's see if he pushes it a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's not friendly anymore between them.
It's not friendly, but it's also not as hostile as it could have been. Gal and Rum sitting there doing nothing. There's a lot of units not doing anything particularly effectively here.
He's going to lose Sebastopol, and Johnny might be leading. Right after that turn. So
And,
But it also it doesn't seem like he cares that much. Like he self-bounced in Aegean rather than
Yeah,
pulling a fleet out there. It's a bit difficult to see what they were doing.
So maybe Brian doesn't really care about the result, and but what I'm saying is, yeah, if he wanted to top that board, he needed to be a bit more, to stay a bit more in control, and now he has lost the control. And I think Johnny is the one who can. I would put some money on Johnny's position right now.
I mean, the thing is that the West are still there, lurking right behind, and they're still level with them. So all they need is a little bit of fighting, and suddenly France or Germany could time it perfectly and actually top this board with 8 or 9 centers just by being one ahead of anyone else. There's complete chaos down there, as you've just flashed. France is back into the Ionian. They have 2 fleets that side of the Ionian. Germany's also in a position where if RT fight, Germany could easily get into Vienna or Trieste.
I'm not saying that Johnny is going to win this, but from a position where basically Brian couldn't lose the game, and now he has put Johnny in a position where he's hoping that maybe he could get the tournament win if he gets the right stab. And Turkey's position is not as great as it used to be, and now the Western Triple, as you said, may be in even better position. And yeah, that's exactly what's happening. He's losing 3. So
he's losing 3, but he does gain rum, so he.
Oh yeah, 2. He's losing 2, but yeah, that's a very, very bad turn for Russia-Turkey. Well, I don't know. A couple of seasons ago, they were in control of the games. So
the best part about this is in 1906, David Miletsky ordered 0 units.
This is exactly what he did at Dixie in my game as well. He just got to this point and just didn't enter orders for the rest of the game. I think he just held for like 3 or 4 years, and I'd be shocked if he actually moves again in this game, as long as nobody is threatening him.
I will say, in his defense, the deep dish pizza did show up about this time, and so he may have had both hands occupied. Couldn't write.
I was to say, I can fully believe that Miletsky's not even looking at the board anymore and isn't actually entering orders whatsoever. Yep. He could have just got off and socialized and gone, right, I'm done. This is sorted. Yeah.
All right. Fleet Berlin. Interesting.
That might annoy Miletsky a little bit. If the game doesn't end right now.
Does not end right now, but
it did annoy Miletsky. That build was only hostile to Dave. That was a really dangerous unit to put on this board for Keith there.
Oh, the convoy? Is it?
Yeah, the convoy is the fun part.
The 4-nation convoy that's also with Turkish agreement, because Aegean also put in a convoy for that. So
I think everybody's eating pizza now, right?
Yep. This game is surely going to end at the end of this year, and they've just arranged some sort of top, because Johnny's walked out of Vienna. Yeah.
So I wonder if it went through, if the convoy actually did go through Aegean, or if it skipped Aegean. It does not show on Backstabber.
They both convoyed it, so it doesn't matter. It would have gone through either of them.
Either way.
But Brian had supported it, so it couldn't be stopped.
Unwanted
whatever
convoy.
Zat did. Not Zat, Johnny did.
Yep. No orders for Fall 07, so my guess is this is how it ended. So France does not get to claim Smyrna as its own, but we end here at what it was in winter 1906, shared top, Russia and Germany. So
it was what the time went out before
time when So my assumption is they did not have orders in yet for fall 1907. Brian's still in the room. Is that right, Brian?
I missed that question.
Did the time end? Is that why your game ended?
We actually drew.
Yeah, there was a draw.
Yeah, we agreed on the draw, but it was it wouldn't have made a difference either way because time expired while we were like immediately after.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right, so that was it. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Shoot. Here, let's here. We went back. So fall 1905. Here were the orders. We actually have a sideline video. So we like doing it in virtual, where we get to go into the Discord rooms. We actually
we are back with Front Channel with Front Stabber David Hood.
Hey, Brandon Fogel. Glad to be here again.
And also front stabber Brandon Fogel. We have been watching the board, which is named after
Bill Murray, actually.
Bill Murray,
Round
famous
3, Bill Murray game.
famous Chicago comic actor. And we were just observing negotiations during fall of 1905. The game is not especially dynamic at this moment. There's a lot of powers that seem to be locked up, but the small powers are furiously diplomacying, negotiating right now. David, what did you overhear?
I was mostly watching the negotiations in the Mediterranean theater, so it was Zachary Moore's Italy scrambling as between Matt Krill's France and Brian Prevel's Turkey. And there's also a very small Austria played by Don Glass, who was also scrambling for survival. And the real issue was trying to figure out how does Brian want to end the game, how does Matt Krill want to end the game, and both Zachary and Don trying to figure out how they could enter into those plans in a way that could allow them to survive.
So several players in that game are highly placed in the tournament right now. Nobody is really in the running for the championship, thanks to what's happening on other boards. But Zach Moore and Johnny Gillum, both small powers, both who have been doing some Janissary work up until now, are angling for a higher finish. And I heard them have a negotiation where they talked about not necessarily throwing everything to Brian Prevel in Turkey, as had been as it seemed to have been the case up until then.
And actually, Zachary told Brian that he was not against Brian topping the board, but did not want Brian to dominate the board because he thought that would affect the ability of Zachary Moore to survive the game. So he was actually willing to tip that off a little bit to Brian Prevel. One of the funniest things I heard was it was a discussion between Zach and Zachary Moore and Brian Prevel about whose word could be trusted. They both said they could trust each other's word. Matt Krill's word is good, and this is a direct quote, Johnny Gillum's word, no good. And they both agreed on that.
But, which maybe fits a bit with the negotiations that I observed. I followed Johnny around a little bit, and it was very fun. He's a very entertaining negotiator. But he was talking sweet nothings to everyone he talked to, even people who were on the opposite sides of firing lines. So Johnny is negotiating quite strongly right now, and he's angling for a higher finish in this tournament, looking for, I think, a third or fourth place, something like that.
Well, and we just watched the adjudication for the end of the turn, which will adjudicate, as you will see, to Russia going up to 6, which means that's Johnny Gillum, which means he's now tied with England at 6. He's tied for France at 6. And Prevel's got 7 at Turkey.
Yeah, and the other storyline here is that Brian...
And Keith has 6 as Germany. There's a bunch of 6s.
Yeah, so there's lots of people angling for the board top here. And Brian Prevel looked like he might have a big stab opportunity and try to get big quickly as Turkey, and appears to have passed it up.
Passed up stabbing who?
The Russian.
The Russian, right. Yeah, and what Brian's point was is that he didn't want to appear so big because he wanted to be able to take a board top. It didn't matter to him how many centers it was. He wanted to be in a position to snag that board top by the end of the game.
Yeah, Brian doesn't get to play often, and he's been excited to play this weekend. A little bit of hard luck, but maybe his luck is going to turn around here at the end of round 3.
It was a fascinating set of negotiations, particularly trying to determine how the smaller powers could fit into the goals that the larger powers, or people at the time thought there were larger powers, what their goals were for the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's at the end of the tournament, and it's fun to see everyone still cares about what's going to happen here.
I certainly do. Do you, Brandon?
I certainly do. A little regretful that I'm not here to front stab anyone. How are you feeling, David?
I'm just perfectly fine. I think coming in second, coming in whatever is perfectly fine. It doesn't have to be tournament win or go home. That's just the way I see the game. I know others disagree.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed on camera a front stab from Mr. David Hood.
You're welcome.
This is Front Channel. I am Brandon Fogel.
And I'm David Hood.
Oh man,
that was
poor
fun.
Brandon. Yeah, it was. So we've got some more video that we're gonna put together in a special kind of offshoot, like the making of some of these videos too. So we'll have a little bit more, but we traveled to tournaments back in the day, and you used to have a drop round. Some tournaments had it, some didn't. So you get to watch your friends play, just pick up on negotiations as you go along. But we weren't doing it for entertainment purposes. It was more just that's what people do. Today it was a different feeling. Like we used to do that. So we would go in and we were kind of listening. What could we bring on air? What could we record? So we've got one more of those coming up in the other game too. I wish I would have done it at the time, but I forgot about it. So that's where we end.
So what was the final score here? It was 7 for Brian and.
No, it ended 7 for Johnny and Keith.
Here's where we are. No orders.
Okay.
Yeah. 7-7.
So it was
6,
at the end
6,
of
5.
okay. Oh yeah.
And I will show. Let's get to the control panel. So this is where we stand as of those scores counting. Zach made the biggest jump, but still stays in second place.
Quite a win for Zach to somehow end up ahead of everyone else on that board, despite how badly that game had gone for him.
Yeah. All right. So that was Bill Murray and the reference to his word is good, and no good. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Saturday Night Live, some of the best. All right. So another very historic person from Chicago, although not known for Chicago at this point, is Walt Disney. Started his creative thinking here many, many years ago. So this is the other board without Adam Silverman on it. No one really in the top. Well, we got 7, 8, 9, 10. So competitive. If you pull off a good score, you have a chance. That one got through. I think Brian said that it would not have made it through 07, but each board was able to individually set their time. So I know one of the boards changed their negotiation times to a faster speed. So 1907 is not the call time for all boards, not necessarily, because we were on individual times. So someone who powered through, you could read if everyone's orders are in the box, you could read early. So don't hold your breath at 1907 is on here. Katie Gray, Cody Green, Anya Moore, Stephen Hogue, Matt Sundstrom, Ian Rudnick, and Craig Mayer. Let's remove here. So what you see next to us is Brian from here. And if I can turn my screen, you can literally see Brian right here. So we're going to get some on the screen set. You can hear him on the mic, right?
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How are you?
Excellent. All right. So
we
Brian's
just
going to join us
on
here.
your game, so.
I think if there's one thing that I learned this weekend is there's a reason I host and don't play analyst. I learn from everyone every game, and this was an experience that taught me I have years more to learn. So, okay.
Well, that's what we're here for. Let's see if I can learn how to click the buttons. All right, we'll go fast, round robin style, since we have 3 analysts here. Brian, since you are new to it, we're going to make you go first. So give us some highlights here in 1901.
All right, my eyes immediately drawn, of course, to the Bounce in English channel. Always fun to see. We didn't really, I didn't get to observe as many games as probably some of you did, but I didn't hear of this happening as often as some events that we've seen. And then we've got the old school opening from Turkey, following through into Cannes with the Army. Other than that, this is a pretty typical opening. It's always fun to watch what happens in Burgundy, Paris supporting to Marseille. Yeah, this looks like a group of people that is not wanting to make huge moves outside of the fact that Anya and Cody are clearly not on the same page.
I mean, this could be the rarely spotted 0-build France in 1901 with this set of orders, because if you don't get into Belgium, that's the only dot they can get into here.
Oh, saved by the bell. Nicola, tell us what you see.
So yeah, France managed to get Belgium. So maybe she's on the same page with Germany, which would be good news for her. Cody is insisting into going to the channel, so I think he's going to be getting a fleet in Brest in answer to that. In the east, Katie is moving to Tunis and to Piedmont, so maybe she smelled some blood and she thought maybe there is not going to be a build in France, and so I should go and take advantage of this. And in fact, if there is a build in Brest, then Marseille is very, very, very open. So I think No, it's not Katie. It's Matt Sundstrom. Sorry. So Matt has smelled some blood in France. So I think she's going to be in trouble in France, because if both Cody and Matt are attacking, it's going to be hard. The rest we see for another, like the 7th or 9th, 8th time, Russia putting a fleet in Romania, which is kind of surprising. And but you see that Craig Mayer has moved to the Black Sea, so we'll see what happens there. It's good for Austria, I would say. When there is a fleet in Romania and Russia and Turkey are fighting, I think Katie should be pretty happy with these moves, especially with Italy going against France.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of been the move of the tournament, the fleet in Romania at the end of 1901. I don't remember the last time I saw it happen this often, but it has been the overwhelming standout thing that every tournament sort of has. There's always this one move that for whatever reason it's the common meta that weekend, and we've seen it in each tournament this year. I know at Regatta we were seeing English Channel bounces almost every other game, and at Dixie we were seeing England-Russia alliances almost every other game, which you don't see a lot of. So this is the
Yeah, and I see in the comments that somebody is saying that Katie did not even support Albania to Greece with Serbia. So either she's very, very trusting Craig Mayer, or she forgot about it, or I don't know.
Or they didn't put it in on the sandbox because it didn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. We got some adjustments here. What stands out, Brian? Anything? Nothing?
With the adjustments, no, I think these are all mostly pretty typical for what I would expect in this board position. I think the big standout, of course, will be the Southern Fleet build in Russia by Ian.
All right, let's keep rolling. I like that last time. We'll have Brian in the spring, Nicola in the fall, and McCallus. You jump in with anything you see they don't say.
Okay.
Well, moving on into the spring, looks like we've got some agreement on what's going to happen in the East a little bit. We've got Craig Mayer and Katie Gray coordinating against Russia, or at least attempting to. And then Ian was not on the same page, moved up into St. Pete, choosing to prioritize the defense of Scandinavia, it appears. In the West, we've got a bounce in North Sea. Not what I was expecting there, to be honest. And it looks like there's some readjustment between France's, or at least not a continuation into England. The big news, though, Matt Sundstrom sending everything to the West early. Bad news for Anya. Good news for the rest of the board, maybe?
It's pretty good news for Stephen Hogue, who gets to walk into Tyrolia but doesn't have to worry about France. Yeah, Stephen Hogue has all of his neighbours sort of fighting everybody except him, which is really nice to be as Germany.
London and Norway bounce in the North Sea. You want that at this point?
No.
Yeah. Straight to the answer. I like it. So because of that, Nicola, now Germany owns it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, England has lost Norway, which maybe they could have kept if, I mean, and then yeah, I think France not defending Spain. I think they could cut a Marseille support with Burgundy. I think that was kind of. So I think Italy is the one who is really winning here. I mean, getting Spain and Marseille in 1902 is just massive, and then Germany going into Vienna. I think it's going to be bad news for Katie, and I don't think she was expecting that. And she could have used the build. So I think it's a good move from Steven to make sure that the AT is not making too much progress. And I think Katie got bad turn this season, because she's losing Romania, I don't know why Craig Mert didn't enter any moves, so I think he must have forgotten, because Armenia should have cut save, or I mean, I don't know exactly what happened, but
I mean, it looks like he'd set up with Con to support himself to black, so maybe
Mhm.
Armenia misordered and he didn't enter it
Yeah,
to
I
black
don't
or
know.
something.
Yeah, there was a TD call at this point for order writing, order
Okay.
checking. So I think there must have been some
So,
typos, handwriting O's, whatever you call them.
but I guess KT would have lost Romania in any case, but
Yeah.
still the position would have been better for AT if there was a Turkish fleet in Black Sea. So yeah, I think the AT has lost lots of momentum here. So we'll see if Matt Sundstrom is going to take advantage to also join the fun, or if he's going to try to make it work for KT from a position of strength now that he has almost killed France. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of argument that Italy and Germany should just work together right now.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? You can work together against France, who's attacked Germany, and you can work together against Austria. They're pretty natural allies at this stage.
Yeah, we could have another Russia, Germany, Italy alliance there.
Yep.
I know firsthand from this weekend how deflating that misorder can be, lose so much tempo, and just a lot of times I'm glad I don't get to play as much as I would love to. And one of the reminders that I had was how much the momentum of the game can be affected by little things like that. So really going to be keeping an eye on how Craig Mayer responds. But Matt Sundstrom builds Army and Fleet. We've got disband of Fleet in London, Army in Moscow. All of these adjustments seem pretty reasonable to me. McCallus, anything you would disagree with here?
No, I think these are the builds that you do pretty much regardless of where you're going as all of these countries.
Yeah. And just shout out to Ian. I kind of jokingly said he went to St. Pete despite having that aggressiveness against him in the south, and implied that I wasn't sure if that would work out, but he seems to be making something of it here. Moving into Norwegian Sea, Army into St. Pete. We've got him continuing down, armies into Romania, cycling the fleets around. Really decent position, much better than it was. Katie Gray's moving back into Vienna. And Nicola, I don't think Matt and Vogue were listening to you. Looks like they are not working together from this position. We've got Tyrolia swinging into Piedmont. We've got pulling out of West Med by Italy, France taking Mid-Atlantic. Just a giant reshift in the dynamics of the board, particularly in the east.
I still think they're working together. I think he just Steve wants to go westward, and the only way to go west is through Piedmont. So Katie is a very strong negotiator. I'm sure that helps.
I mean, I don't think that these RT moves are what Katie wanted to see. I mean, I would imagine they were completely arranged between the pair of them. Craig's gone, oh crap, I misordered last turn. The AT, it's a time limited game. There's probably no getting that momentum back. So I think he's just flipped entirely because, yeah, this looks to me like they've put the fleet down to Armenia by agreement where it's no threat because it's only a fleet. And they've just put all the armies and all the units on Katie, and she's about to get attacked from all directions, I think.
Yep.
And is that what happens, Phil?
No, it seems Craig is piffing the fleet in Armenia, but he's taking Greece, and I think he's not doing what Ian was expecting because he's not supporting him into Serbia. But I think he has stabbed both KT. Craig has stabbed both KT and Ian this turn. He took Greece, then he piffed Armenia, while he was, I think, supposed either to support Russia against in Serbia or KT in Romania. So I think there was.
I kind of think that was agreed. I think that was tapping Serbia to guarantee Greece, and
Okay,
If this was
I
a
don't
stab
know.
on Russia to attack them, you'd put the army into Armenia. So
Yeah,
I think that was a we're working together. You don't need a second fleet. Let's pivot and let you rebuild it. Move.
maybe you're right. I don't know. Uh,
Well, he
but
builds it up.
Germany, yeah, I think I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, that everything else over there. Although,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't understand why Germany went to Piedmont in the first place. This
yeah.
was a quite strange year from them. Getting to walk into London's delightful, but aside from that, and even that has to be Cody saying just walk in, because there's no reason why you wouldn't cover London, really. Maybe he was worried about a convoy to Yorkshire, I guess, but this to me reads like Cody has said, just come and take my stuff, and Germany and Russia have said, yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
It looks like a very nervous game where everybody is kind of scrambling to get centers because it's time limited and they're afraid that it's already over. And but it's fun.
Well, and again, none of them were seated high enough in the standings. I think 7, 8, 9, 10. So maybe none of them were trying to play for a win, a tournament win, maybe a board win. So you go about it a different way, maybe. So I skipped ahead of this a couple seconds too early, but Ian does go with Fleet North Coast. There's play for him up there, which is good. Craig gets rid of the Fleet Armenia to build one himself. And I think Army Brest is interesting in that position.
All right, so continuing on, it does look like the come and take it was the order here. Cody Green, I do know because I was here, was very exhausted. I don't know if Cody's played a face-to-face event before. I know it's been a while since I've done it, and it is very tiring for those of you that have not done it. Stamina is a big part of this game. So easy walks for Ian. Good news for Steve Hogue getting in to North Sea. I think that could be important with the structure of the board in the north. We've got in the south and the east, we've got France moving into Lyon, and no pressure at all from Matt Sundstrom in Italy. So I wonder if there's some kind of working together by the two of them. There was a little hint of that last time, and this seems to be a continuation. In the east, we've got Armenia moving into black, and we've got a bounce in Ionian. This is the point where I think Katie's going to have to make a pitch here. Otherwise, her game is going to get stifled. I'm not sure who I would be pitching to. McCullis, what's your take on that?
I mean, now that Turkey's moved on Craig again, there's the AT is back as a potential move. It's not a particularly good one. The Katie's problem is that Germany and Italy are coming for her, and there's not really anything she can do about it in this position. It's sort of death by 1,000 cuts. You're Austria and all four of your neighbors are attacking you. There isn't a right answer to that. You can punish one, but you can't really guarantee any sort of good, positive outcome. Yeah, sure, maybe Craig would put her into Romania at the expense of Vienna and Trieste. It is not really a win overall. It's just prolonging the inevitable. And given that this is a time-limited game and Katie's not really in contention for the tournament, if I was her, I couldn't blame her for doing exactly what Cody's done and said, right, I'm knackered, I've had enough of this, I'm going to go and socialize instead. So I would fully understand Katie just choosing to let the dots go wherever they do at this stage, because there's no real good outcome from here.
But I mean, we were saying that they are not in contention. I mean, Ian is not that far away, and he was leading at 7. He's getting 2 for free. If he's getting something in Austria, isn't he in the running for a super good score? You never know. I mean,
yeah, and there's always
secondary. I think he's playing for a result here, and maybe the rest of the board do not agree with that.
We were told that one game was going to go faster. They've been agreeing their orders move. If it's this game, there is time for crazy stuff to happen, as you say.
So, but here, yeah, he's getting 2 in England, but the rest of the board decided that, yeah, that was not. So Germany is taking Sweden, and Craig is taking Romania, and so he's losing as many as he got. So, and Katie managed to convince Matt that Germany was not supposed to get into Vienna, but he gets into Belgium, and Italy is losing Marseille to France. So everybody is stabbing everybody. It's just we see that Cody Green had enough, so he's not even trying to take rest or retake anything. But yeah, the position is very chaotic with Anya having a fleet in Norwegian Sea. That's fun. And
Yeah, I mean,
Russia has a position that's pretty strong but super overextended with these 2 units in England that are not really coordinating with anything else. So yeah, I mean, I think this game is up for the taking. I think Germany could take it, Turkey could take it. Yeah,
Germany's putting down 2 here. It's Germany who's been the
Yeah.
big winner out of this year with Sweden and Belgium.
All right, let's get to the map. All right, do that.
Yes, in the winter we've got builds by, we'll start with Germany since definitely one of the big winners this turn. Fleet Kiel, Army Munich. Craig puts down an army in Cannes. Ian puts down an army in Moscow. I think the disbands are a little interesting as well. Matt choosing to disband in Apulia, and Cody's obviously, we say farewell. Had a blast playing with Cody, by the way. Really, really nice to meet him for the first time. Really enjoyed having him. So say farewell to that. And I think all of these make sense in some way. I don't think they necessarily commit anyone. I like them.
Fleet Kiel is... This is aside from Steve that he does not want this game to end. That is a long-term build. So if this is the game that's moving quickly, and this could be why, like, that fleet is not going to get anywhere this year that's particularly useful, but by the end of the game it very much could be, especially if turns get adjudicated early.
All right, Brian, let's see. It's spring of 1905.
All right, in 05, I'm going to start in the north. We've got Eddie pushing up into Norwegian, having to deal with that pesky French fleet. That's got to be a little annoying. We've got... I was curious to see how France would respond to Germany. Was this something they were working together where we had an FG, or is there some kind of hostility? I'm taking it from this order set that was not an agreed upon set of builds, although the move to Barents is curious if that's the case. Then we've got Matt Sundstrom pushing into Tyrolia and into Lyon. So I don't know what to make of that. I'm curious to get other people's take on that. Very curious. The only speculation I have is that suddenly Steve Hogue is the big bad and the East is responding. Then on the East side, we've got Budapest pushing into Galicia. Looks like Turkey and Austria are trying to prevent Ian from progressing any further, and by getting into Galicia, probably can do that if they stick together. Big if.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that what Matt Sundstrom is doing, he walked out of Marseille and Spain earlier as a sort of board balancing thing, and he's now being anti-German, but also going, right, that's probably enough of that. Now I want Marseille and Spain back, and he's going back in that direction. I would not be surprised to see Germany tapping Burgundy so that Marseille fell at this point.
All right.
Yeah, so we see Italy getting back into Marseille. Other than that, so Craigmert's taking Sebastopol, so they took the 100%, but it's a fleet going to Sebastopol, which is maybe not ideal, but I think that was the only way to make sure to get it. Other than that, Germany's sliding his fleet to the English Channel. So I think Germany is in a pretty good position because Russia is having trouble in the south, and there are like a couple of dots like Eddie and Liverpool that could be reachable for Germany. Then France is in trouble, which means that there are other dots that. So I think Germany is in very good position, and then Craig Mayer also. I mean, he's going to be at 7 at the end of the year, and he may get. I mean, there are other dots that could be had. So I think it may be a race between Germany and Turkey here.
Yeah, I mean, it's extra good news for Craig that Katie has slid into Venice there.
Yeah.
And AI War is exactly what Craig wants to see right now. Matt didn't push his advantage in taking Trieste earlier when he could have done, and he's been rewarded by Katie coming back from the dead almost and getting to actually build. But as you said, now that it's a fleet in Sevastopol, it's very hard to see Craig going anywhere that isn't straight into Austria.
I'm going to be watching to see if Katie puts down Fleet Trieste here.
No, I think she needs an army because Serbia otherwise is. Yeah, and she does it.
Anything else interesting? Pretty straightforward.
The Barents disband is sad, but it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And
doesn't mean it's good for TV.
And so no, it's Brian.
We got Eddie convoying into Norway. We've got Norway moving to Barents. So looks like maybe an agreement would be my guess between Germany and Ian, or at least a detangling of sorts. I think that makes a lot of sense for both of them. We've got Steve Hogue continuing to pile in to France. France is responding by moving into Belgium. Probably won't be able to hold it from this position, unfortunately for them. But then we've got in Matt Sundstrom, absolutely was not okay with the move to Venice, moves back into Tuscany, moves into Naples. Good news for Craig Mayer, as Nicola pointed out earlier. Got an army cycled around, so lots of good for Craig this turn. Everybody else on the board kind of shuffling and setting up, and we get a little spice in Italy.
Stephen Hogue walking out of North and not going to Ruhr, it actually makes this really hard to recapture Belgium here and take Brest at the same time as you'd want to at this stage. So that's a tactical error on his part. I would imagine that the deal with Russia was that Russia wanted him out of North Sea, and this was the price he had to pay for it. But if you're going to do that, the Munich to Kiel is not the way to do it.
And maybe that's the turn where you make a deal, but then you stay north and or
exactly.
you even take Edinburgh and.
What's Russia going to do about it after these orders? And I would imagine that Craig now has a walk into Tunis, and Craig Mayer is Craig Mayer. I could very easily see him sneaking into a dot of Katie's this turn.
Just like that.
The prophet.
Craig Mayer is Craig Mayer.
So Craig Mayer did a Craig Mayer here, takes Ionian and Budapest and convoy to Bulgaria, and is going to be hard to stop. Elsewhere, and Germany takes Brest and Belgium, and but France doesn't take back Marseille. So I think France is really in trouble there. Interesting. So Matt is taking Rome back, and Katie, seeing that Craig Mayer was a naughty boy, decides to disband. So that no, I don't think she can rebuild anything. So I think she's in trouble. But at least she signals that she was not happy with what Craig did here.
Yeah,
I think it's a race between Germany and Turkey, and
race between them, and it'll be Ian's sort of a little bit of a kingmaker at this stage as well, because Ian, if he went after Germany, could essentially hand Craig the top. But the amount of times Craig has facilitated on who to work with in the East, if I'm Ian, I'm a lot more pro Germany than I am pro Turkey in this situation.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if this is the board that actually read faster and moved quicker. We got through Spring 07 in the first one. Let's see if we get through this one. Brian.
Yeah, so just quick comment on Anya. I got a chance to play with her first tournament. I think maybe some of her first games of diplomacy this weekend. One player's choice. Everybody really enjoyed playing with her. A lot of fun. I'm curious whether or not that last set of orders was negotiated. That kind of negotiation did happen at times over this weekend. But regardless, Steve Hogue definitely took advantage and continues to swing into Mid-Atlantic with the support of Ian this time. I don't know if Ian agreed about Liverpool, maybe. But we got basically a continuation moving, a separation between those two, which is very good for Steve Hogue, looking really good. Then we've got continued conflict in the East. Sundstrom takes back Venice. We've got Austria coming to try and defend what centers they have left. Craig moving into position. Only thing that really is surprising to me is I honestly thought that RT might try to get together from here. That does not appear to be happening. So looks like if Ian is playing Kingmaker, choosing Steve Hogue over Craig Mayer, at least for this turn.
Yeah, I mean, well, if Ian was kingmaking for Steve Hogue, but Steve Hogue walked into Liverpool without agreement, that could, of course, all flip. A lot will depend on whether that was really agreed or not. I have to say, it must have been nice playing with him more and actually enjoying playing.
Well, we do make it to Fall 07, Nicolad. Tell us what.
Yeah, so I think Katie is still very, very mad at Craig. So she doesn't really care that Matt has taken a center from her, and she goes to make sure that Craig doesn't top this board by retaking Budapest. And it seems that Matt and Craig, Matt Sundstrom and Craig are on the same page. They are trying to organize something to get Craig to top the board, but Katie gets back into Budapest, and Steve Hogue is not taking as much as was expected. He goes to West, he goes to Mao. So if he knows that there is another year, it's a good set of moves. But if time can be called at any moment, maybe you go for the dots rather than for the position, because if you cannot enter your follow 8 moves, the score is going to stay, and it would be 9-9. Is that right?
No, Germany's up 2.
Okay.
They're in Paris.
Oh no, it's 11. Also, so he could. He had a big advantage. So it's really it makes sense to go for position, keep some diplomatic power with France, and
We should also shout out Matt Sundstrom and his orders there. He channeled his inner Chris Brand playing another Italy in a game recently and helped both sides that turn by going to Trieste to help Craig and going to Marseille, tapping it, which got Steve Paris. I can't imagine what game it was he got inspiration for that from. It's definitely not happened in any high profile games of late, but yeah.
Well, also, though, it could be if it was anti-Craig, because Craig could have followed up from Serbia to Trieste behind Katie's attack of Budapest. So maybe it was anti-Craig. Oh, by the way, I got a center as it was, too. So a couple of things about the time limit. So the time limit was drop dead anytime between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. local time. It was called really early in the time window. So these players could have thought they had at least 2 more years left in the game. So maybe that's why the positioning was done here. As you can see, there's no orders. So this game did end in winter 1907. There was one more year. Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice, Steve, it could have been up to 13, which would have been, I think, the best score of the tournament if he was able to walk in. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've got to congratulate Steve Hogue. Like, he won this game because he managed to get the dots without upsetting all his neighbours. Craig got his dots, upsetting everybody, and at the end of the game, that's why more people were anti-Craig than were anti-Steve. And Steve won it diplomatically. He didn't have a better tactical position, but he had people letting him walk into Liverpool, helping him take Paris, stuff like that.
I'm really happy for Steve Hogue. We were talking this morning over breakfast. As you all observed, I did not have great games, and neither did he. And I was really happy to hear that he was able to come out with a solid result at the end of this, in the last game of the tournament.
Yeah.
Does he have no points? Is that why he's not in the top 10 despite?
Yes.
Yeah,
right, two eliminations, if I remember right.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Congrats, Steve. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing with him at Dixie as well. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, very, very good game with Germany.
All right. So congrats to Steve on an excellent game. Now we're going back. Ooh, I have to mark. Is there a button I want to
let me go switch on the light because I'm disappearing.
Yeah. Oh, the motion lights. He hasn't moved in too long of a time.
I'm going to grab some water.
Yep. Good timing. All right. Mark that as game over. That is game over. All right. Well, this will be our last one, and then we'll get everyone on with the rest of their day. We are going back to Players of Harrison Ford, for which we saw early on, and we're looking forward to it here. We've got a couple of contenders on this board. Eber Condrel, not a contender, but certainly is going to have an impact on this game. Based on the location between the two top slots. Chris Kelly in England, Saren Kwok, again, reigning champ, at least heading into this final board. Chad Carson, Chicagoan here. Adam, obviously we know Adam. Karthik, we know Karthik. And Ed, we know Ed. So lots of good time. Oh, one more ruling is playing two boards this tournament did allow for a drop round. So in previous tournaments and other places, you'd only get to count the top of your two scores when you were playing two rounds. We thought that was silly. If you had two good rounds when you're playing two boards, it's two separate boards. There's no, worse than it. So we allowed as a tournament rule to have the lowest score of your tournament be dropped. So it does provide at least a little advantage for playing in a tough spot. So Karthik's scores in this, I forgot what they showed on there, but his score, if he has a bad score, it would be replaced by this one if he would top this board.
One more thing I want to say about this board before we start. Last year at Weasel Moot, there was a game in which Ed Sullivan and Adam Silverman were competing for the board top. And Saren Kwok was also competing on a completely different board, came from behind and ended up winning that event. So lots of parallels in this game, the difference being that all three of them are on this board at the same time. I've not any idea what happened on this board. I can't wait to watch.
All right, let's keep same pattern. Is this working?
Sure.
All right, Ryan, lead us off.
All right, so starting in the West, we've got Chris Kelly opening with what is one of his most common openings for England. Chris Kelly does like playing England in sixth place. I would say he's an outside shot at winning this thing, but stranger things have definitely happened. I would consider him in distant contention. We've got Karthik Konath moving north, always fun to see, unless you're England. And then you've got France, just putting one in, move to Gascony. I think this is probably my favorite French opening, although there are not many bad French openings. And we've got probably borrowing Trieste would be my guess between Adam Silverman and Eber Condrel. Ed Sullivan moving up against or into black, my preferred Turkish opening. It would make sense to me that Adam would prefer to work with Austria against Ed in this position.
I mean, Warsaw to Silesia is sort of the highlight move here, and because Karthik does Warsaw to Silesia, Vienna gets into Galicia, which is brilliant news for Adam Silverman. Yeah, that's a really weird opening from Karthik. The last time, ironically, I saw this opening, I believe, was at Dixie when Karthik was Germany and Russia did this opening against him. So,
Turnabout's fair play.
I think Karthik is taking full advantage of the fact he has a drop round.
And he's making it this one.
Does he follow it up with anything, Nicola?
No, I mean he's trying to get into Munich, but Germany is covering both centers, and he's getting bounced out of Norway, out of Sweden, and so that's kind of a disaster. But gets a friend with Ed Sullivan that supports the fleet into Romania, which I don't know if it's to Ed's advantage, but at least Karthik gets a build. But and in the west, there is a bounce in Belgium, so it's not really clear what's happening. I guess Seren doesn't really want to build England, and maybe she's not really sure about what Germany is doing. But she's getting 2 builds, and she has a very strong French position, and maybe she the alliance structure in the west will be decided later on, and that may be good for Seren.
I mean, Karthik has achieved his objective of ruining Germany's game. It's cost him Sweden. He's also annoyed England in the process. So I guess that it's all massive advantage Seren Quark in the West, all because of Karthik doing this. So Seren will be delighted. Adam Silverman will probably be quite happy with how that turn's gone. Most other people on this board are going to have something they're not very happy about right now.
Because I thought this opening was usually it's agreed with England that Botnia goes to Baltic while England convoys to Denmark and Russia gets into Norway or something like that. So that, but here, I mean, none of these moves happen from any side. So I guess maybe he pitched something in the spring, but in the fall everything went away. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Maybe Chris just didn't want to let Seren have free builds as well, which is not an unreasonable position to take.
Yep.
Why?
All right. Well, the net
that's
result,
why.
We've got Fleet Brest, Army Paris. Yep, with good reason. We've got Army Kiel and Fleet Sev. Another surprise from Karthik for me. And we've got Fleet Smyrna and Naples, which make complete sense to me.
So Karthik is just trying to entertain us.
So at this point, yes. So at this point of the game, Ed is feeling a little down, and so I think the draw vote was proposed in spring 02 or fall 02. I forget which one it was, but someone proposed a draw. They actually didn't veto it right away, and we had to look up in the tournament rules, and you couldn't have a veto. You couldn't have a draw vote until at least spring 1904. We don't know if it would have passed or not, but we will assume it did not. It would not have passed. But that's where we were at this point of the game. Spring 1902, Brian.
Spring of 02. We've got obviously using those fleets move into black from Karthik. We'll just continue focusing on the entertainment. And it does continue. Slips into Berlin, Livonia, Sweden. We've got Chris Kelly moving into Norway. This is not great news for Chad Carson. Very overextended position. And then it's very good news for Seren Quark. Moves into Belgium without any opposition. Doesn't need support. Moves into Picardy, Mid-Atlantic, Gascony. Everything coming up Seren from this position. Adam Silverman moves into Tyrolia. So that would indicate to me there's some concern probably about this French position would be my guess. I'll let the others speak to that in more detail. But the AI does continue. We've got coordination of Galicia moving into Bohemia. They take Bulgaria from Serbia. Ed swings the fleet into East Med, covers Smyrna, but it's just not. It looks like this is not Ed's tournament to win.
Yeah, I mean, this is air moves everywhere, and Karthik is memeing around and doing whatever he's doing. But in amongst all of those memes, St. Petersburg to Livonia is actually quite a clever move, because he took a risk that Germany would be able to walk into Warsaw, and it looks like that's what Germany was planning to do. And by going to Livonia, he makes sure that Germany cannot walk into Warsaw. And yes, he could lose St. Petersburg to England, but he can't lose St. Petersburg and Sweden. So it's actually net gain for Karthik as long as he doesn't get stabbed for rum. So yeah, all the memes aside, Karthik actually makes one good tactical move for his position.
All right. So as Ed is getting frustrated, we're able to get some in-game back channel.
Welcome to the second in-game back channel ever. Welcome to the back channel. It's the first in-game back channel in history. We're breaking records here.
Yeah.
We've got my man Karthik.
Mm-hmm. How's it going?
Karthik, why are you playing this way? We're negotiating right now. This is a board, but explain what's going on.
I had limited options, and I'm doing the best I can.
If this is your best,
you should see my worst.
All right. What's your goal for mid-game with your 2-fleet southern strategy?
Survive.
Oh my God. All right, that's it for the back channel.
Thanks.
It went downhill after that.
Welcome to the second in-game back channel ever.
Leave me out of this.
I got the man Chris Kelly.
Please exclude me from this narrative.
How did you manage a zero-build England?
Hard work. Hard work and honesty.
Don't you feel as abused as me? Even Turkey got a bill.
Yeah. For various reasons, I thought it would be best to tell people exactly what I was going to do. And I got the reward for that.
Oh my gosh. The look that Chris gives him at the start is priceless. Just priceless.
Mm.
Oh, all right. Let's move on. We have more Ed Sullivan to come.
But yeah, I feel for Ed because in getting Turkey and then getting kind of everybody against you from the start, it's kind of frustrating, especially when you think you may be playing for the tournament win and you're never given a chance. But you know, he's the kind of guy you can turn it around. We never know. But for now, yeah, it's everything is going great for Adam. So
yeah, it's very reminiscent of Turkey a couple of years ago when airs were happening every other game, and it just was just it. You roll Turkey and you're delighted if you're not aired from 1901. Admittedly, it's not usually in quite such bizarre fashion by Russia, but it's still come the fall 1902. This is a very familiar position to anyone who was playing 2 years ago and seeing a Turkey. This is it's happened again. Okay, but this doesn't look quite so airy.
yeah, I think Eber is doing really, really well. I mean, he's moving his units. You know, he could take all the Russian centers quickly, or he can keep, you know, an air for a while. But I think his position is pretty good. It's pretty good. But also Adam's position is very good, and he doesn't even need a great result. So I think for now, Adam got exactly what he wanted. I mean, from this position, I don't see him not surviving this game, and I think surviving the game might be just what he needs to win the tournament. So
we did check the math on that, though. Just surviving was not enough. A 16 or 17 could get it done. So let's keep watching.
But, I mean,
this is it has to be on this board, so it'd have to be someone doing incredibly well in a short period of time.
But the other players didn't, or at this point in the game, they didn't know that though.
Yep. I mean, Seren could maybe get a great position, but you know, Adam has the advantage to be a neighbor, so he can also try to send a couple of units to balance of power Seren if it's needed. So I still think he's really in a great position.
Yeah, and also for Seren to do that, she needs the game years to go quickly, and I see absolutely no motivation whatsoever for Adam Silverman to adjudicate this game early at any point. He will happily drag this game out to the time and then take 20 minutes to decide his piff when his units fall off the board.
Yeah. Well, the key factor in this is Eber, and so we had our own Brandon Fogel chat with him throughout the game.
All right, I'm here with Eber Condrel, who is in the cauldron of his board, surrounded by Ed Sullivan, Adam Silverman.
Just 1 minute.
Okay, your job got orders. What?
They're in.
Eber, what? How are you feeling about this game? In a couple words.
I am terrified and very unhappy, but I'm also enjoying myself because this is peak diplomacy. I'm between the tournament leader in Italy, I'm Austria, and I've got Ed Sullivan and Kona in Russia and Turkey and Russia respectively, who I played in round 1, and so I'm. Who else was on those boards? And then Seren's in France, so that it's a pretty crazy board, and I'm trying to figure out what to do in this situation. So it's gonna be intense.
All right, good luck. Go find out Spring 01 results right now.
Thank you.
So what did we hear there? Oh, he played next to someone in round 1. Did that end well for Eber? I think he was in 20-something thing.
Yeah, I don't think so, judging by his score, but I don't remember who exactly he was playing.
I will tell you, it was one of his neighbors that did him wrong, and that neighbor was not Adam Sullivan or Adam Silverman. So, all right.
Yeah.
I also, real quick, since I was not involved with this decision in any way, shape, or form, want to hype up the DBN crew who did that behind the scenes work, the back channels and the players willing to give in-game commentary. This is fantastic to watch. Great job, everyone. That aside, we've got our builds. We got Fleet in Eddie, double armies from Carthage, Fleet Kiel, Fleet Brest, Fleet Naples, Army Budapest. Yeah, I think I understand. I think I understand all of these. I think the one that's most intriguing to me is, or the most telling, is probably Carthage with the double armies. That would imply to me probably some friction with Austria, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting he hasn't built in Warsaw, though, given that there's 2 Austrian armies sat right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I think also the fleet by Adam, I mean, the only way he can lose this tournament and if he gets stabbed by Austria. So maybe you build an army and you just say, okay, if Austria stabs me, I'll stay at 4 and I still win the tournament maybe. Well, if he gets stabbed and he has the wrong mix of units and is out of position. So yeah, I think that's the courageous build to try to keep growing and go kill Ed Sullivan and keep playing the AI. But maybe you build Army Rome and you just say, okay, if you stab me, you're not getting anywhere. So I don't know.
Maybe he'll just move back to Trieste though to stop the stab.
Yeah, maybe. So.
All right, spring of 03 does swing around. Adam does swing around into East Med, continues pressure on his biggest rival on this board, Ed Sullivan. We do see the armies from Carthage used to defend against Austria. Germany moves 1 army to in Carthage's direction. Otherwise, kind of moves those fleets to position maybe against Chris Kelly. Chris holds in Norway, cycles his fleets around, puts the army into Wales, maximum defense against France, choosing to defend France versus Germany. We've got Seren moving into position. One of the ways that I like to tackle this English center, moving into North Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, walks into English Channel, sets up in great position to convoy to Clyde, perhaps. We've got defense, and I think there is a really good argument for Seren and Chad to work together against Chris Kelly. I suspect that pitch has been made, and that's what we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I also suspect that Berlin to Prussia is there to punish Karthik for going to Silesia in 1901, and Karthik is about to reap what he sows and lose Warsaw, I would imagine.
Well, since you guys have been working all day long, let's let the players read here what we see here in fall 1903.
Fall 1903, Game 2, Turkish orders. Constantinople to Bulgaria. Ankara supports Smyrna Khan. Little book. Very boring orders. Army, Tunis. To Smyrna, yeah. Ionian convoy, Tunis to Smyrna. Aegean convoy, Tunis to Smyrna. East support, Tunis to Smyrna. Tyrolia holds.
Oh, you missed a connection there.
Look up. No.
Louder? Someone needs me to talk louder? Okay. I'm happy to oblige Mr. Hood as we read the Turkish orders for fall 1903. Army Holland supports Bulgaria. Army Prussia supports Silesia to Warsaw.
Wait, what did Holland do?
I supported Belgium. Belgium. Yes. All right, it says Bulgaria, but Belgium is fine. Army Munich hold. See, Chad, you did help me out. Fleet Helgoland
Prussia
to North
supports
Sea.
Silesia to Warsaw, correct?
Fleet Denmark supports Helgoland to North Sea.
Thank you. And Prussia was supporting what? Silesia to Warsaw? Wait, did it support Silesia to Warsaw? I did. Okay.
All right, Serengeti word for best handwriting, and it's not even close. Fleet Mid-Atlantic convoys Brest to Clyde.
That's way too out of
Fleet English Channel to London.
Excellent.
Army Brest to Clyde.
out of the way from my first
Army Burgundy to Gascony. Army Belgium supports Holland.
There we go. There's that love.
North Atlantic convoys Brest to Clyde.
What does English Channel do?
Sure.
English Channel to London.
The channel attacked London.
Russian orders. We hate Russia.
We all hate Russia.
Sweden, Norway. Black supports Romania. Sevastopol to Ukraine. Warsaw supports Sevastopol to Ukraine. Rum supports Khan to Bulgaria. Moscow supports Warsaw.
Russia.
Whatever. English orders, fall 1903. I don't think it's going to matter. Norway supports North Sea. North Sea prays desperately. That's literally the order.
Well done, Chris.
Did you know you could be on camera? Come on, I'm the hand. You're not supposed to be there.
Well done.
Fleet London supports North Sea. Wales to Liverpool.
Ooh, it is hot in here. For real.
Evil Eber's orders.
Yeah, not just the game. Not the game. Is that what we're calling me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Fleet Greece to Bulgaria. South Coast. Army Bull to Khan. Budapest to Romania. Gal supports Silesia to Warsaw. Silesia to Warsaw.
So this goes.
I accept it.
Yep.
And this
Warsaw,
goes.
yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
If it gets me a bottle opener,
And
I'll
this
be fine.
Yep.
3 retreats, it looks like.
Should probably write.
English retreat from the North Sea, Russian retreat from Warsaw, Turkish retreat from Smyrna.
Syria, please.
So that's what live action is like at a face-to-face diplomacy tournament. A lot of pushing the pieces around, a lot of Ed Sullivan talking. One more bit of sideline reporting for here, and this will be our final media for the day, and we'll get on with this. You can see the orders are up here on the board, guys. Before we get to the media, got the convoy. I think you guys were predicting Karthik losing Warsaw. North Sea fell, and of course the convoy to Clyde. So let's hear how we got to that.
All right. I don't know if this counts as back channel or not. Let's see if we can get the...
If Ed Sullivan is the back channel, we're the front channel.
All right. Welcome to Front Channel with Brandon Fogel and David Hood.
Hey, Brandon.
We have been listening in on negotiations, doing a little eavesdropping on board 3C, 3B, one of them.
One of them.
The one with the tournament leader on it and with a bunch of other people in contention, and Eber Condrell, who is at the center of the storm. David, what sort of stuff did you overhear? And this is for fall of 1903. We were listening.
I was mostly listening to the conversations in the West between Saren Kwok's France and Chad's Germany and Chris Kelly's England. Chris Kelly's being attacked by an FG, and Carthage apparently attacked Germany in the beginning of the game, and Germany bounced back. Carthage, being Russia, bounced back, and now it's got Carthage on the ropes. So there was a lot of negotiation between Saren trying to say, you know, don't everybody jump on me, poor Saren Kwok, don't do anything to me, and Chad saying that he had had enough of playing dramatic, you know, twists and turns and stab games, and he was ready to have an alliance game where they went and crushed their enemies. So they both ended by expressing their undying loyalty to the FG alliance. We'll see how long that lasts.
And I overheard an interesting conversation between Adam Silverman and Saren Kwok, where Saren made a pitch for her getting a 17-center board top, which Adam said he didn't care as long as it wasn't enough for him for her to pass him. He also noted that he and Eber, the center of the storm, had a deal where Eber could get Best Austria. So Eber is playing for Best Austria. Adam seemed moderately committed to helping him get that. That's it. Any other further comments?
Well, here's the way those two things intersect, because Carthage's Russia could theoretically be holding back an FG if they were playing that kind of game, but Eber doesn't care about that. He took Warsaw from Carthage with support from the Germans. So he's feeding the FG, maybe because he's only going for Best Austria, maybe because he thinks it's better for some other reason, but certainly that's the way our two stories intersect, is in relationship to the foreign policy of all those powers versus Carthage.
And DBN's own Adam Silverman looking out for himself. We have calculated, by the way, that Eber would need a 12. If he comes in second place, he'll need at least 11 centers with no more than a 12 or 13 center board top ahead of him. They may not know that. We will see what happens.
One thing I think we can get out of this game is there was not an everybody jump on Adam Silverman from the very beginning. There was, in fact, an air from the very beginning, with Carthage jumping immediately north and west as Russia. So there was no attempt by Eber or Russia or anybody else to jump on Adam Silverman's Italy just because he was leading the tournament.
Conclusion, people care much more about killing Ed Sullivan than stopping Adam Silverman from winning the tournament.
As well, they should.
You've been watching Front Channel with the front stabbers, David Hood.
And Brandon Vogel.
Thanks.
They had some fun with that. So yes, as you may have heard Eber say in the order reading, I'm playing for the bottle opener. The Best Country Awards were colored bottle openers for the countries. So, and we are back to here. While we were looking at the map, I think we covered everything. Any other?
I'd just like to point out that the way David phrased that was that he said that Chad had bounced back because Carthage was playing Russia. So I think that's how we should definitely interpret what he said, and that any other Russia wouldn't have allowed this Germany to recover. But because it's Carthage, this Germany is actually fine.
But Carthage's hands were tied. All right, to the adjustments. There's the army that you wanted for defensive purposes, Nicola. But I think Adam smells blood, and there's no board Adam doesn't want to top that he is on, even though he doesn't need to.
So I've not completely understood. What was the score of Eber coming into this?
He just wanted best country is all they were talking about,
because he's too far. He's too far away from Adam.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had 0 and 0, if I remember correctly.
But
so the only thing that could happen is that Saren gets a huge score, and
yes,
yeah, which did kind of happen last year. That's how Saren.
I mean, she will get a good score, but maybe not 17, right?
Yeah, it was 17 without an elimination. With an elimination, we think it was closer to 14. So
okay.
She continues a methodical and efficient destruction of England. We've got Adam Silverman not making any moves that would particularly threaten Eber, but providing a little bit of defense. We've got continued coordination with Germany and Saren, so their undying love continues another year at least. We've got Austria holding on to Warsaw. No progress moving further, though. And Ed Sullivan manages to hang on. I can't quite make out what's going on, but I think the important thing is Eber's picking up Romania, and that will give him opportunity from that position.
Greece not following in Bulgaria, I think it's kind of a mistake, because I think Ed can maybe defend. Well, if there was a unit in Bulgaria, he would lose another center for sure. So I don't really, I don't know.
And I guess from those reads, it looks like
the Greece went to.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe
they
they entered it wrong on the sandbox.
Yeah. That was Karthik doing the sandboxing too. So
okay, he wished that was.
Well, that explains
it. So yeah, that's the natural things you see. Yeah, another dot. So Adam is being very generous with Eber. Yeah, he's getting 2 dots. He won't be able to build, so that's not big threat to Adam. But that's good. And Saren is, they basically finished England, but Germany, didn't cover Denmark, and England played very good moves, taking Sweden and Denmark and staying in the game, and spinning up Karthik death, which is always a good strategy, right? So
Saren and Eber are tied on 8 centers each right now, I believe.
Yeah, so moving into the winter, Chris Kelly, one of his strengths as a player, I believe, is he's difficult to kill. And does manage to hold on to 2 centers, choosing to keep North Sea and Sweden disbanding Denmark. Got a fleet in Brest. Army Marseille makes complete sense from Saren. As we said earlier, Eber has up to no place to build. Karthik's choosing to give up in the south, disbanding Sev and Black, and sets up a little defensive position to try and hold back his remaining centers in the north. And then we've got Chad building Fleet Kiel.
So we'll find out now how committed Adam is to helping Eber get best Austria, and how committed Saren is to not stabbing the FG.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer is Adam at least is very committed. Pulls back, giving Austria room that they need to maneuver. Galicia gets into Ukraine. That's probably the big move on that side of the board. We've got Chris Kelly pulling into Norway, choosing to give up Denmark. That does make some sense. But there is a retreat from Chad into Barents. So not sure if Norway will be able to be held. But there's always a fun retreat option to St. Pete if that happens. Lots of bad stuff for Karthik in this position, potentially. Saren does make some interesting moves here. No any kind of threat against Germany. Cycles units potentially to the south, but not as aggressively as possible. So I don't know what that means necessarily. My hunch is that they're maybe trying to end this game or set up towards that game.
I don't think she has enough time to get her 17 centers. She has a position, but she doesn't have the time, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I read this as everyone knows Eber's about to take some dots and top the board, and that will be the end of the game. It's basically what he's done here.
Mm-hmm. But
well,
Saren
gets
1-2, so it's 9-9. Is it?
10-9
No,
because
10-9.
got
Okay.
to walk into
Plus
Moscow
4.
because Karthik walked out.
Oh, okay.
+4. Gotta love +4. We've seen a lot of non-building.
Christopher Ward says, I don't like those French orders if I'm Germany. Completely agree, but I think at this point of the game, what is Chad going to do? I don't expect Chad would get help from Chris Kelly. We'll see. But I think that even if the two of them were working together from this position, there's just besides the fact that Saren's fantastic with the tactics here, there's a unit advantage at sheer numbers. Yeah, I mean, we got a game here. It's if we're racing France and Austria. Woohoo.
All right, tell us what you see, Brian. This is it.
All right, spring of 1906. We've got we'll start in the west. Saren convoying Eddie into Holland. We've got movement cycling the fleets Skag and to Denmark to Helgoland. Moving into the west, Mid-Atlantic moves into the west, Fleet Brest. We've got Adam Silverman moving to try and establish some kind of line in case Saren's trying to move in his direction. Looks like Austria's still on board with Italy. Makes a lot of sense. Does convoy back to Caen, so probably no further aggression in St. Pete by Austria would be my guess. Does move Galicia to Bohemia and Prussia to Livonia. I'm not quite sure what to make of the combo there. It seems to me like Austria would want to work with Italy against Germany, so maybe it's just a case of trying to get the army out of position. What do you think?
I don't know. I would say, to me, it would be the negotiation to Saren would be either you vote the draw or we need to kill Kartik and Ed to give 2 dots to Eber, and then that's going to be the emotional blackmail here.
That makes sense.
But
Yeah,
maybe Saren is going to say, "Oh, I don't care, kill Kartik and Ed," and that would be fun.
I mean, yeah, if Saren's playing for the board top, then giving more dots to Eber is to show her that that can't happen. But I also think that actually it might be Germany that gets St. Petersburg in order to just hold the line against Saren more solidly, while Eber takes Ankara as well to keep his 1 dot advantage.
Right, let's get to the fall. See what carnage happens. Nicola, what do you see? Wow, interesting.
I don't know. I don't see much. I think Austria getting into Tyrolia and piffing Adam's army. I guess it's to rebuild I don't know what it is about. And England is supporting France into Denmark, but it didn't work. So it's going to be +1 for Saren. And I don't know, maybe this if Austria at shared 10 is the best Austria, maybe it's an agreed end of the game. I don't know what's the best Austria right now. But yeah, right now it's Saren getting +1 and not much else happening. So
I'm very confused why Ed Sullivan's alive after that turn.
That was my initial reaction to this here.
Is Ed Sullivan? So.
All right.
Kind of deal. All right. Yeah, we do see that looks like it was probably negotiated between the AI to build a fleet in Rome. We get army build in Venice. Vienna. We've got Fleet Brest and a disband in Munich. That's always an important center at this stage of the game. I think the other big thing to keep in mind here is this is probably nearing time. Of course, the players don't know exactly when, but if somebody is trying to play for a big score here, I imagine they're going to want to not tap the brakes here.
Well, if Germany disbands Munich there so that they can throw it to Austria, Kiel can support it, and France can't take it anyway. Prussia goes to Berlin. You put Austria in it in autumn. Germany, this is how to punish France. Whereas if Germany's in Munich, it's much harder to actually throw that dot to Austria.
Well, they play on, Brian.
All right, so spring of 1907, looks like France does manage to take Munich. This is big. We've got a hold from Eber in Bohemia and Tyrolia. Man, that is something else. Also manages to pick up Kiel. I don't understand what's going on here.
Is it Eber throwing the 17 to Saren?
That just does not.
That would be very surprising, but he seems that he's doing everything for this to happen.
But not attacking Adam,
attacking
though.
Adam. Yeah.
But he's not attacking Adam, but he could. He could stab Adam for like 2.
He could.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so in the rest of the board, we've got West Med to Leon. Adam is definitely considering Saren the bigger threat here. Curious if that continues. And then we've got Austria just continuing to move other units towards the east, but not taking Fleet Inc. So maybe there's some kind of agreement to keep Ed Sullivan alive for reasons.
I don't think there is enough time to get to 17.
No, God, no.
I mean, if they're adjudicating early, there is, and we were told
Unless
one
they're
game did.
adjudicating. But why would Adam adjudicate early at that point?
He wasn't. So that other game must have. You guys must have had a delay in yours.
Okay, so that things get back to normal
So we
now
did.
with.
We did allow boards to break for lunch, so it's possible that this board chose not to take a break for lunch or something along those lines.
But it seems that okay.
So now Ed is
not stabbing, and Ed is out.
Maybe they're doing what Brandon and David mentioned in the back channel and arranging it so Ebert can get best Austria whilst not topping the board. That's the best I can come up with. Saren would probably get second overall in the tournament, and Adam would still win.
Yeah, maybe the case. Yeah.
And that would be very consistent with how I'd say that plays to Saren's strengths. It makes sense for Adam, and it makes sense for Eber. That makes a lot of sense to me. Good call out.
Yeah.
All right, so we get to the end of 1907, where there were builds. So the last one we ended was that we saw no orders in winter of 07. So this makes it at least through winter of 07. 2 more builds for Saren. Must have been a rebuild. No, Adam got a build. What did Adam get? Oh, he took Ank. He's the one who took Ank instead. Okay, so
I would feel a bit nervous if it was Adam right now, but
same.
Yeah.
Unless he knew that this was about to time out.
We don't though. Like this is the fastest. If I were Adam, I'd be looking for lunch breaks, bathroom breaks. Like few of us are soccer fans on here, football fans. Like I'd be rolling on the ground Neymar style in here.
Well, what we see is I think France and Italy have come to at least an agreement for this turn. Hey, we've got it bottled up, not messing with you. France moves into Skagerrak, moves up into North Sea, putting pressure into Scandinavia. Karthik doesn't appear to be messing with anything over there. The big thing is we've got Black taking Ink. So if they're probably counting dots at this point and trying to arrange an ending is my read on all of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope Adam's counted well, because this is how Adam does not win the tournament, is if you miscount at this stage and Saren overtakes you. Saren is sitting on a lot of dots.
Wow, they made it all the way through fall. Holy cow.
She takes one more. I hope for Adam that he knows how to count.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we really rooting for Adam? I mean,
I don't know, but
all right, there's no orders. Well, let's at least forget about the tournament results for a moment. Well played, Saren Kwok. While maybe not coming up big enough to repeat as Weasel Moot champ, which I don't know if we've ever had a repeat champion.
She gained 85 points on him there.
Yep.
We've had people win multiple times for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we've had back-to-back.
Well, this is officially Chris Martin's Weasel Moot, sponsored by Chris Martin for as many times. I think he's been here 3 times and won 3 times because, this is his tournament. So, all right. So without further ado, our 2023 Weasel Moot champion is Adam Silverman by a hefty 47 points. So congratulations, Adam Silverman. Well played. DBN zone. winning another tournament. I think he wins every time he flies east of the Rocky Mountains. I don't know if he went to DixieCon, but he won Carnage the year he went. He's won here, so excellent tournament. So Michalis, we'll go around the horn for quick overall thoughts. We've got a winning interview with him, and then we'll sign off.
Yeah, I mean, Adam, he just played it brilliantly. He went into his first board, banked a good result in that, and then it got to his second board. He stabbed Johnny Gillen when they were in NEF in the first game. That's what he got his top from. And then in the second game, he just dominated as Russia in that RIG. Again, timed his stab well. Diplomatically, nobody tried to stop him topping in that game. Nobody in the first game made the board wide alliance against him to stop him top in that one. So he banked the 2 stores and said, "Come at me, bros," and nobody was able to do it. It was really difficult to see him lose this tournament from those first 2 scores. Yes, he was advantaged by the fact that one of the big scorers from round 1 didn't play round 2, and you can't predict that's going to happen. But either way, he come in with 2 huge scores and said that this is my mark, and nobody was able to surmount it. So fair play to Adam, a dominant diplomatic victory.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so we got the interview. I didn't think I was going to download this quick. Let's hear that, and then we'll get final comments from the other guys and Michalis with the sign off as well.
Like we've been in this situation.
Excuse me.
Adam, I know I did not do that on purpose. Can we edit that out? If not, let's leave it in. All right, Adam Silverman, it is great to see you again, and it seems like we've been in this situation before. I interviewed you after the DidCon win in 2021. I hear I'm interviewing you after your Weasel Moot victory. Tell us what you're thinking right now.
Did that just happen? I guess it
Yes,
did.
it did.
Yeah, no, it feels great. It was a fun tournament, and Sabi runs a great tournament here. This venue was awesome. It was so much fun to see everybody play some good games. This was great.
All right, and we need to talk about that last board in round 3. That's obviously what sealed it for you, the fact that you were able to not get eliminated in the game. Tell us a little bit about the game.
Yeah, I drew Italy, which I thought was probably the best country I could have drawn today. Knowing I was going in with a target on my back as the tournament leader, I wanted to have a country where at least I have a reasonable shot to get out of the gate alive, right? So Italy was great, and I formed an AI early in the game. We both set our expectations and goals for the alliance, and we managed to run it through the game. It got a little dicey towards the end with Seren in France making a push for what could have been pretty close to 18 had we not set up some lines and gotten that all done. But it was a very exciting game, a lot of fun.
What was the key area to set that line up to prevent Seren from breaking out towards us all?
It's the usual stuff. We needed to get the Austrian units up around Germany, and we needed to get the Italian, not sufficient Italian units on the Italian line, the Med line. The only interesting thing that happened was we were 1 army short that needed to be in Venice, so Eber had to throw me Ed Sullivan's last dot in order for me to build that. So
it is really sad for those of us in the diplomacy hobby that Ed Sullivan had to be eliminated so that you could accomplish your goals.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
It really is. Well, how did you avoid I'm leading the tournament, so people jump on me in round 3. How did you avoid that? Obviously, being Italy helped you avoid it, but how did you avoid it otherwise?
I think that probably was still a tendency. There were several people on the board who were in contention if I died. I was fortunate in that the Austrian player needed a result that was probably not likely achievable in a time round in order to win the tournament, and so we set our goals for what we thought we could do. I just negotiated through things on both sides of the map. I think France may have had an inkling to come after me, and both through making people on my side unwilling as well as setting up the right lines on that side, it just worked out, I guess.
Well, it did. How would you compare this victory to any other tournaments you've been to where you've done well? Is there anything that stands out in your mind?
I'm not sure anything specific. I'm still a little kind of like, where am I for this thing? But no, it was just an enjoyment. I think every game was very different, right? In a lot of ways. I think my first round game, it relied on a pretty heavy stab in order to be successful. My second game was really more alliance play that just put me in the driver's seat to top. And then this game was wildly different because I wasn't looking to top, I was looking to survive with whatever I could survive on. So wildly different games, which I think made it pretty interesting.
All right, that's a good lesson for those learning this game at home. There's lots of different styles and different types of games you have to play to be successful. Final question for you would be, for someone that's watching this stream that wants to go to tournaments and be, not just enjoy themselves, that's important, but be competitive for the victory, what is the best advice you can give them in terms of playing this game with the idea of trying to win the tournament?
Wow, you're putting me on the spot here, David.
Yes, I am. You just won. You deserve it.
I think you need to trust your gut. I think, when you look at a position, I think if you've played enough games, and you've got to play a lot of games, right, and understand positions and understand, how relationships on a board develop and change. But I think ultimately, if you can sort of develop a modest skill set of the game, trusting your gut and learning from your gut, I think is really important. There's so many times you kind of have this feeling like, oh, but I want to do something, but I should cover Munich, or but I should do this, but they convince me that I shouldn't, and then you regret it after the fact, right? I think often when you get those feelings, like, most of the time they're right.
Adam, that's great advice. Congratulations on this win at Weasel Moot. And back to the studio, folks.
All right, we got rid of those guys. They are on their way to the airport. I think Adams doesn't take off until 9 o'clock local time, he said. So for anyone on there, I'm sure he is accepting Discord thank yous at the moment. But well played by him. Couple of housekeeping items before we sign off. I must have knocked my ear. Brian moved. Get out of my screen. Liberty Cup is next weekend in Philadelphia. They are prepping it. This will be a good tournament. I know it's second year in a row. Is that right? I'm trying to remember. I don't think they played in 21. I think there was a smaller one last year, and I think it's bigger this year. So all this stuff is on the NADF server, which is right here. Click the link, you get into the Discord, and all the rooms for the different North American tournaments are here. Carnage in Vermont is the last weekend of October. I forget Mount Snow. I think they're still at Mount Snow again. That
I
will
think
be
they're back in Killington, I think.
Yep. All right, Killington this year. So check it out again. So that's October 27th and 8th, which is the last weekend. There is a European tournament in November. Does someone know that one?
Yeah, it's EDC in Paris.
Ah, excellent. So we hope
The European DeepCon in Paris.
Yeah, perfect. The other Nicola will be there. I hope and assume. He's a virtual champion. We'll see if he's a face-to-face champion as well. And then the big virtual tournament for the remainder of the year is the VDC Virtual Diplomacy Championship time weekend. Still to be determined. Usually it's like the weekend or two before the Christmas and religious holidays in December. Go to the VWDC server for that one. VDL is coming up 2 weekends from now, Saturday, October 14th. Also on this server, that one has 3 months left in the regular season. Still time, I think, to make the top board. I know there's been some really good scores, but the middle of the pack is kind of still finding its way. So a couple good board tops and you're in contention with 3 rounds left. It's top 3 scores, right? So we got that. I keep looking. Oh yeah, I'm looking the right way. Even on the screen too, it's the right way. Anything else diplomacy events wise?
Don't think so. I mean, Tour of Britain is on the 21st on Saturday. There's another round of that also on the VWDC server.
October?
Yes.
Excellent.
And then the final 2 rounds of that will be in November, but I'm not sure on the date. Before we do sign off, though, I do have a question for Kevin and for Brian. The top 10 of Chicago Weasel Moot contained precisely 1 person from Chicago in 9th. When are you guys going to start increasing the level of your local hobby?
Yeah, we've got a tradition that was proven to be very accurate here. Weasel on weasel violence. you get tired of the same people winning all the time, and so you just come beat each other up, and
They are a very welcoming hobby. That's
exactly we try to coexist and have other people have a good time.
Yeah. It was forced. I had another commitment yesterday, so I didn't play. I mean, I was the tournament favorite coming in. I know that. So, I opened the door for, for others to compete. Brandon, I think, sat out 2 of the 3. I mean, he would have at least finished in second. So, we would have gotten him close to the top. I don't think he's won Moot. Has he? I have to look that up. I should know more about my own. We got 17 years is a long time to do it. So, but we will. We had you'd say that we had when we first started and we were very active, we would have 20 locals per tournament. Certainly a few local winners, and we competed, but pandemic has slowed us down. So now you've laid out the gauntlet for us to come back with a vengeance. So Nikolai, I know we promised you it's the most prestigious tournament you have not won yet. We'll have our locals
one day.
Yeah, when you do it. So all right. So Nikolai, what give us highlights of the day?
I mean, it was lots of fun to comment on the games. I think that we saw lots of very, very interesting games, and the scoring system made it like quite a few games. People really tried to top the board. So I think that was kind of fun. Then there were the usual very social players like Ed still tried to do 3-way shared. But that was fun. I think we saw some alliances that we are not used to see. I mean, we've seen some Russia and Germany work together and things like that. That was a lot of fun. And then we saw like lots of stories with Kartik getting stabbed left and right, Craig Mayer and Katie trying to work together but never really working out. That never really worked out. And then Adam Silverman, it seems that he's never, talking much, doing much, but he wins every single game. So I think he must be doing something right.
Yeah, McCullis, you already gave your props to Adam. What else? Highlights of the day?
Yeah, I think as Nicola said, it was nice to see some different alliances. That Russia, Italy, Germany game was really fascinating for me, particularly because that was my favorite alliance to play in extended deadline, and I've never seen it in virtual. So it was really interesting to see that in a face-to-face event and watch that it worked for all 3 of them, but it worked best for Adam. Beyond that, it was nice to see some new faces. It was nice to see Cody, who's been so big in the virtual scene, come along to his first face-to-face tournament. I'm sure there were a couple others who it was probably their first tournament. Always good to see more and more new faces doing well in the hobby, and yeah, long may that continue.
Yeah, before I throw it to our prime weasel here in Chicago, Cody had come over, I think, either right at the beginning of the broadcast or as we were just doing our preparation. And he was talking about how exhausting it was. I think someone mentioned that in one of the comments. He was very proud of his results. He had 2 nice boards yesterday. And today he was like, I threw it to the wind today. I just wanted to do something different. So it was great that playing in a first face-to-face, he had a great time, and looking forward to seeing him back in our virtual games as we get there. A couple other things about here. Huge thanks to Sabia Huja. The facilities, as you can see in the background, we had great layout. We couldn't have had better weather. I know that was certainly planned for. Very social time. Board games here on Friday night, and the facilities are just fantastic. The organization, the beating and whatever else that's threatened in the chat rooms, it goes a long way to getting a good crowd here. So we certainly could not have done it without Sabi. So big thanks, a lot of fun. Looking forward to being here for the full weekend next year. Thanks to you guys. I think I had promised like a 4-hour broadcast. We're well over 6 hours today, so I appreciate you guys sticking with us. I think we've had a good viewership throughout the whole event. So
I think the videos that Brandon, Ed, and David put were really fantastic. So I think that's thanks to them. I think it's another level of streaming and of getting the atmosphere of the tournament. So great job, guys.
Nicola, thank you for setting that up perfectly. I wanted to thank all of you, first of all, for being on the stream and doing this. I had a huge portion of the DBN broadcast team playing in this event. That was especially, I was grateful to be able to play myself. Had a great time. Will echo what you said about Sabi. Fantastic venue, very well organized, great players, great turnout. Really had a wonderful, wonderful time. And then to those DBN members on site, putting in some new tech, experimenting with some stuff. One of the things that we have always tried to do is make each show a little bit better. And this was a good opportunity to do that. Really had a lot of fun. I can't wait to watch the earlier portions of the broadcast and most of the games. And just thank you all. Thank you all for watching. I've been watching chat, very active, and just great event, great stream. Thank you all.
In that note, oh, good.
I was just to further shout out Brandon and Ed. It was also really clear how much they enjoyed doing those sort of front channels, back channels, sidelines, etc. And that really comes across well and makes it even more of a great experience.
Yeah, we had fun much. And there's a lot more that we've done too. So we're trying to put together like I was recording Brandon doing some of the interviews, and Ed, I think Brandon snuck up on Ed to kind of get a back, like what it takes to kind of put these in the setup stuff too. So we hope to have a few more and even some bloopers. Bloopers are the best part about it. So we'll get to that. We got a couple more broadcasts coming up. League night on the 14th. We're figuring out timing on that. I don't think we're gonna cover Liberty Live, but we'll have some. We'll get it posted out there. Keep if you like the video, subscribe to the channel. You get the notifications, so that way you'll see when we're gonna be on stream. We try to put it on in advance, and we're always on the Discord server. So if you like some of this, if you want to help out, like here, I'll do a pitch for helping out. If you're video editing, things like that, send an email. I think we're on the we got an email on
info@dbn.com.
Perfect. Diplobn.com. Yeah. So we do a lot of it because we enjoy it too, because it's fun putting it on the air. But again, thanks for watching. And in Siobhan fashion, stay safe and stab well.